We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Do not blink, you will miss it. It's day number 4 here of the Australian Track and Field Championships, all brought to you by Chemist Warehouse, the 100th edition as well of these championships. It's been an absolutely jam-packed first 3 days, and days number 4 is sure to deliver once again. I'm joined by Tamsin Vanu. Tamsin, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mitch. It's so good to be here on day 4. We've seen some fabulous competition so far. Tell you what, that hour of power in the Super Saturday last night was just fantastic. Rowan Browning, Jess Hull, Tori Lewis. Brilliant, wasn't it?
Oh, it was just fantastic.
And Callum Davies winning that his maiden 1500 metre title. I really enjoyed that. So it was a good prelude to what's our final day of these Australian Championships, the 100th edition, as you can see across the oval. Looks beautiful weather, 26 degrees, partly cloudy. It's family day here.
Family day on Sunday. Where else would you want to be than Brisbane right now? Is on the track, maybe one of the hottest men on the track at the moment is Dave Colbert. Dave, what have we got in store this afternoon?
Good afternoon to you all. It's actually not family day today. It is long jump day, which is the most important day on the athletics calendar. Men's and women's long jump final. Really looking forward to both of them. Of course, we've got Curtis Marshall in the pole vault. We've got Nicola Oleschlagers in the high jump. We're going to start off with the hurdles. Heats of the men's and women's. Have a look at the difference in the height between the women's and the men's. This men's hurdle, seriously, it doesn't come across like this on the television when you're watching them. It is seriously high. And that first hurdle when they come to it is quite extreme. So as you can see, I'm 6'4", and it's up to my hip height. So to get up and over in those things is not easy. 10 flights for both of them. Women's first round not too far away, so really looking forward to that. It's 27 degrees at the moment. There's a slight headwind. In fact, looking at the wind gauge from the long jump, they had a minus 1.3 and a plus 3.5 in the same competition so far. So we've talked about that swirly breeze quite a bit. At the moment, there's a slight headwind, but as I look up at the sky, it is absolutely beautiful for long jump day here at the Chemist Warehouse Australian Track and Field Championships.
Oh, thank you very much, Dave. Long jump day.
Yeah, we shouldn't let him free with the microphone down there. Honestly, let's just, you know what, Dave? Make sure they put that lane 5 back down to the women's heights, because that's an incredible difference. And I think you've got Emily Britton from New South Wales who's due to go from that lane 5. She will not be very happy with you if you do not put that height down. And Emily's been in great shape. She has a personal best over the 100 hurdles this year, and also the 100-metre flat, which is always a good sign. She's got her speed up, and she was 7th in the final here last year, so she's a good chance to make it through from this first heat, but it's hard to go past Hannah Jones.
Well, there's certainly plenty of talent in here. Just about half of New South Wales is in heat number 1. Let's go through it here. ACT Jane Hickey out of lane number 2. It's Carla Takchi in lane at number 3. Hannah Jones we mentioned in lane number 4. Emily Britton lane number 5. Julia Baxter in lane number 6. Tiana Skelton was 3rd in the Open Champs for New South Wales in lane number 7. Mia Ekonomu in lane number 8. And Sophia Sibay in lane number 9 from New South Wales. It's a pretty stacked first heat. Only the first 2 will go through automatically. The next 2 fastest times will join them from there.
Well, Hannah Jones, the 27-year-old who is coached by Olympic gold medalist Sally Pearson, she is due to go off in lane 4 in this heat, and she's a 12.91 runner as a personal best in 2021, where she was so unlucky to miss that Tokyo Olympics team. It was heartbreak for her. She was so close to the roll down and the qualifier. So she's come back out here after an injury laid season in 2022, and she has laid down some fantastic time so far, a 12.96 and a 12.98. So look for Hannah in lane 4.
Third from the right there, Hannah Jones, heat number 1 of 3. So we're away, heat number 1 of 3 here in the Women's Open 100-metre Hurdle Championship of Australia. The best one to jump there will be Baxter. Britain on the inside now, just starting to go over these hurdles. Oh, they're gliding at the moment. One more there, she's clear. Sensational racing. Hannah Jones takes it out. 13.17 on the clock. Britain not far away either. Top 2 are going to be automatic. Next 2 fastest times. We'll join them from there. That is heat number 1 of 3 in the Women's Open 100-metre Hurdle Championship of Australia.
Yeah, it was a brilliant race by Emily Britton. Got an absolute flyer out of the blocks. She was first to that first hurdle and was brilliant through the first half of her race. See, Emily in the middle lanes in the red and black top. She is brilliant out and really controlled that race through the middle. Made Hannah Jones work very hard through the middle phase of the hurdles, but Hannah's such a good technician. When she gets that lead leg snap happening, she is brilliant. And I think sometimes with these athletes, you can see the smile on Hannah's face.
Happy with that one.
It's just about getting that heat done, because it's not where the medals are handed out.
No.
But you still want to get through the hurdles unscathed. And so she'll be happy that she's got that chance now to go back to the warm-up track, talk to Sally, her Olympic gold medalist coach, and reassess for that final.
I'm sure there'll be only minor adjustments there. It was a pretty flawless effort in heat number 1 from Hannah Jones, so she's stoked with that. And you're right, you only earn medals there. You can't win them in the heats, so she'll be very happy to get through and now just sit back and see who will be joining her. We see it up on the board here. It's Hannah Jones, 13.17 to her name. Emily Britton, 13.36. And the times to look out for now, again, it's going to be the 2 fastest that go through. Tiana Skelton, who was 7th in the Sydney Track Classic, 13.77, and Sophia Sebay in 13.97. So under that 14-second marker, and you're outside of the top 2 at the moment, will probably get you through to that final, as heat number 2 is out on the track. And, geez, it's a pretty notable name here in heat number 2, Tamsin, and she's going to be running out of lane number 7, Michelle Janicki.
Yes, Michelle Janicki, she's had a fantastic season, hasn't she? The 29-year-old, the dancing hurdler, shot to prominence in the 2012 World Under-20 Championships, where she was on that start line, just doing her thing, not realising that the camera was on her.
Just trying to get psyched up, wasn't she?
Being Michelle Janicki, just being nice and relaxed, and that became famous around the world. Those visions got shot on socials everywhere, and so she's been a household name for so long, and it's just brilliant to see in these last couple of years, people are starting to realise, okay, we don't need to know her just for that hurdle jig. That dancing jig before her hurdles. She's actually a quality world-class athlete. She's an engineering do you want to say that for me? Mechatronics graduate.
Yeah, mechatronics graduate.
She's far smarter than me. She can say what her title is. There she is, going from lane 7.
On the screen, you'll see from Indonesia, Dina Aluya. She was a semi-finalist in the World Under-20s last year as well. She's in lane number 1. From Papua New Guinea, it's Adrien Managi. Nicolette Don Frio is going to go from lane number 3. Imogen Burslin in lane number 4. Amelia Brandon, lane number 5. Georgia Fetch, lane number 6. Michelle Janicki, 7. Shauna Herbst, 8. And Casey Payne at 9. So, Janicki, the one to watch.
Janicki's definitely the one to watch. She's Commonwealth Games finalist last year, where she finished 5th, and World Champs semi-finalist.
So cleanly away here, Michelle Janicki, the best to jump on the outside, and she's gliding over the hurdles here, so halfway down the straight. And one thing's for sure, it all belongs to Michelle Janicki. Just watch the clock now, can switch off, but won't. 12.94 on it there. Imogen Breslin not far away either in that second position, so we'll wait and see who goes through on the times. 12.94 unofficially on the clock there for Michelle Janicki, the class athlete this summer for Australian hurdling.
Every time Michelle Jenneke gets out onto the track these days, she just makes sub 13 seconds look so easy. That's how world-class she is these days. Look at this.
Bang.
Third from the left. She's so fast to that first hurdle. She has the most incredible hurdle technique with that lead leg snap. Look how fast she brings it down, and she brings the trail leg around also at such great speed that she's able to run off that hurdle with the forward lean, get those stride pattern exactly right so that her takeoff point for the next hurdle is perfect. And wow, she's flying.
Super impressive. That's about 80% Michelle Jenneke as well. So that's 12.9. You know what I mean? She didn't stop up before the line. She ran all the way through. Just a controlled effort. You often see once they're over and clear in that last hurdle, and switch off and no worries. But Michelle Jenneke right through the line. So probably just putting her foot down and saying, yes, I am the inform athlete this summer. Yes, you come and catch me. And the woman who's been trying to catch her all summer long goes off in the next heat, Celeste Mucci. Great story. We'll quickly go to the results here. So heat number 2. See how fast Michelle Jenneke got there officially and those times from there. So 12.93 rounded down, I believe. We'll see up here, correct? Imogen Breslin goes through in that next automatic sport, 14.03. So Managi and Donna Frio, 14.16, 14.42, will be out of those auto qualifiers. So the two of them belong to heat number 1 at the moment.
So that was Michelle's 6th sub 13 second run this year already. 6.
Just this year?
Yeah, just this year. So incredible season. I think what you want to have, especially with these 100 hurdlers having such quality in the final that's to come in a couple of hours, you want to have bragging rights. When you leave this track from the heats to the finals, you want to go back to that warm-up track with bragging rights. So when you're doing your warm-up, you're the one to watch. Yeah, you got that little swagger about you,
the
that
woman
you
in
are
the
the
arena.
one
Yeah,
to look at.
The eyes are on me. So heat number 3 on the board now. Ellen Robinson going to go out of lane number 2. Maya Pires in lane number 3. Celeste Mucci, who we mentioned, lane number 4. Abby Tadeo in lane number 5. Daniela Roman, lane number 6. 400-metre hurdle sensation. Keely Boyne, lane number 7. Alexandra Richards in lane number 8. And Tori Moss in lane number 9. So Celeste Mucci, the one to watch here in heat number 3.
Yeah, well, Daniela Roman, she's due to go off in that 400-metre hurdle final later today. So she's got a big day planned for today. Mucci, the 23-year-old, was a heptathlete. She speaks Italian. She's very superstitious. After surgery in 2020 with worn-out cartilages in her kneecap, she's moved to the hurdles very successfully.
So Mucci will be 3rd from the right on your screen. So Mucci 3rd from the right, clean to jump. Outside of her is Tadeo now as Mucci starts to get into her running. So it's Mucci, Tadeo and Romanella. They're starting to move down there. Daniela Roman not too far away. It's going to be Mucci and Tadeo. They're going to hit it cleanly. Mucci maybe on the dip. 13.57. Abby Tadeo on the outside there, and Daniela Roman will now have to wait on times. That's heat number 3 of 3 in the women's open 100-metre hurdles.
Well, that was completely different to what we saw from Jenneke the heat just before, where she really had her foot down on the pedal over the first few flights of hurdles. Celeste sort of took her time to get into that race. Abby Tadeo, great to see her back. She's had a much better run there. But, you know, I think for Celeste, she had that mindset there of just, I just want to get through this without putting too much effort in. Let's watch the 2 middle lanes, Celeste and Abby Tadeo. Abby Tadeo was great in her first steps to the hurdle. She was fast, and she's getting her middle steps down really well today. She's just floating that lead leg a little bit without that snap down. Celeste just looked totally in control of that race as well, and I think Daniela Roman's going to be pretty close to getting a qualifier out.
Well, that drive phase for Celeste was so impressive. You said she wasn't necessarily the best to start, but by hurdle number 1, she was already in front. So those first 10 metres obviously so crucial, and just had to do what she needed to do there to get through. So you mentioned the pride. It was Michelle Jenneke who's going to now walk around that warm-up track.
She's got the bragging
all
rights.
right, well, it's all eyes on Michelle Jenneke. And you mentioned, obviously, 2012 is when she shot to fame, but she's done so well this year in, as you mentioned, proving to everybody that she is a world-class athlete. She's so much more than what you see in that warm-up dance, and she's been doing it for years, to be quite frank. So if she can get a national title, she'll really turn heads. As Dave now down at the men's under-20 high jump, bar over 2 metres by the looks of it, Dave. What have we got down there?
So 204 is the height of the bar here in this high jump, and this is the first of the third attempters. It's Connor Larson of Queensland. We've got 3 men over so far. So first attempts, Alex Perrin, Western Australia, and Jordan Cox of Queensland, and Bailey Wilson, New South Wales, over on his second attempt. And Lachlan O'Keefe, the Victorian who went to the World Juniors, he's going to be next up here, and he's had a couple of big jumps early, but he's had a few issues here at 2:04. So he's about to come in for his third and final attempt to try and stay in this. Of course, we had to go off air last night before that men's high jump final, and Joel Baden started to get really busy at the end of the competition, cleared 2:32, then put the bar up to a national record of 2:37, and his third attempt seriously was very, very close indeed. So he got the win there over Brandon Stark, who looked like he had the competition in his keeping. So here comes O'Keefe. Had to go clear, and he does. So that's a good jump under pressure. So he's the nominal favourite for this competition, coming in with a 2:10. In fact, we've got a few that have been at 2:10 this season. So Ewan Halliday will be the next to go, the Queenslander. He's jumped 2:06, so certainly got the capacity to go over this 2:04. But that was amazing last night. The competition went for a while, so it was about 45 minutes after we went off air and the last track event. And there was a good crowd. Tamsin even stayed around to get excited about Joel Baden from Melbourne University, and that 2:37, seriously, his last jump was very, very close indeed. So that's a 2:32 and a 2:33 this season for Baden's impressive. So it's Walker from Tasmania, in fact, who's coming in, and he goes over.
To that plane all summer long. It was only a shoulder that clipped the bar there at 2:37, so ultra impressive last night. So let's have a look here. These are the results of number 3. Was what, dead heat or just over? No, dead heat.
Dead
so
heat.
Celeste Mucci and Abby Tadeo a dead heat. Janella Roman 13:71, so on time anyway. Roman would be in that final, I believe, but don't quote me on it. I think she just nudges out our 4th place getter in heat number 1. It's Pyrus with a 14:33, so a dead heat.
It's an interesting choice to run this hurdles for Roman, because she'd be a medal chance for the 400-metre
She'd be
hurdles.
gold medal chance.
No, Sarah Carley's got her.
I don't know. Daniela Roman was ultra impressive.
Oh, this is good. This is good.
I think Sarah Carley wins it, but Daniela Roman, don't forget, she was a sensational junior. She went away for a little bit, came back. I don't know.
Yes,
she's a competitor.
She has been away for a little bit.
Maybe she comes back and does something, but Sarah Carley always going to be hard to beat.
No, I reckon you can't go past the fact that Sarah Carley has good lead-in form and is looking the goods as we go back to this under-20 high jump.
Oof.
Nice clearance. Queenslander Halliday.
It's a 3rd attempt as well. And Dave, how many more do we have left here?
One more to come at this height 3rd attempt. This is Finn Ramanauskas of New South Wales, and he goes clear as well. So well done, gents. A few of them have kept their families, friends and coaches under immense heart palpitations. 3rd attempt clearances at 2:04. So now the bar will go up. And can you can see me here. I'm just going to come in and show you actually how high we are here. So what's the bar going up to? 2:08. So I'm 194. They've got to jump up here. Seriously, that's 2:08. So if the bar's at 2:37, it's up there.
Oh dear.
That is ridiculous, isn't it? Anyway, 2:08
totally
it's going up to.
That is so high.
2:37 is just mind-boggling.
Mind-boggling,
Mind-boggling.
it is. You know what? If you are home, I know it's a good trick to do. Just go near the wall, find a tape measure, put a little bit of blue tack at that spot, and then walk back and see if you can even imagine trying to get yourself over that height.
Just ridiculous.
Yep.
And the other cool thing about what Joel did last night is the Australian record's 2:36. So he went, you know what? I want the whole thing.
Yep, straight over the top.
Just missed it there. Hey, men's 110-metre hurdles at the top of the straight now. It's heat number 1 of 2. Top 3 automatic, next 2 fastest times. Jeremy Shummer, Victoria, out of lane number 2. Joshua Watson, New South Wales, number 3. Taylor Willis, lane at number 4. Joshua Hawkins, lane number 5. Lachlan Lamb, lane number 6. Nicholas Andrews, lane number 7. Thomas Paljaka, lane number 8. And Jasha Costa in lane number 9. And it's almost the the current and the future in this race.
I mean, our World Junior athletes last year did incredible. One of them is in this race, Taylor Willis, who was 5th in those World Under-20s. Watch out for Joshua Hawkins, the New Zealand champion, but Nicholas Andrews, he will get away well.
So Willis, 3rd from the right.
Sorry, had my hands full last call.
Sorry.
Oh.
So we'll come back here. Second time of asking. Heat 1 of 2.
Well, from the naked eye, they all looked fine. So hopefully it's just a green card. But there were some great starts from that, but it didn't look like they went too early. Yeah, no, I mean, the middle of the field looked like they reacted really well to that gun. So fingers crossed, no one's under that illegal limit.
It's a green. Which
Perfect.
Is good news.
That's what we want to see. I thought there was just some great reactions there. Anyway, they have to go back, reset, take a deep breath. Let's go for take 2.
So make that take 3.
Yep, well, yes, take 3 now. They, a little bit of unsteadiness. Something wrong with the starting equipment. They're having a chat there.
So you could cut the tension with a knife here in the stadium at the moment.
Well, 110-metre hurdles is nerve-wracking at the best of time. They're getting down to their blocks and they look up and they can see probably not the whole 10 flights of hurdles, but that first one in particular, that super high first hurdles that they're going to get from stationary position to getting over the top of at speed. It's a daunting prospect that's in front of them, but these guys have trained very hard. They know exactly what's required of them. Pop straight up from the blocks rather than the drive phase of a sprint. Sight that first hurdle.
It was interesting to see there. Nick Andrews walked out and visualised his first hurdle. Everybody else behind the blocks. Andrews proactive, and if you're joining us from Taylor Willis's 620,000 TikTok followers, your king is about to run.
Okay, that was Hawkins, the New Zealander.
Yeah.
That, but there, it looks to be quite a lot of problems happening down there at the start. So
it must be a noise.
They held it for
a
a really long time. So fingers crossed that'll be another green, because it almost looked like he just fell out there. So fingers crossed. There's just some technical issues happening down there with the starter, just making it a little bit more difficult for these athletes to handle those nerves, just adding to it for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the intensity that you're sitting there going, come on, let's get this thing moving.
Well, Nick Andrews will be good under this pressure. He's done a lot of training overseas with the Phoenix Track Club. He has a really fast 100-metre personal best of 10:32 from 2017. So could be a sprinter in his own right. Just an incredible talent, can run a great 200 as well. And he's grounding into some great form, but just electric out of those blocks.
A good indoor season as well, Nick Andrews. The heat won't bother him down there in Phoenix.
No, so 3rd from the left, Nicholas Andrews of New South Wales.
4th time now.
That's just ridiculous.
It's got to be the guy. It's got to be the guy.
Yeah, no, that's ridiculous. They're having problems there, but Nick Andrews, I mean, you can't hold. So anyone at home who hasn't come out of blocks, get into that start position and lean forward over your front shoulders.
Weight,
yep, all your weight over. You know, because everyone wants to sit back in the blocks, but you have to lean yourself forward to get yourself into that right position, and then you go and put your bottom up into that set position. you actually can't hold it for long. If you're coaching school kids and they're doing it for the first time, the first thing they often say to you is, this really hurts.
Yeah. Well, my fingers don't feel good.
It does hurt, because what you're trying to do is get yourself into that perfect position to push yourself off those blocks into extreme speed. And so doing that, you just actually can't hold yourself there for that long. So no matter what happened then, that was the starting fault.
Definitely. And look, they're testing the gun here as well. I'm not sure if you can hear it on the stream, but there's 5 officials crowded around the starting gun, currently just trying to work out the technology of it. And this is what I find quite interesting, the psychology now of these athletes and how they deal with 5 times trying to start this race.
Yeah, I feel like there's a joke in that. How many starters does it take to fix the gun?
1, 2, 3. Might need a few more down there. We got 4 there you can see on screen.
Let's see if they can do it.
So have a look at the psyche. Nick Andrews, you see in the black, Taylor Willis in the blue. Now, his season's been a bit interrupted, Willis. He was meant to be at a few of those track classics. Obviously had a bit of a niggle, decided against it.
Yeah, but
Didn't go to the state champs either.
No, but then he came out and ran that amazing time on the weekend. So he's rocking and rolling. He is ready to go. And he's had that top-end experience at a World Junior Championships. And, I mean, it doesn't come any more nerve-wracking than that when you're on a lineup in a final at a World Championship level event. So Taylor will be fine. He'll be right. Coached by Peter Benefer there in Ringwood track in Victoria. So fabulous talent coming through.
And a long-time coach as well. They've been together since his very, very start of his career. So 6th time of asking here. Heat 1 of 2. Six times the charm here. It's Willis on the inside, Andrews on the outside, jumping well. So Willis steps up to the opens for the first time. Next to him there is New Zealand champion Hawkins. Hawkins rivals Willis. Andrew on the outside. Oh, it's going to be close. 13.91 unofficially. It might have been the New Zealander in the middle to get it. Willis not far away. Andrews as well. He loves it. The big man Hawkins. And after 6 times, the race is over.
Well, I think they'd be just happy to get that one done. But Taylor Willis collected nearly every single hurdle on the way through. It was completely crazy what happened to Taylor. Look at Taylor. His first hurdle. Hits that one.
No, that one.
Clobbers this one. Unbelievable. Oh, destruction. I have no idea how he managed to stay on his feet. These 3 athletes were well clear. So Nicholas Andrews was just on cruise control that whole way because he had that experience after all those starts. He knew, I just need to get top 3. Lanes don't matter as much on the straight. So he just got the job done. Whereas Taylor, I have no idea how Willis stayed on his feet then, but I'm really glad that he did.
He's tough, Taylor Willis. First time stepping up to the opens. Hey, turns out 4 officials are needed to fix it. We only need 1 commentator to tell us what's wrong with it. Dave, what's happening down there?
Well, there's been an equipment malfunction. That's pretty much what's happened. I can tell you there's a little bit of a tailwind and headwind as I walk down here. But no, they weren't quite sure about the cable. Wasn't quite picking it up. So the gun was being blown, but it wasn't actually recording. So they've brought out a spare unit, which they haven't actually put in just yet. But it is on standby just in case. So rare that happens, but of course it is electronic. So what we've called for is Michelle Jenica to come back because she's that mechatronics expert. So hopefully she can come back out here and fix it.
Says it the first time too,
don't we feel silly now? So have a look at this. So it's the top 3 that go through automatically. You mentioned Nick Andrews on cruise control. He didn't have to do too much once he got over that last hurdle. 13.90 for Hawkins, 13.96 for Willis, and 14.04 for Nick Andrews. So it's going to be a star-studded final as we turn our attention, hopefully, to 1 start here in Heat 2 of 2. A big shout-out to the officials, though, for resolving that problem. I know it can be frustrating for them as well. Obviously, they want it to work well, so good on them for pushing through. Heat number 2, it's another story of a future generational star, potentially, now stepping up to the opens.
Well, there's 2 juniors in this one to watch. Austin Little from New South Wales goes from lane 9 on the outside. You can see him there. And lane 5, Mitchell Lightfoot, the finalist at the World Juniors, also 19 years of age. He finished 4th in that final, just off the podium. What an incredible effort.
Huge.
And he stepped up to these senior ranks of 110 hurdles in great fashion. So he's one to watch getting through to that final. But you can't go past the star of the season. The absolute star of this domestic season. Jacob McCrory has just been brilliant. Since he moved back to New South Wales, he's getting coached by Alex Stewart. Alex Stewart, you think coaching hurdles? I know. He's usually a jumps coach, right? But it's worked really well. Jacob was with Sally, so he learned his craft up there and got better and became a much better athlete. And he's come back to Alex, back to his hometown, and he's doing so well. His first 4 races of the season were personal bests.
So he's just gone from 1 to the 1 to the 1 to the 1.
And he's 25 years of age, and it just looks like he is hitting that sweet spot.
A lot to be said about going back where your heart is, and maybe just being in that home environment for him just works so well. We see it often with athletes who go back home and settle back into a rhythm. So McCrory going to be on that outside shoulder of Lightfoot, so he'll get the benefit of that senior experience, in-form athlete just running right next to him. And as you mentioned, Little on the outside too in lane number 9.
The thing I like about Jacob is the fact that he was willing to go to Queensland to further his craft. Athletes like that just want to get better. Same with Nicholas Andrews in that first heat that's gone to America. You know that they really want this.
So a lot talk about it. Not many willing. McCrory now. On the outside of Lightfoot, 5 and 6. So first time away cleanly, McCrory good on the inside there. Little now starting to push on the outside. So it's going to be the former junior in Lightfoot. Just goes right up on the shoulder there of McCrory. He's been so good all season. He's even better in the heats, McCrory. Dips there. 13.88 unofficially. So it's McCrory, Lightfoot. A little bit wider was Little. So the young'uns rising up here in the senior ranks. Those 3 will go through automatically. Heat number 2 of 2.
Yeah, no, they are rising up. You're right. Now, Mitchell Lightfoot ran a really mature race then. It's the first 3 through. He was pushing Jacob McCrory the whole way. But what he did was when he hit that 8th hurdle, he was able to then realise, I might just pull back the pace a little bit here, make sure I stay on my feet. You can see it here. Yeah. Jacob McCrory looks like he's well within himself and still runs a sub-14 second run, which is brilliant. But look at Lightfoot.
Ultra impressive, isn't he?
He hits the hurdle, and then what he does is he realises, okay, I've lost a little bit of momentum here. I need to make sure I clear this next hurdle. I'm just going to pull back on that throttle a little bit, and then holds himself up and gets through the race to make sure that he's safe for the final. Because it's
smart.
another race,
exactly
right? So that was good. I liked what he did there, but that was a great run from the youngster. And I think, you know, from looking at that, Jacob was just in control the whole way. He was just wanting to make sure he got the job done, goes back to the warm-up track, takes it easy. It's hot. You don't want to put too much effort out here in the first round.
Exactly
it's all about that final. Nobody will look back and go, who won the heat, though?
Oh, but it was McCrory in the heat. They don't care. All they want to see is the big dance in the final. So ultra impressive, you mentioned, from the juniors. We're going to have 3 of them step up now into that final. Jacob McCrory, 13.87. Mitchie Lightfoot, 14.05. So just outside, he's 5th place getter in the World Juniors of Taylor Willis. And Austin Little gets that 3rd spot in 14.40. So we'll wait to see who joins them in the final. It's the next 2 fastest times that'll be there. And we will take a quick break here at the track. Don't go anywhere. Trust me, you won't want to miss what's coming up.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
If he is, I'm just asking Sam now, if he is,
So we're back here. These are our high jumpers. They want us on board here, Dave. How's it progressing?
Third attempt at 2:08 we're up to, and we've just got a couple of jumpers to come. This is Cox from Queensland, so he's a miss. You recall earlier that Lachlan O'Keefe, the World Junior rep from Victoria, had a third attempt at 2:04. Well, he sailed over 2:08 on his first jump. And Alex Perrin from Western Australia also cleared, but on his third attempt. And we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 others that have gone out. So Brett Walker of New Zealand, Bailey Wilson of New South Wales, Ewan Holiday of Queensland, Ramanauskas of New South Wales, and Cox of Queensland. So the bar's now going up to a even more severe 2:12. Just a little check to see exactly how high that is. All the way up there. Officials have described it as being lovely. Not sure the athletes will agree with that, but I'll tell you what, in terms of a measurement, absolutely spot on.
It's all happening down there.
So I've got 2 left. 2 competitors left here. So it'll be O'Keefe the first to go. He's currently in the lead then on the count back, because they'll go back to the previous height where Perrin cleared it on his third attempt. So 2:12 jumping for the under-20 Championship of Australia. You can see the 2 men walking back to their marks. It's the Victorian and the Western Australian. Not that tall is Lockie O'Keefe compared to Perrin, who's got at least 5 or 6 centimetres on him on height, you would think. So this would be season's best for both of them, coming in with bests of 2 metres 10 apiece. So these are the 2 best athletes on form over the summer. Not too far away from the 200 first round as O'Keefe brings the bar down. So as you know, in the field events, if you're into this, I know Mitch, you've worked it out after watching the pole vault the other night. Now the door's open for Perrin to move back into the lead, but he's got to get it on this first attempt. And then if O'Keefe misses on his second attempt, the door will remain open. So there's a bit of an advantage in jumping second here if the first person misses. Of course, if you're the first person, you can put pressure on the other athlete by clearing it. So Perrin, this will move him back into the lead. So the bar comes down as well. So they'll have 2 more attempts each at this height of 2:12 in the under-20 high jump.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dave. I actually had a very long conversation with Mark Stewart this morning just to learn about everything pole vault and count back related. So I'm well and truly across it now. As we look at the screen, it's our women's 200 metre para championship of Australia. Out of lane number 2 is going to be Danielle Atchison. Number 3, Anna Stevens. Lane number 4, Kiera Post. Lane number 5, Ella Azura Party. Lane at number 6, Melly Lavelle. Lane number 7, Rhiannon Clark. Lane at number 8 will be Lucia Bruce Gilchrist. And lane number 9 will be Akeisha Snowden.
Well, a few of these athletes have participated in a few events so far over these national championships. We saw a fabulous 100 metres ambulance race yesterday afternoon where Rhiannon Clark would have been very happy with her turnaround from the Brisbane Track Classic to that race. She ran beautifully. And Ella Party, of course, the Western Australian, great character, part of a couple of Paralympic teams. Bronze in the Rio Olympics in that 4x100. As a youngster, started off in ice skating and basketball and swimming and horse riding. She's just such a go-getter. And if anyone's ever spent any time with Ella, you can't help but walk away with a big smile on your face. She's infectious, that enthusiasm that she has. So she's wonderful to watch running as well. When she gets up and running, she has a beautiful leg stride and runs off that ground very well. Now, Ella and Rhiannon have raced against each other quite a lot of times, including in Birmingham last year, where Rhiannon walked away with the bronze medal in those Commonwealth Games to go with her silver medal from when she was 15 years of age and burst onto the scene in front of a adoring home crowd that was so captured by her and her beautiful smile after the race, where she was shocked to win that silver medal, but did that victory lap with Isis Holt so well.
So plenty of star power here in the Women's Para 200 metre Championship of Australia. Away cleanly here. One of the best to jump was Post from South Australia on the outside, starting to move around the bend is Party, though, getting into the running very smoothly. A little wider than that is Clark. So we mentioned her a lot before the race as she whips into the home straight. Now it is all Clark. Just starts to pump the arms and extend away. So it's almost a battle between her and the clock at the moment. It's Party on the inside, Clark on the outside. Oh, she's running too good on the outside there. It will be Clark. Party not too far away. So too is going to be Snowden. As we see Lucia Bruce-Gilchrist now coming down with 30 metres to go from New South Wales. It's Bruce-Gilchrist, 10 metres left in it. And a sensational effort here in our Women's Open Para 200 metre Championship of Australia. And Rhiannon Clark against the clock. Beats it once again.
Great job there by Bruce Gilchrist to use those arms so strongly to finish off that 200 metre race. Now, it's one of those races where you can't just rely on who crosses the line first, because they have to then go back and do the mathematics around the classifications. But let's focus on Rhiannon Clark for a little bit. That time, 27:11.
Blistering.
That is motoring, and pretty sure she came across that line with a big smile on her face because she looked at that clock and she was happy with that. Let's go down to Dave and see what's happening in these final jumps down there.
Third attempts for both athletes here, so O'Keefe on his way now. Final attempt at 2:12 and gave it just a little bit of a tickle with the shoulder and then the backside, so the bar comes down. I have to tell you that the Western Australian went very close on his second attempt, so Alex Perrin will have one jump remaining. Goes over to O'Keefe and shakes the hand. Tell you what, if that was me, I would have gone over, shaken the hand and said, now watch this. So here we go. Going back. So just final instructions from the coach. Gone back to the fence. And now finds the mark. So this for the win. Simple equation. Clears, he's the champion. Oh, hit it on the way up. So not to be. So it'll be Lachlan O'Keefe who takes the gold medal here ahead of Alex Perrin. And in third place, well, that needs an abacus because there's a few over at 2:04.
He's showing the age.
So we go back to the previous height. I'm going to let the officials work this out because there's a few over at 2:04. I think it might be Jordan Cox who cleared 2:04 on his first attempt. Helen Roberts knows what's going on. So that's a third place sorted out. So my abacus, which I carry with me, just for difficult mathematical equations. And that has confirmed that O'Keefe the winner from Perrin and Cox in the men's under 20 high jump. The long jump's not too far away from starting the women's long jump. So I'm just going to go and get a deck chair and a refreshment. And I'm going to take up a position there and watch one of our feature events.
Well, that's Dave's happy place, isn't it? Just sitting in a deck chair watching the long jump. It's a final now here of the men's 200 metre para event. And Tamsin, we've been talking off air. There's a few characters in this race. We'll go through them though. Liam Wyatt out of lane number 2, Gabrielle Wilson number 3, Alexander McKillop lane number 4, Nathan Jason lane number 5, Lindsay Hendy lane number 6, Alberto Campbell from Jamaica lane number 7, Leighton Lloyd in number 8, and the young fella from Victoria, Anthony Jordan in lane number 9. Plenty on here though, Tamsin.
There's plenty on for sure. Now, Alberto Campbell is definitely one of those people you're talking about as a character, but honestly, you can see him there with the pink sleeves. He always comes out with something that allows us to be able to...
Easy to pick.
He stands out. He's so easy to pick out. Sometimes it's the bright headband, but there's quality left, right and centre in this field. There's a lot to look for, but Alberto will certainly be one coming from lane 7. He represents Jamaica on the international stage. Anthony Jordan has great 100-metre speed, the youngster from Victoria, so look for him to take this field out well. I think we're going to have some fast times, but Lindsay Hendy, the Townsville athlete, he'll be looking to get a good run under his belt as well.
So behind the blocks here. So we're away cleanly. Campbell pulls up, unfortunately, there. On the inside of him, though, was Hendy, who's got off to a flying start in the middle of the track. Wider than that is the young fella in Anthony Jordan. So the 17-year-old rounds the bend first. Not far away is Lindsay Hendy of Queensland. It's Hendy. It's Jordan on the outside. Hendy starts to stream away. Jordan not done with yet. I think it'll be Hendy. It is. Lindsay Hendy takes it 23.63 unofficially on the clock. We'll wait for the points to see who claims the medal. And unfortunately, we lose Alberto Campbell at the start of the race, but Hendy takes it out.
I'm trying to check if Alberto's okay. It looks like he's walking gingerly back around the 200-metre mark.
Well, it was
so
straight out of the blocks,
yeah,
so I don't know whether he's
that sometimes suggests that something's twinged, hasn't it? But that race was very, very fast. Is this a fast track or are our athletes just in shape? Because that was impressive.
It's the shape thing. It's got to be they're in shape. They just look so good, both of them coming out of the bend. Ultra impressive. Anthony Jordan as well.
I think there's going to be some super quick times, some happy men. You see Anthony Jordan giving a bit of a fist pump there, and Hendy looks happy as well. Look at them, great friends off the track as well. Now, Hendy just had a little bit more maturity coming home in that last 50 metres, but Anthony Jordan, great technique around the bend with nobody to side. He had to run his own race. He would have felt the others coming through the inside, which is really nerve-wracking when you have that outside lane. He's still super young. You know, he went to those Commonwealth Games last year where he had a great experience, ran that heat, and that's all about learning for him, and he's taken that experience into this domestic season, and what we're seeing is that ability to relax under pressure. When Hendy came through him with about 50, 60 metres to go, there was no tension. He stayed relaxed. His coach, Tony Marsh, will be really happy with that form that he showed, and he's been rewarded with a super fast time. So well done to all athletes. I think there's going to be some personal bests from that.
It's safe to say a mature head on those young shoulders there from Anthony Jordan, so he'll be stoked with that, and some blistering times. So a man from Jamaica, Alberto Campbell, still over there at the bend, so let's just hope it's nothing too serious. The officials are around him now. We'll get these times up on the board soon, I'm sure, but what a performance there from Lindsay Hendy, as you mentioned. And flashing up on your screen now will be our discus start list, the women's open event. Plenty going on here as well. It's Azaria Tula, Hannah Edwards, Natalia Rankin-Shatar, Chelsea Wayne, Marley Rekawasa, Taryn, he's not making it easy for me, Taryn Golshenki, Ashlyn Blackstock. Golsheski. Thank you, Tam. This is why I need you here.
No, well, it's just I've watched her for so long. She's such a star. But she does have a hard name to say.
I know, some of them really get me there. So it's a 10-woman field. Sally Shawkey is going to round it out there. They're just going through their warm-up throws at the moment.
Well, Golsheski's definitely one to watch. 29 years of age, defending champion. Oh, she's got a journey that she could put a book out, because seriously, she was going so well.
Hey, give us a tale.
No, this one's get your tissues, because she was going so darn well, and then she was playing footy, and in a footy match and shattered her leg bone, broke her leg, and was bedridden for 2.5 weeks and on crutches for 8 weeks. And so it's just an incredible story of resilience that she's been able to have that 6-month rebuild, couldn't throw till the 8-month mark from that. And then she came out last year and she came 4th in the Commonwealth Games. Can you believe, Mitch? After that, she's come 4th, and
to come over
so
the top
desperate,
of that.
Not only to get her to the World Champs again this year, but to get her to Paris Olympics next year would be just such a turnaround of tales of woe to success. But the other one to watch has to be Jade Lally, the Great Britain athlete who lives here in Queensland, bronze in the 2014 Commonwealth Games and silver. They wrote her off, the Great Brits. They thought she was done, and she became a mother, and they thought she lost all her funding. And she said, no, I'm not done yet.
Yeah.
And she came back out and she won that silver medal in such incredible fashion at the Commonwealth Games last year. She's 36 years of age, mum to little Nyla. Her boyfriend's actually an Australian soldier, so hence she lives here in Queensland. We love that she lives here. We'd love to see her in the green and gold, but she still represents Great Britain.
We could try and get her across. Hey, we wouldn't write you off, Australians. We'd rally behind you and back you in all the way. Yeah, you're more than welcome anytime if we can sort of swing that one across.
Now, we've had such great success in the women's discus with Danny Stevens being such a stalwart of that event. It's weird having a discus at a national championships without Danny, but
Not
she,
seeing that
of
name
course,
on the
I
board.
bet you she is watching from home. A new mum also, and such a wonderful mentor to athletes coming through, role model for athletes throughout her career, and just a brilliant person off that track, but so successful.
So plenty happening in our field of 10 out there in the women's discus. You can see now on your screen, going through their warm-ups, is the women's 200 metres. So they'll back up within about 2 hours for the final. So it's a very quick adjustment for them if they need to be made. You'll see it here. Heat number 1 on the screen. Out of lane number 1, it's going to be Natalie Otway. Lane number 2, Bronte Carroll. Lane number 3, Christy Edwards. Lane at number 4, Francesca McDonald. Number 5, Tierney Dunn. Lane number 6, Ella Connolly. Lane number 7, Jessie Andrew. Backing up from yesterday. Lane at number 8, Genevieve Cowie. And rounding it out in lane number 9, Jessica Payne.
Okay, well, here we go.
Here in heat number 1, Tamsin.
This is pretty impressive. Now, Ella Connolly, she's rested herself for this one. Lane 6. The Queenslander, the defending champion in this event.
So she's obviously putting all the eggs in the basket here of the 200.
Well, she is an athlete to watch for sure. She's not only just a good 100, 200 runner, she's been a brilliant junior over the 400 where she was 4th at those World Under-20s in 2018. So I think 200 metres is her event at the moment. She was 6th in the final of those Commonwealth Games last year, which was just an incredible effort to make the final and a great final run as well. So I think she is going to be absolutely fantastic, the one to watch. Don't discount Christy Edwards, who's been coming good all throughout this domestic season. She's been a fantastic junior and she's stepped into these senior ranks with such success, and this is a year where I think we're going to see her personal best shattered as well. Jessie Andrews, the 400-metre champion, stepping down with a big smile on her face after that huge PB and a gold medal put around her neck after that great run. And Jess Payne, look for her to go out very fast on the outside lane.
So it looks like Jessie Andrew may have scratched here.
Well, that's understandable because I don't think she would have got much sleep.
It was a big performance last night, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, and also, you know, John Nicolosi, her coach, would have had, you know, he's had his ups and downs of yesterday. Mia Gross, before she went out to run that semi-final, she did have sore hamstrings. So if Jessie's pulled up even the little tiniest bit sore, I think John Nicolosi's going to be a bit gun-shy and be like, okay, just rest because you are in shape.
Maybe bring this one back. You've already got a national title.
Yep, for sure. For sure.
So it'll be the top 2 that go through automatically. The next 2 fastest times spread across these 3 heats will join them from there. So we're without Jessie Andrew, we mentioned. So that leaves a gap between Genevieve Cowie and Ella Connolly. So a good start there from Connolly in the middle of the track. A little bit further out from that is going to be Cowie, but it's all Connolly here as she goes through the motions. Christy Edwards not far away either, the Queenslander. So as they round the bend, it's Ella Connolly at the widest on the track. Jessica Payne now getting into the running. But one thing's for sure, Ella Connolly's going to take it out here. Heat number 1 of 3 will belong to Connolly. Kirsty Edwards there in 2nd position. It's a sensational racing from the Queenslander, 23.08 unofficially on the clock there. We'll wait for that to be adjusted, but Ella Connolly goes through heat number 1.
Well, I think that would have been really hard for Ella having to watch the hundreds, like the heats, and then yesterday the semi-final and the final. Look at her here. She looks fresh. She looks ready to go. This is her event, you know, and she won't be wanting to relinquish that crown that she has worked very hard to get last year, and the way that she performed wearing the green and gold in this event. She owns it at the moment. We're going to see another athlete who will probably feel like she owns it as well in Riley Day coming up, but that was just a fantastic heat run. Now she's going to have to go back to the warm-up track, take a little bit of time, walk out some of that lactic acid because that was an incredibly fast heat run, and also good by Edwards there, who's been having a great domestic season as well. And in 3rd place, Bronte Carroll from New South Wales was also had a very good run.
So a season's best
we have Bruce McAvaney next to us, who, of
Right
course,
next
knows
to
all
us.
the stats, and he is telling us that that was a season's best by Ella Connolly, and a season's best in a heat of a national championships.
And
where
looking
she's
that good as well. Not looking like you're actually exerting yourself all that much. So
I think Bruce is pretty excited about this final, if that's something to go by, because we could see a sub 23 second, and not just a little bit under 23 seconds. It could be quite fast, this final. So we've still got another 2 preliminaries of this 200 metres to go. So we don't know who's in the final up against Ella, but we do know one thing for sure, and that is that Ella is ready to rock and roll in that final.
So it'll be a battle no matter what. It's heat number 2 now.
Yeah, heat number 2, we've got who we just mentioned, Riley Day, the Bow Desert athlete who, at the age of 9, her mum entered her in the Little Laths competition, and she goes from lane number 4.
So Day in 4. Pereira in 5. So good start from Dane Pereira in the middle of the track, the 100-metre champion on the outside of Riley Day there. So Pereira, gee, she looks good coming around the bend here, just trying to extend away and exert some authority. Not far away either is going to be Summerfield on the outside. So Pereira in the middle of the track, Day in a battle there for second position. Summerfield a little bit wider in third, but these two should do enough to take it, and do. 22.89 unofficially on the clock there for Pereira. So sensational racing here in the heats.
Wow.
22.89 unofficially. We'll wait for the official time. Oh my goodness.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Pereira has just smashed her national record and run very, very fast. Isn't she having a great time in Australia? That was just a brilliant run. Look how quickly she went around that bend. Did she even run in the 100 metres late yesterday? Because she does not look tired at all. Let's focus on Riley Day for a little bit. Now, poor Riley, she had an injury-ridden 2022 after such a fabulous 2021, which saw her just miss that Olympic final. But she is back, and even though she's had some injuries and she's just trying to get some race hardness into her legs, it's fabulous to see her attack that race, and she held on really well from a very fast finishing, which you'll be happy about this, Bruce. South Australian Starlin, who has been running so well domestically down there in Adelaide.
Yeah, she made the final, Tamsin, of the 100 I see last night.
Yeah.
And we're off to the long jump, I think. But no, that was some great sprinting there, and can't wait to see what Lewis is going to run in the next one, is she?
Let's see, I've got this next one. Yes, Tori's running from lane 7. Let's make sure she's out there. She's an 18-year-old, though, so surely she's bounced back from a fabulous 100 metres, feeling pretty good. And I think for Tori, the 200 metres, even though that 100 metres was incredible for her to take her first National Open title, I think for her that the 200 metres possibly is her event at the moment. She's another athlete like Ella Connolly, who has that ability to run a good 400 metres as well. So I think our 4x400 looks quite good, as well as our 4x100, as long as they're split across the program far enough that they can do both. But Tori, definitely the one to watch. But we've got Bree Masters as well, who's been running fabulously. This is a tougher ask. Let's just see if Bree's there.
So we'll see who rounds it out here. There is a lane missing. I believe it is Bree Masters.
Carla Bull, another one to watch. She's been having a great season as well.
So Lewis away cleanly. She's third from the outside, missing Bree Masters, and Bull picks up the stagger. So it is going to be Lewis wider than that. Bull now starting to get into the running. On the shoulder of Lewis is Hayley Reynolds, but it is going to be all Tori Lewis at the moment. Continues to stretch away, coming up on the inside, Carla Bull. So it's Lewis and Bull with 30 metres to go. These will be your 2 automatics. Watch the clock. 23.52 unofficially, so does enough. Tori Lewis backs up from yesterday. And Carla Bull on the inside. That is heat number 3 of 3 in the women's 200 metres.
Well, that was a fabulous backup from Tori Lewis. You could tell that she really didn't want to go any faster, and she was switching it off so much. But Carla Bull from Queensland, stall gift champion from 2022. She has been having an incredible season, the Brett Robinson coached athlete. Now watch here where Carla Bull starts to put some pressure on Tori, who's really switching off and trying to relax. She has to re-accelerate, which would have been frustrating for Tori, but she wanted to get away with the win so that in this event she gets a good lane for that final. But we know the credentials that Tori's going to bring into that final. But Carla Bull is also bringing some great credentials into that final. She's moved to be coached by Brett Robinson. She's a physio student. She was the one at Stall who lost her voice and could hardly speak to Richo on the sidelines, but brilliant runner, and she's run a personal best in the 200 metres already this season. But let's head down to Dave Colbert, who is having a fabulous time down there near the sand.
I've got actually an office down here at the moment. I've got my own desk, and I've got drinks, and food is on its way. So pretty happy situation to be. I tell you who aren't all that happy, that's the long jumpers, because there's a little headwind that's popped up, and it's causing a little bit of havoc in this first round. Tamisha Clark opened with a 5.77. Then we had 3 fouls in a row. Katie Gunn 5.83, and then a jump then from Elisa Lowe, which I actually just missed the distance, so I'll see if I can get that for you. But Brooke Bushkull's the next athlete to come. Of course, what an athlete, hey? Won 4 national titles, twice an Olympic top 8, 2 Commonwealth silvers, 3 World Championship finals, and of course that national record is 7.13. Sam Dale's the defending champion. She's had a great season, Sam. These two have had a really good battle. So just waiting for the win. It's not easy. So in she comes, opening attempt for Bushkull. Actually shortened the run up a little bit over the last month or so. She has had historically a very long run up that's involved a lot of hops, skips and stutter steps at the start. So she's simplified that a fraction, but that's a good jump. Get the foot on the board. So just wait for the distance here. 6.61, so that's a good opening jump from Brooke Bushkull, and that gives Sam Dale something to think about.
Okay, Dave's having far too much fun down there.
How's he got food and an office down there? I don't understand. The only man in track and field that could get food and an office down there, Dave Colbert. He works wonders, doesn't he? So women's 200 here. Heat number 1. So Ella Connolly took that out. We mentioned Christy Edwards, 23.45 in seconds. So it's the times we're looking for. 23.87 for Carroll, 23.98 for Payne through heat number 1. And we mentioned Ella Connolly, just ultra impressive. That will be a season's best, that 23.07. Under that 23.12 she'd set last month. And what we're really interested in to see if there was a national record potentially for Pereira, 22.89.
Look at the wind. Perfect wind now. Starlin is 23.34, so she's safe in that position. And Summerfield from New Zealand, is 23.51. So both of those athletes have pushed themselves into those 2 little qualifying positions.
So heat number 2 at the moment, the fastest of them all, and led by Pereira. You mentioned didn't even look like she'd run. So
huge
PB as well.
Yeah, huge PB from Starlin. You know, she came out and she ran that race in, and she's going to be fine. Starlin's going to be fine. She's going to be straight through to that final. She's rewarded for such a great season that she's had. She came out in the ACT and ran times that shocked even her because they were massive cut-offs, her personal best. And I think for an athlete, sometimes when you do that, you just need reassurance that it wasn't a dream. And so to come out here and then go out and do a personal best like that, when it's the pinch me moment when it counts. Heat of a championships, which is for her. This is like an Olympics for her, because this is a big moment, stepping up against the athletes that you would have looked up to only last year, and now you're rubbing shoulders with them in call rooms and going out to that final. So that's an incredible effort for the young 19-year-old from South Australia.
So when your idols become your rivals.
Summerfield will be the other athlete, the New Zealander, who will make it through to that final.
So we've got them down there. Dave Colbert down on the runway.
So Sam Dale next on the runway here for her first attempt. She'll be the last jumper of the 10 women in the final here. And looks like she's got a little tailwind because she's pretty keen to get on with it. Just standing now, and windsock just in front of her, just fluttering around. So here she comes, opening attempt for the defending champion. Rolls the shoulders and just off the back of the board. So you can see what's happening with that wind makes life a little tricky. Talked about Brooke Bushkull's 4 national titles. Nicole Boagman, Mitch, I reckon it's a name you know now because you copped a little bit of heat for your top 100 athletes for leaving Nicole out. 9-time national champion. Bronwyn Thompson won 5 of these as well, of course. 4th in that Olympic Games in Athens, where she was beaten by 3 confirmed drug cheats. Should be the Olympic champion from Athens. Some quality athletes. So 5.95 for Dale. So Bushkill leads 6:61 opening round of the women's long jump.
We see, you're right, Dave, I did cop a bit of backlash for that one, but which is very valid and fair. It shows the athletics community is up and about and cares, which I love. So it is heat number 1 of 3 here in the men's open 200 metres. It's top 2 automatically through. The next 2 fastest times will be joining them. And I feel like we've been saying this a lot in the sprints. It's really the future stars now starting to step up in this open ranks. You cannot look any further than Aiden Murphy in lane number 3.
No, well, another South Australian. So the South Aussies are going so great with their sprinting stocks at the moment. Aiden Murphy, another 19-year-old. Of course, his mother, Tanya Van Heer, was such an incredible athlete for Australia, and he is just following in her footsteps. He's the Australian under-20 record holder with that 20.44. He's the defending champion already of this open race. He's coached by an Olympian, Peter Fitzgerald, and he will be wanting to defend that title. But he won't have it all his own way. There's Jake Doran, who I think the 200 will really suit him.
I agree.
I think at the age of, as such a successful junior, and he's done pretty well in his 100 metres. He won that 100-metre national championships last year, and I think ran really well last night. But I think that longer distance for the Townsville athlete, Jake Doran, this will be an event for him in the future. And then lane 9, is he there? Yes! Daruv Rodriguez-Chico, the silver medalist from that 100 metres, and this event is probably more suited to him, so look out.
Well, Drew's won more state Victorian 200 metre titles than I've had hot dinners. So watch out for him in the outside lane. Aiden Murphy hit it really clean. Mitch O'Neill on the outside of him, and widest on the track is going to be Drew Rodriguez-Chico. Jake Doran in the all blue silks, just starting to extend away a little bit here in the middle of the track. It's Rodriguez-Chico on the outside. Murphy got a little bit of work to do. Doran starting to tighten up. Only 2 are going to go. It's Murphy on the inside, Doran on the outside. Oh boy, 20.87 unofficially. And Jake Doran might have just done enough on the inside there. We'll wait and see officially. You don't want to call it too soon. Aiden Murphy came home like a steam train. Had a bit of work to do there, Tamsin.
Wow. I mean, that was just an incredible heat run. And this heat was loaded. So you could see that the 2 athletes who are the non-automatic qualifiers do come through from here. Daruv gave him so much work to do. The athlete on the outside, I think he had 2 hours sleep after that great final run in the 100 last night, and he just looked a little bit fatigued in lane 9. He probably needed to sight some athletes, so he could have been a bit more in the mix. He had to work pretty hard in that last 30 metres, so he's going to have to wait and see. But Jake Doran, I think, got that win, and then Aiden Murphy has come through just to get in front of the New South Wales athlete, Mitchell O'Neill, who's had an absolutely fabulous run.
He's been tremendous, Mitchell O'Neill. He was in that 100 as well, had to qualify himself into it. I'm just going to wait for these to pop up, but you will not believe how close this top 4 is, including the silver medalist from yesterday's 100 metres, Drew Rodriguez-Chico, which we mentioned, Tamsin, is actually better over the 200 famously than he is over the 100. So it'll pop up very soon. And Bruce, it was mightily close at the end there, wasn't it?
It was. Doran does get it just over Murphy, O'Neill and Rodriguez-Chico. So it's good running. Murphy was interesting, wasn't he? He was in fits and starts a bit there. He did enough, but he didn't have much left at the end because O'Neill was really pressing him.
Yeah, but the thing with Murphy is he's only 19 years of age, and don't you feel that he was down, and the best thing about his run today was the fact that he didn't panic and tense up. We have seen Aiden Murphy in the past sometimes because he is young, and it's fine to do that because you've got to learn your craft. In a pressure cooker, sometimes he can tense up and then drop that stride length, shorten his strides because he is tense. I thought he did really well to relax under pressure then. And, you know, he walks away and he's made another final in the open ranks. So he gets the job done. That's what he came out to do. And there's a lot to like, and there's a lot more that he can work on for that final.
It's going to be fascinating to see how he bounces back this afternoon. He ran well enough, and Fitzy's a great mentor and coach. So they'll work in the next hour or two and get themselves right. So just been some good sprinting. The women were terrific. Connolly, I thought, looked great. And now we're getting to the second of the men's heats here. And, of course, I wasn't here last night, but Browning's breakthrough at 10:02 is something, isn't it? Oh. I mean, the fastest Australian ever in Australia.
Yep. fast.
What was it? 10:08 before that here in Brisbane from our old mate who'd won a couple of store gifts, Josh Ross.
Yep, and I think Browning had run that fast as well here, I think.
10:02? Don't think so.
So, heat 2. So we're away. Diffie jumps well. Ias not far away either. We've missed Jake Despard there in the middle of the track. So further out than that, trying to steam around the outside at the moment is going to be Ias of Sydney University. He just starts to push away a little bit here. The top two are automatic. Coming now is Connor Diffie. So it's Ias. Diffie on his inside. These two will go through. We'll wait to get the time on that, but Ias and Diffie, a 1-2 there. We'll wait and see who joins them. And a few absentees from heat number 2.
Well, it's not surprising that we've lost to some of our sprinters who ran last night. You know, Jacob Despard, who ran so well in that 100 metres. You've got to be really careful with that tight turnaround because they do have goals and aspirations for the middle of the year, but still a great effort then by Connor Diffie, who's coached by Matt Lynch, and Ayus, who's been having such a fabulous season after he broke onto the scene a couple of years ago. But let's go down to this long jump because Brooke Bushkull, the legendary Brooke Bushkull, who's such a fabulous athlete here in Australia, is on the runway.
Only got 10 seconds left, so needs to get moving, and she is. It's not a favourable breeze, that's for sure. So in she comes and runs through. So the breeze tricky. Had an improvement from Annie Maguire after a foul in the first round, 6:24. So she's moved up into second spot at the moment, behind that first jump of Bushkull, 6:61. One of the things that Brooke is an absolute expert at is getting that first jump in. When you look at her competitions, it's the reason why she's made 2 Olympic finals and then made it through to the top 8. And she's won 2 silver medals at the Commonwealth Games, and most impressively, I think, 3 World Championship finals. She's able to get a reasonable jump away first, and that gives her the opportunity then to bring it in, have a go, do something that might get her in the top few. So Headings next to go. We've seen the dancing hurdler. Lizzie Headings, the dancing long jumper. Good on the board after her 6:16. So it's a bit tricky down here for the competitors in the women's long jump.
So it'll be a great battle between Dale Bushkull and borderline Heading as well. So it's been a really good summer for the women's long jump. The results here of heat number 2, Christopher Ias takes it out 20.82 and Connor Diffie 20.90. Connor Bond sits there in third in 21.22 and Ethan Stryger in fourth in 21.41. So we'll wait and see whether their times will be fast enough to progress to the final. And here in heat number 3, they're behind the blocks and plenty of young talent here. Lockie Kennedy of Queensland out of lane number 5 and Jackson Rowe, also of New South Wales, out of lane number 2, 2 19 and 20-year-olds respectively. And if today's anything to go by, the juniors will thrive. So wait, Rowe on the inside of the track, jumps really well. Wider than that will be Romanen as well as they make their way around this bend. Looking clean is going to be Daniel Bless too. So they're coming here, abreast here into the home straight. It is going to be Bless there. Kiryu also not too far away. Kiryu now just starts to go through the motions. Oh, it will be Kiryu to take it out. He gets there. And Jackson Rowe of New South Wales on the inside in lane number 2. Looks like he might have locked away that second position, 21.03 unofficially. Heat number 3 of 3.
Oh, that was such a fabulous back end from Kiryu. Now, he ran the prelims, didn't he? Which was just an interesting move by him. He obviously wanted to use these Australian champs as a bit of a training run because you can tell from his 100 metres he's quite not where we've seen him in the past, sub 10 seconds. But that looked like the Kiryu of old.
Towards the back end of that 200, particularly Kiryu.
But I think what we're going to see is that the athletes from that first semi-final, including Rodriguez Chico, should be safe off their fastest times. But look here, Lachlan Kennedy is such an interesting athlete. He's had such a great season this season, but he might be the one who's unlucky that Kiryu is even here because he might miss that final because Rowe ran such a great race in that inside lane number 2. But Lachlan Kennedy, no matter what, he's going to walk away from these championships. He was a rugby player for years and only got into ATS really late. He's a type 1 diabetic, is Lachlan Kennedy. He was 5th at the Australian Championship 100 last night, wasn't he? And
yes.
Ran absolutely brilliant, 10:37, studying a Bachelor of Engineering at Uni of Queensland, and was 8th in the final at the Under-20s Nationals last year when his block slipped and he pretty much just had to walk across the line. So I'm loving his progression to this season, because as you can see, Kirio takes that win with 21.02, so we'll be through to that final for another race here on the Queensland Athletic Track. And Jackson Rowe has had an absolute ripper. He'll be so stoked to make that final. Lachlan Kennedy, a little bit tired from all the rounds that he's gone through yesterday. 19 years of age, made a 100-metre final. And I said he's recently just come into the sport, so he's not used to running championship rounds like that at this level. So he probably showed a bit of fatigue in that 200 metres, and it's a shame he's not in that final, because I think his season suggests that he was probably building and deserved to be in that final. But he will be the unlucky one who misses out.
Sometimes hard when it gets cut short just one step before the final one, and Jackson Rowe, ultra impressive, the 19-year-old as well. So fantastic 200-metre running as we see our women's discus in the ring here. Liked it out of the hand. Oh, that's over the 55-metre marker, that one. So we'll try and get a read on that. The women's discus competition.
Golszewski.
Golszewski. I think I got it there, Tansy. Have to write this one out phonetically soon. So it's been a great, I suppose, early afternoon of sprinting.
Bruce, the 200-metre men's races, what did you think? The heats, the qualifying?
They're pretty even, weren't they? I mean,
Yeah.
Murphy always attracts attention. He did well enough. Ayusa's had a good season.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Kennedy's very promising. He's a bit stiff to miss out. Kiryu looked good.
Yeah.
It'll be close, I think.
What about Daruv Rodriguez Chico? He's made it. He looked a bit flat coming out of those blocks, but he's got the cobwebs out. Can he be the one to watch in that final?
Well,
if he...
Off he did what he ran 10:21 last night or something like that,
yeah,
didn't he?
He had 2 hours sleep.
And he was so strong late, wasn't he?
Not because he was partying, just because his mind was still up. You know?
So what's the best draw for him, do you think?
I think wide.
And what about Murphy? Because Murphy was inside, do you think?
Yeah.
No, well, I think Murphy's tall and rangy as well. I think for Murphy's body, wide, but I think that in terms of mindset, inside.
Gee, Dave, I don't want to hold any airtime from you. Over to you. What's happening in the long jump?
Tell you what, Bruce, you missed some field and track yesterday, that's for sure. Rowan Browning, one of the most spectacular runs I've seen. We loved what he did in Tokyo, but he was tremendous yesterday. If he had had a 1 metre tailwind, he would have broken 9 and would have threatened the national record.
That's exciting, Dave.
So Liz Heading, who we saw jump but had to go back to that 200-metre heat and miss the distance, she jumped 6:30, so she's up into second spot. And then Sam Dale ran down and fouled her second attempt, so the conditions certainly not that helpful. Annie Maguire on the runway. In fact, this is Katie Gunn, so Maguire has had her second attempt. Third attempt, Talia Clark after 2 fouls, 5.66. And so Gunn now coming in for her third jump. So 6.61 still leads. I'm actually just going to cross the track and have a look and see what those jumps were. Let's just stand by for 1 second while I check on the distance of Maguire. 6.40. So that put her up into second. So Maguire's in second, and then Heading in third with 6.30.
So plenty happening down there. Lizzie Heading into 6:30. She'll be wrapped with that. On the track here, we have our men's 400-metre para wheelchair event. It'll be soon in the starters' hands. I think they're just getting this gun ready. Bruce, I'm not sure if you were here for it. Well, not, and Tamsin and I were having a great time trying to figure it out, but it was 6 starts to get the heat number 1 of the men's 110-metre hurdles underway. 6, can you believe it?
That's when I arrived, actually, and I thought, gee, I might go home.
They got there in the end. Taylor Willis and co. We'll wait for the gun to hopefully go for the first time of asking.
Well, it kind of looks like the starter's not in the position yet, but there's a lot of good athletes to watch here. Luke Bailey's one of the ones to watch. Debut in Tokyo Paralympics. The Wingham-born New South Wales athlete moved to Newcastle to be coached by the great Andrew Dawes. Reid McCracken, another one who is worth watching. Chance meeting with Dave Koshy on a plane. Struck up a conversation about Kurt Fearnley, and then Koshy challenged him to a race with Kurt, and now he's a Paralympics silver medalist, bronze medal.
Mitch, those tams and tails are working well.
I'll tell you what, Bruce, I've learnt more these last 4 days than I ever learned at school. And as my parents sent me to private school, listening right now, I'm sure they'll be stoked to hear it. Mum and Dad, if you're listening, that's a joke.
Money well spent, Mum and Dad.
So we've gone back to the original gun here. They've got rid of the technology, and we're up and racing. It's moves on the outside there. Luke Bailey not too far away either, and watch Reid McCracken internal from there, but picking up the stagger mightily fast will be Luke Bailey. So up this back straight, it's Bailey wheeling away, looking so strong as he pumps the arms. Reid McCracken not far away either, and it's Palmer on the inside from New South Wales just starting to move. So it's going to be Cormac not far away, hitting 200 metres to go, but out in front and moving. It's all Luke Bailey. So Bailey with 150 metres to go. He'll put his head down and pump those arms coming into this home straight. It is going to be Reece McCracken not far away either. So as they make their way in, it is going to be McCracken, I think, take this out. Couldn't see the lane. They're moving that quickly. Coming down to hit the line now. It is going to be Luke Bailey. Sensational racing there. Reid McCracken gets it. But Luke Bailey, he went out super fast as we see Elijah Palmer now strike the line. And 2 more competitors moving down here. It will be Holmes just on the inside now. He'll get it over Moose. So we'll wait for the adjustments. As we now see Elijah Palmer enter this home straight. So Elijah Palmer, the Queenslander, now with 50 metres to go here in the men's open 400-metre para event. 30 metres to pump the arms here for Elijah Palmer, and he'll crash the tape now. So sensational racing there, and wow, what a performance, Tamsin.
What about how fast Luke Bailey was from the marks then? He was so quick. He got into that back straight super fast. Don't blink, people, because here comes Luke Bailey. That was just a great display of wheelchair racing. Loved it. Reid McCracken also had another good one-lapper as well.
Well, we've seen the discus ring now as well. We've seen a couple go out over that 55 marker. That one's going to join it. So heating up, we'll try and get the throws down there at some point. But you're right, just ultra impressive there from Luke Bailey. Was never in doubt how quickly he was going to go as we see them do their final lap down on the long jump pit. I believe it may be Samantha Dale and Dave ready to call it through.
Bit of movement here in this third round where Annie Maguire went out to 6:40, which put her into second spot. Then Alyssa Lowe jumped 6:30 to the same distance as Liz Heading, who has her on a countback at the moment. Here comes Dale, needs a good jump here. Put herself back in this competition after a 5.90 and a foul. She'll be okay in terms of getting through the top 8, running at a lose 2. So she'll be comfortably through. But 6.68 from Brooks School, an improvement in round 3. That's the leader at the moment. So 6.24 for Sam Dale. So that has her in 5th spot at the moment. So it's after 3 rounds. It's Bushkull 668, Maguire on 640. We've got Lowe and Heading on 630, with Heading leading there on a countback, and then Dale at 624, with 3 jumps to come in this women's open long jump final.
So ramping up down there on the long jump pit. Thank you, Dave. It's our women's discus still going at it, just under that 50-metre marker. And Tamsin behind the starting line now. I think I don't want to keep bringing attention to it, but I think they're still fixing that gun. I like the old-fashioned gun that they had out there. Haven't heard that's as little athletics, so good to see the backup, but the final here.
I remember when they swapped that gun.
Or controversial.
And it was like a lot of people were thinking that they'd broken because it had that sort of sound rather than the big bang
like
sound, you know? Yeah.
You're like, what's going
Do you know,
on
as
here?
a kid, I was scared of crocodiles under my bed, and so my dad gave me a starter's pistol to sleep with, and I used to cuddle a starter's pistol. It didn't have caps in it, don't worry, but I thought I felt so safe with this little
Carnivorous
starter's
birds, starters, pistols
Well,
under the bed. I mean, crocodiles lurking. It would have been fun growing up in the Lewis household.
Some people have teddy bears. I had a starter's pistol. It made sense to me at the time, but like there were no crocodiles under my bed.
Did you ever test it to see whether or not there were actually caps in it? Did you ever pull the trigger?
I literally never I just assumed that it had the caps in it and I was safe as houses. Like, literally thought that it was, you know, it was just totally normal in the Lewis household.
Rob the Lewises.
Dad was annoyed because I used to come in every night into their bedroom and be like, I'm scared. And so then he just gave me the starter's pistol and I felt safe as anything, sleeping with a gun.
That would make news headlines now. Father gives daughter starter's gun to sleep at night as we see our women's Para 400
It'd wake
in front of us
everybody
here.
up.
Oh, God, it would.
Well, I'm excited about this one because going out of lane 4, Paralympic royalty, Ange Ballard. She's 40 years of age. Sorry, she probably doesn't want me to mention that, but first represented Australia in 1998. Mitch, do you believe she has been to 6 Paralympics? She's an 8 times medalist, just an absolute star of this event.
Superstar of athletics, I do believe, because she was in my top 100.
Oh, brilliant. Also look for Natasha Price and Sarah James of New Zealand.
So Ballard in the yellow. So we're off here in the women's 400-metre wheelchair championship of Australia. It is Angela Ballard there in the yellow, picking up the stagger on the outside, Natasha Price. And moving through on the inside of the track now is also Sarah James. So it's Angela Ballard coming up the back straight here, similar to what we saw in the men's. There'll be one getting out there and chasing the clock. So it will be Angela Ballard. On her shoulder was Price. James on the inside now, sitting in that 3rd position. Obviously, we'll wait for points at the end of the race. But it is Angela Ballard. 200 metres to go. Just over 30 seconds. Seat time of 59. So right around it here, Ballard, as she starts to make her way around. 150 metres to go here for Paralympic royalty. As she has 130 now. It's head down and arms are pumping here for Angela Ballard. 100 metres to go. It's 47 seconds on the clock. Ballard now comes into the home straight. Angela Ballard, well, she's been to 6 Paralympics here. She's got 8 medals, and she's going to come down here just over 60 seconds. Angela Ballard there down first. Inside now, Sarah James of New Zealand will just put the head down and pump away. So it will be James in 2nd position. Wider than that will be Natasha Price, who will get to the line now, the Queenslander. It's Michaela Dingley now who will finish it off. And so too, Sarah Jane Clifton Blyde now goes across the line here. 1:24 unofficially. And that is our women's 400-metre wheelchair championship of Australia.
Well, brilliant race by Ange Ballard there to take line honours. But also the 18-year-old Sarah James from New Zealand. She has been doing great things. She broke 3 under-20 New Zealand records in the Summer Down Under series. And Natasha Price of Queensland, she's such a motivational athlete, motivating athlete. She developed neurological disorder in 2007 and she was bedbound for 10 years.
10
and
years.
She told her mum one day that she wanted to run a marathon. Obviously, her mum said, "You're crazy, you can't even get out of bed." 1 year later, she did her first marathon in the wheelchair and has not looked back. She's incredible, Natasha Price, and that was a great one-lapper. A little bit shorter than the marathon, but you did it at extra speed, so it was a great effort. But Ange Ballard, well done. year in, year out, you come out and perform on our Australian domestic circuit, and we love watching you compete. Fabulous, fabulous Australian athlete.
So Ange Ballard, just Paralympic royalty, Australian athletic royalty.
Yep.
Gets out there and just looks so comfortable as well, particularly at the start. She just looks so at ease. As a discus in the middle now. Watch this one go. Oh, and it's big. That's out over that 55-metre marker. So we'll wait and get some results there. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break. Plenty of track and field, or field and track, depends who you ask, action after this.
We know it's important to stay hydrated, and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Well, there's a lot to look forward to on the program, and Mitch has gone down to be trackside, and I've been joined. Well, we've gone from Paralympic royalty to athletics royalty, athletics calling royalty. We have Bruce McAvaney, who stepped in because he knows that there's some great races about to occur. First one coming up, Bruce, is that women's 800-metre final. You don't want to miss that one, do you?
One of your favourites, Tamsin, eh?
That's why I said you've come in for the good stuff.
So I've just I'm a fly-in, so to speak. Just got to. Did either of you make the 100? I've just heard about the 100 as I've walked in, and Mitch has apologised 5 times in the last 5 minutes for something I don't know anything about. Were you in the 100, Dave?
Dave was.
Was I in the 100?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
The list of 100.
The top 100 of
Oh,
Mitch's,
you know,
yeah.
I was comfortably inside.
As a world indoor champion, Tamsin, where did you rate?
So I spoke to Mitch, and because he knew he was working with Dave and I,
Okay.
he put us in there. I'm not sure if we got in there on merit or the fact that he was scared of it.
He didn't order them, but I tell you what, he had a good crack. The youngster, he's on debut here in the commentary box, Bruce. He's done a
going
great
well.
job.
No, he's
loving working with him. But I tell you what, he got some feedback about that list.
I bet you did.
Basically, welcome to the world of athletics fans and athletics crew. It's hard to ever do comparisons across eras, and you're always going to get something wrong. So even to have a crack at doing the top 100 and doing their bios, I think it's an incredible amount of work.
I know you were busy yesterday, Bruce, at the races, but did you see Rowan's run? Have you seen it?
No. I have.
It's worth watching.
I have been in touch with him. He's after the heat, he was confident that he could do something. It's an incredible breakthrough. The message I said to him last night was to do it here is so important. To do it here, and I think it's going to give him an enormous confidence. He did well last year because he was struggling in Eugene, and yet he made something of Birmingham, didn't he?
I'll just come back to that because Heading's on the runway in this long jump. She's jumped 6:30 so far, and that's currently in the 3rd spot based on a countback. Really tricky conditions. Brooke Bushkill said to me, gee, it's tough down here with this wind because it's really strong in their face, a foul for Heading. You know what the most impressive thing was, Bruce, for both of Tamsin and I when we watched it, is that he got beaten pretty solidly by
Nikisha,
Big Eddie Nikisha in Saturday night and missed the start badly, and in the final he got his first 2 steps were with everybody else, but the next 10 made the difference in the race.
Well, if you think back to Tokyo in that heat, how explosive he was early, and then in the semi-final he wasn't quite so explosive. So, no, that was great. I thought the 1500s, looking at the 1500s, they must have been wonderful races, both competitive and quick. Myers continues to shine. Hull doing great things. Sanford, here's Maguire, Dave.
So she's in 2nd spot at the moment with that 6:40.
She's had a good year, hasn't she?
Well, it's been good for the long jumpers. We've seen some breakthroughs. Sam Dale's personal best. course, Bushkull pretty keen to get back to the national title. And Maguire, you can see just waiting for the breeze. Jumped 6:49 lifetime best, 6:43 this season, the Queensland champion. But she's been very consistent. Had a 6:53 windy. Of course, her coach Gary Bourne, who had that pretty significant operation just before just after the day after the meet in Melbourne, the Murray Plant meet. So the yellow flag goes up. She's got to get going pretty quickly. So I think we're going to leave that. She's on her way down the run up now. Well, 800 metre finalists about to go. I don't think that's going to improve for Maguire. So Bushkull will be up next, but the 800 metre finalists are on the track, Bruce.
And you can feel that wind, Dave, can't you, in Tamsin, as we're standing here. So Bissett the favourite. Sanford's had a real breakthrough season.
She has. Sanford's been absolutely incredible. The new lawyer, she graduated last year, but I think it's all about Bissett and how she's going to go about this race. She's got Felipe from Western Australia, Josh Felipe, the cricketer's twin sister, out there racing as well.
So away. So Bissett's, as you'd expect, so the meet record of 1:59.29 held by the woman standing next to me. So I wonder if that's in danger or not. So how aggressive will Bissett and Sanford be here in the early stages? So they're going to come across from the stagger here. Philippe's in third place, and then Simpson kicks up to fourth early.
Well, not surprised with these tactics. It was pretty obvious that Katrina Bissett wants to stamp her authority on this event after Abby Caldwell ran so fast in Sydney Track Classic. So I think Katrina's not just after the win, but after a fast time. And Ellie Sanford has a beautiful sit there, sitting behind Katrina.
So Philippe and Roth are the two behind them. So they're about 5, 6, 7 metres behind. So Bissett, the split's going to be interesting. Give us a guess, Tamsin. Come on, what do you reckon they're going to go through in? Sanford sits on the back of Bissett here.
Well, it definitely looks sub 60. It looks like they're trying to attack it probably around 58-second pace, which is a great pace to try and run sub 2 minutes and well under 2 minutes. There we go, 58.33 through the bell.
Yeah, well done. I knew you'd get it right. And then Roth and Philippe behind those, Kennedy and Simpson and Wassell and go to the back. So 300 to go. So Sanford's had a good sit here, as you say. So Bissett's done all the work here. So what sort of time do you reckon they might run off that first lap?
Well, I think that Bissett's so super strong in the back stages. She really opens up her stride length more than the average person. She is brilliant. So look at her to run well under that sub 2. She'll be after a 1:58 clocking here, but Ellie Sanford has not been dropped yet.
She hasn't. She sits. Roth's third and got about 4 metres on Philippe. So Bissett leads with 150 to go. Stretches away a little bit. Do you reckon Sanford's got one last roll of the dice here? No, Bissett's got away. She's about 2, 3, 4 metres in front. This has been a fabulous front-running display. We know how well Sanford's running this year, so this feels as if it's got to be pretty quick, and pretty quick it is. She's going to hit it at about 1:58.33. Bye-bye, Tamsin. That record stood for a while. It's been taken now. Sanford second and Roth third. That is a really outstanding run.
Well, that was incredible by Katrina Bissett. You could tell that she really wanted a 1:58 run. She wanted to show that she was the queen of this event, and that was just so gutsy. Straight to the front. It is swirly out there as we take a moment to recognise that poor Georgia Wassell, who has been such a fabulous athlete for such a long time, is limping, unfortunately, across the finish line right now. Georgia, great job. You'll come back stronger, sweetie.
So that's his fastest time in Australia this season. It was Abby Caldwell, and it's not that far outside Katrina's 1:58.09, so it's a fantastic run.
Well, and Laura Roth, the athlete who finished in bronze, 33 years of age. She was national champion in 2017. She has a story of resilience. That was brilliant for her to come back out here and win that bronze medal too.
So Bushell, we just saw there, Dave.
So round 4 of this women's long jump. That was a great run from Bissett. 1:58.22, the official time. Pretty sure that's the time. Have you got the screen in front of you there, Tamsin, to see the times? I'm pretty sure I wrote down 1:58.22. Yeah, 32. So that's the fastest we've seen. Faster than Caldwell run. Tell you what, Bruce, it's going to be one hell of a 1,000 metres in stall on Easter Monday.
Has any Australian run that fast in Australia?
No, because Caldwell was the fastest.
But I'm thinking all time.
In Australia.
Oh, yeah, the Olympics where...
No, in Australia.
No.
So that's the fastest time by an
Yep.
Australian in this country.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's incredible running, isn't it?
So how fast? So Sanford, that's a PB, is it? Was she 2:00.55?
No, so Sanford ran her personal best.
That's a PB, 2:00:55 she
was
ran.
2:00:87, I think,
No,
from
55,
memory.
so-
Was that her last personal best? 2:00:87 from Brisbane Track Classic.
I thought it
So
was
she
55.
has run it.
Yeah, so it's a PB. So PB for her.
2:00:55 she ran in Brisbane.
Brisbane Track Classic, yeah. Okay, brilliant. God, you're good with your numbers,
Well,
Bruce.
no, that's quite extraordinary running from Bissett from the front. You know how hard that is.
It's incredibly hard, and it was swirly. You really felt that wind pick up, didn't you, when the gun went? So not only has she led that race, but she's led it in trying conditions, and so incredible. You know, her mental strength in the back part of an 800. She would have felt Ellie Sanford on her shoulders, and she didn't tighten up. She did exactly that beautiful ability that she has to throw out those legs. That leg stride gets longer. She kind of looks better in the back half of her race than she does the first half, and that's an incredible effort.
Golchevsky in the discus. As you know, Tams, we've discussed this a bit with Abby Caldwell and now Katrina Bissett. It's the last 50 metres. It's so impressive. It's so hard to finish strongly, and they've got a lot of speed there. Hello, everybody. This is where we're sitting. You can see how this is the luxurious situation with Bruce. Because you were coming in today, there's only 68 bits of paper on the ground, not the 784 that we had earlier.
I thought there'd be a red carpet.
Well, Tamsin has demanded that. We get here early and throw the pedals. We knew that you weren't quite as precious as that. But, hey, Bruce, Monday at Stall, Easter Monday, that 1,000 metres with Hull, Caldwell, Bissett, Sanford's running, I think. It's Hall as well.
It's just that great distance, isn't it? Because
1,000 metres is going to be an absolute ripper.
Not for an 800-metre runner, it's not, Bruce. Trust me, it's not a fabulous distance.
Richo asked me to help with the handicaps a few days ago, and I said, too hard.
Yes, it's hard. It is hard. It's going to be. That's a serious run from Katrina Bissett to go like that.
You could
from
imagine.
the front.
You could imagine with a toe in. She's in 157.5 shape.
I think
she?
Do you know the thing that we want to see from Katrina Bissett is we want to see her go overseas and do what we all know she's capable of, make that final of the World Championships and push towards that medal podium, because she's such a fabulous athlete and she's got all those capabilities. I think it's just for Katrina, it's just been about believing that she belongs there, and I think she does now. That run was incredible. It was absolutely fabulous to watch, and Sanford also, another personal best. She's just had the most impressive season, and she's going to be one to watch going overseas as well. Hopefully we'll have her on the team.
Alyssa Lowe on the long jump runway, not too far away from the men's 800. I'm not sure where Mitch is. He's relocated downstairs.
I am down here, Dave. I'm at the long jump. Alyssa Lowe, you just mentioned, just had her 5th round attempt. Well, in the 4th round, she's come out and jumped 6:45 to catapult her into the 2nd position. Sitting in 3rd at the moment is Annie Maguire with the 6:40 in round number 3, but leading it out, Brooke Bushkull, 6:68 in round number 3. Samantha Dale in front of me here, unfortunately, maybe out of the competition. Spikes are off and clutching at a hamstring, so we hope she's okay. As you mentioned, the dancing long jumper leading heading. She's on the runway now. And wants some crowd support and some love here. Lizzie Heading, so 6:30 her furthest. Ooh, behind the board. Oh, the crowd loves it. White flag up, so I'll let you know when you come back down to me, but the men's 800 obviously about to get underway.
There's the lineup. Thanks, Mitch. Yusuf, Jagger, Harrison, Hunter. Getting back into form, Hunter. McGowan's been good this year. Raper was sort of the early runner this year. Perrott and Boys. That if I was a bookmaker here, I'd have a nightmare. This is so difficult, isn't it, Tamsin?
This is an impossible race to pick the winner from. I mean, in quality, you go straight to Charlie Hunter, the athlete who grew up on the Central Coast in New South Wales. He's training in Oregon alongside Jess Hull. He's got great ability to be brilliant in this final if he shows his 144 form, which made him an Olympic semi-finalist. But then you've got athletes like Riley McGowan who've come from nowhere. You know, the Des Proctor coached athlete. He made us nervous in that qualifier to get through to this, but he's had a fabulous season, as has Luke Boys, who looked really good in that heat to qualify. Jamie Harrison has been one to watch. He was 3rd at the Brisbane Track Classic, and this time last year, Bruce, if you can believe it, he was a 156 runner.
So it's hard to know an outright favourite, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Tactically, Hunter can be deceiving at times, can't he?
He can, but I think he's back in shape, so it's going to be exciting.
So men's 800-metre final, Yusuf inside, Jagger outside of him, Harrison, Hunter, McGowan, Raper, Parrott and Boys. A very, very even matchup. No distinctive favourite and no surprise that Hunter drops towards the back. That is his want early. So showing out is Jagger early with the cap on. So Jagger just leaves. Moving up into second place is Harrison. So a bunch field as you'd expect. At the back is Hunter and just up in front of him is Parrott.
And it looks like Raper is trying to push his way through to get onto the shoulder of Jagger, who has gone to the front, and he's making this a decent clip, which is great because we want to make sure that every runner has a smooth run. It's fast. For these athletes, they can run well off this. We know that we've had some fabulous races over the domestic season and they're all there ready to pounce.
So the nominal favourite at the back as Jagger leads through halfway from Raper on the inside of Boys. So a packed house as you'd expect. Yusuf back in 6th place. Just up in front of him is McGowan. Watch for him, ladies. Been so determined and successful all year. Parrott at the back just in front of Hunter. So still only about 6 to 7 metres covers them as they go down the back with about 280 to go, and Raper up on the inside.
Yeah, that was an interesting move. Jagger moved to the outside and let Raper through the inside. He obviously wanted to get a little bit of help because he'd done all the work so far. Now Raper's pushing for that line.
Harrison trying to get through as well. So Boys gets up onto the shoulder of Raper with about 150 to go. Hunter's 2 from the back, not sure. McGowan starts to wind up at this stage. Raper leads into the stretch, about a half a metre up on Boys. McGowan, Hunter very late and coming home really hard. McGowan trying to get to Raper. Hunter's closing. McGowan takes the lead from Raper and Hunter, and it's McGowan who's going to win. Second, I reckon, Raper, and I think third, Boys in front of Hunter.
I reckon you've called that perfectly, Bruce. Well done. That was a great race. What a season by McGowan. That was fantastic. He is coached by Des Proctor there in Canberra. He has gone from that 1:47 at ACT Champs, huge personal best, then 3rd at the Maury Plant Meet, 2nd at the Adelaide Track Classic, and now he has won the National Championships. What a brilliant effort. We're talking about an athlete. Here he comes. Charlie Hunter left it all too late with 150 to go. He was totally out of it, but finished strong. McGowan made us nervous in that semi-final where he got boxed in, but he got that tactically perfect. Interestingly, we have heard that there is a yellow card on that race. It was quite rough, so it'll be interesting to see where that's come from, but I think McGowan will be safe. That was absolutely brilliant. The athlete who entered the season as a 1:49 runner is walking out of this domestic season as the national champion.
In the centenary year, it doesn't get much better than that.
Hey, Bruce, how about those 800s? All season they've been like that. Since Lockie Raper won the first one in Adelaide and McGowan managed to squeeze through. Of course, we had Preston from the New Zealand athlete who won in Brisbane and also in Melbourne, and McGowan got up on the inside in Sydney, came from nowhere, and like that, it's I'm glad you were anxious there because I've struggled with that one all year. It's you look down the straight as they come towards the line and they're across the track. It's been a great event throughout the domestic season.
You know when someone just appears out of the blue and you don't know who they are, because he's just really stamped his authority on this event in terms of like, okay, where were you last year? He was actually such a good soccer player that he played in the World Youth Cup in Sweden when he was a junior. So the 26-year-old has been playing other sports, and Des Proctor is such a good coach. He's got him into shape at the right time. And
that group are going to be joined by somebody else shortly, aren't they?
In terms of?
Peter Bowl.
Well, I was going to just say that he's won the last 3 titles, Peter Bowl, so mention to him that he was going for 4. Obviously, there's been still a question mark on what is going on there. I heard your comments on radio this week, Bruce. It's so confusing for everybody what's happening with that situation. So I'm sure Peter's watching. He would have been racing for his 4th in a row, which is an excellent effort when you look at the list of athletes that have won multiple national titles in that event. Ralph DeBell won 6, and Peter was looking to join Chris McCarthy and Nick Bromley, son of the CEO, Peter Bromley, who have won 4 national titles in that event. We talked about Nigel Barker, Bruce. Have you crossed his work? He won the 1, 2, 4, 8 double in quadrella in 1908. I'm surprised that no one's done it since, to be honest, but he must have been okay, Nigel.
He was one of the early birds, not long after Edwin Flack. There's the result. So McGowan in 1:47.67. Raper's had a good year. He really, I love the way he raced there at 1:47.83. You mentioned Tamsin when he went through on the inside, and Boys who was strong. Hunter, he's got so much to offer, I think, Charlie. Pirrett not far away, Harrison, Jagger, who made the pace, and Yusuf. So collectively a good group, aren't they?
They are, and I'm very excited about what Luke Boys can do, the 19-year-old. He was a great opening bowler, would you believe, in cricket for Sydney Uni and Sydney Premier Cricket Club. And then through COVID, he got back into his athletics that he'd stopped when he was 13. And thank goodness he did. He got back into running with the run crew in the Blue Mountains. And here he is on a national podium in the 800 metres at 19 years of age.
I tell you what, he must have had a long run up when he was a fast bowler. He could have come in from 2 laps of the oval and then take a left-hand turn and charge in from the city end at Sydney University, the #1 oval. Alyssa Lowe in the long jump and heading. Not sure that the distances have changed since that third round where Bushkull led with 6.68 ahead of Maguire. Lowe and heading tied on 6.30, but heading with the best second jump at 6.26. It was Bruno Mars that got Liz Heading going on the runway in Sydney, but now we've new song. Playlist has been strong. I'm here with all of my people. It's a good song when you're involved in a community. So just watch Heading, not too far away from joining Mitch, who is trackside. We'll send him the task of trying to find Katrina Bissett. Have a quick chat with her if you can find her. I'd love to hear from her after that sensational 800 metres. So Heading just waiting for this breeze, and they're soaking up as much of the clock as they can get, 1 minute from the time that their name is called. And as I look down at the windsock, it's going sideways. Not going to be too far away from getting the flag to say hurry up. So in she comes. So just wait for the distance there.
Is that the lane for it?
And Maguire will be up next. So, of course, this event not possible without our sponsors. Chemist Warehouse, the major supporter of Australian athletics, but Puma's Deviate Nitro 2, fast gaining that reputation as a shoe that makes running faster and easier. That Nitro Elite foam, supreme cushioning, peak propulsion, and a power plate that acts as a lever for maximum energy transfer. Shoe technology's made a huge difference. We're seeing it, no question, on the track, particularly in some of those middle distance races, 400 hurdles. Such a change. It's been the biggest shift. It's not quite the swimsuit, but it's close. No question about that.
Well, this is exciting. Brooke Bushkull is on the runway for her last attempt in this women's open long jump. Mitch, you down there watching the action?
Next to it, and as you mentioned, Brooke Bushkull now, she's going to get the crowd involved for her 6th attempt. 6.68 in the third round was her furthest. Annie Maguire 6.40 in that third position. And it was Alyssa Lowe with a round 4 effort of 6.45 that snuck up to get the silver. But Bushkull now just jumping for distance. She's already got the gold. She'll come steaming down the runway here, Bushkull. So the crowd behind her. What can the Victorian do? It's up, and it's a red flag. So just gets her toe over the board, but she'll be a national champion again. Low in second with that 4th round jump, as I mentioned. And it's Annie Maguire, the Queenslander, who will go home with the bronze over 6.40. So a close comp, but Brooke Bushkull, too good again.
Yeah, thanks for that update, Mitch. And that's national title number 5 for Brooke Bushkull. Discus continuing. Pole vaulters not too far away from coming out. Women's high jump underway. Of course, Nicola Oleschlager's in action. Early heights there, 165 in that women's high jump. Bruce, I know we haven't announced it yet, but your award for the Athlete of the Year, when are we going to be announcing that?
Today, David. It's given me a lot of heartache.
Yeah, heartburn.
And it came down to probably 5 or 6 in particular.
That's a good problem to have.
Maddie had it last year, of course, and before that Ash. But Nina Kennedy was in the mix. Matt Denny was in the mix. Kelsey Lee Barber has to be in the mix. She's won a Commonwealth Games and, more importantly, the world.
Eleanor Patterson, of course.
Look, it really came down to 3 in the end. It was Patterson, Hoare and Barber. So I've mulled over it. I've asked people that I respect, like your wife, Sam.
She'll be impressed by that.
Did I ring you about it, Tamsin?
No.
Do you know what? Because it is such a hard decision, I don't want to be involved at all, even if you did call me.
No, I did call Tamsin. We had a good long chat. So Paul Jeans helps me with it. So
how do you make that decision? Because it's not just performance, is it? And it's not just who wins or what. No, it's something more esoteric.
So that intangible quality as well. So. Eleanor, of course, world champion, and the way she did it was quite remarkable. We were all there watching. Tamsin couldn't get a visa. That's another story.
I feel like you both had something to do with that. It's like the Jamaican Nationals.
Yeah, that's right.
You're going to Budapest too, aren't you? We're not allowed to announce the winner of that just yet, so we'll just tease that.
Yeah.
Or can we announce it?
Well, I could tell you who it is if you like.
Sam, are we allowed to announce the winner of Bruce's award?
Not yet.
Okay.
So it's down to 3. It's down to Barber, Hoare and Patterson.
Okay. You're coming to Budapest.
I am.
You're going to sit in the stands and watch again like Oregon? Or are you going to do something else?
I'll watch like I did in Oregon.
You can join us on that Aussie Asfan tour if you want to come along with 50 other crazy athletics fans. We're just about sold out. So AussieAsFans at jumpmedia.com.au. And I know that throughout the championships we've had a few extra people want to come along, and that will be fantastic. You're going to be there, Tamsin? Yes. Let's go down to Mitch, who's with Katrina Bissett after that fantastic 800.
Yeah, thank you very much. I do have Kat Bissett down here. We were just saying, Kat, 4 on the trot. How does that feel?
It's a relief. I was really, really nervous beforehand. I'm just like, I don't know. I don't think I've ever got into a race feeling really comfortable. But national champs is always just, in front of my friends and family, like, Australian time zone, everyone's here watching, and it's just, you just want to show up for it. So and it's just like, yeah, it's really important to me, the nationals, so I was pretty stoked.
Well, you ran so well. We were just saying, every year you've done the same thing. You're going to have to start putting a pattern on the gun-to-tape method of 800. What is it about being out in front early that you just love?
I think it's when you can control the pace. I really like having like a nice smooth run on the inside on the rail. Like, you can just really focus on my race plan. Like, my coach and I, we like stepped out. All right, every 100 meters, I know what the game plan is. It's like, I'm going to run 27 through the 200. And then I can just focus on myself, really stay in the game. Like, it just means I can run without any tension. Yeah. Just run relaxed, yeah.
We're running relaxed to every 800-metre runner out there. That is the key. Hey, the only thing that sounds better than 4 national titles is 5. We'll see you next year, Kat. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Loved it. That was brilliant. Katrina Bissett, you are such a star, and that was a fabulous 800-metre run. And you spoke about having the free run to be able to get out there and lead the whole way, but it is difficult, and you made it look so easy. So congratulations. Can't wait to see what you do over at the World Championships later this year.
So the 110 hurdles final, Ryan Neal, Jetcher Kotzer, Taylor Willis, Jacob McCory, the favourite, Josh Hawkins, Mitch Lightfoot, the second favourite, Austin Little and Nicholas Andrews. What are we expecting here? Well,
it's a fabulous race between the seniors who are a bit more established in Macquarie and the great starter Andrews, but then those juniors coming through with Lightfoot, Little and Willis.
So Andrews closest to us. Macquarie with the white singlet in lane number 5, but 4 from the right. And Lightfoot's 3 from the left. Almost set. In the starter's hands. It's a clean start. McCrory pretty good. Lightfoot got away well. Andrews, as expected, got away really quickly. Willis leads at halfway. So Lightfoot just in front, going up to him. Hawkins, McCrory, there's been a fall. Lightfoot's in front. I reckon there's an upset here. Over Hawkins and McCrory.
Wow, that was messy. And it looks like Austin Little, Mackenzie Little's brother, has gone down. Watch this race. It was an incredibly messy 110-metre hurdles. See here, Jacob McCrory sat back a little bit. It was all about the New Zealander Hawkins and Lightfoot, who got away so well. Andrews got a great start, but then it got messy when Little fell over. The favourite for the whole season, McCrory, is bronze medal because New Zealander of Hawkins. But Lightfoot, the youngster who made the World Junior team and finished 4th just off the podium, well, he's on the podium here at his first National Open Championships. He has got that gold medal.
And Dave, he's run a personal best.
Personal best, so he's been in great form. Both he and Taylor Willis have made the transition very well. So his previous best was 13.73, and that time there is, as I look down,
13.65 it was, but yep. It may round out. So, I mean, this is a significant breakthrough, isn't it? So it's a massive, massive opportunity and effort to win the title. How old is he, guys? I'm just going to try and look it up.
He's 19.
He's 19.
Yeah, Mitch Lightfoot's 19. His coach, Andy Burton, has done fabulous things, and I think it's been so helpful for these athletes. Like Lightfoot and Willis have had such great races through the junior ranks that now that he's come to the seniors, he's so used to having great battles at national championships, and that's what you see, the result here. Wow.
Gee, that's quality. Have a look at this. So 4 inside 13.8. So McCrory hasn't had his best run, but 13.79 at the start of the season was getting the job done. Hawkins has run really well. Andrews so competitive, and you can see from that not much between 1-3 and 1-3 and 4.
Well, see, the main difference I think for McCrory was the fact that Lightfoot and Hawkins got away so well next to him to that first hurdle, and then their drive phase, the speed that they got up to, they carried it through those first three flights of hurdles and put so much pressure on Jacob he couldn't get back into the race.
Well, he maintained his composure, Lightfoot, when there was chaos everywhere, so that was the difference, and he had a slight advantage that he was on the outside of all of it, so he was able to stay away from it. So that's a big win from Mitchell Lightfoot, taking his first national title, Mitch.
Right.
I'll tell you what, there's nobody more rambunctious at this athletics track than Mitch Lightfoot. Walk me through it, big fella. You're the national champ.
Yeah, I'm just happy to be out here and competing and finally showing what I can do over the open height, and me and Tay transitioning and having a great junior year. I think it's up from here, like I think hurdling in Australia at the moment, it's off its head. Like, it's going to be so good for the future. I'm really keen, yeah.
Talk to me about last year, you're 4th in that World Juniors. What sort of does that do for your confidence moving forward now into the Opens?
Yeah, it's a bit of confidence, but, it's a whole new game, this open height, and, I'm proving that I can adapt and overcome it. But, yeah, like I said, it's a different game, and, it's a clean slate starting. And the boys are just great atmosphere. Mate,
I told you 13.65 officially. You nearly jumped up and touched the light post. You look left, you look right. You're the national champion. Yeah. What a moment for you.
Yeah, I'm stoked on the championship racing, getting that first. But all these other boys, they're pushing me along, and that time I'm ecstatic with. I wanted to break into the 0.6s, and we've done it. So first season, there's more to come. I'll tell you that. Heaps more.
More to come, says Mitch Lightfoot, the most rowdy man here at the athletics track, 13.65 national champion. Go celebrate with your posse over there, great man. Wow.
No. Thank you, Mitch. That was just fantastic to hear from the youngster. We had an Olympic finalist once with Kyle Vanderkype, and I feel like we've got some talent coming through. Mitchell Lightfoot has such good potential.
So he gets into the top 10 all time for Australia, equal 9th. So it's a huge breakthrough at 19 years of age.
Well, we talked about it right at the top of the show, Bruce, where I did a little intro from the track and showed the difference in the height between the women's hurdles and the men's hurdles. And I think maybe the discus is the only other event where the transition from the under-20s to the seniors is so tough. Obviously the sprints, because you're up against the big boys and girls in that event, but that technically it's the most difficult transition to go from the 3'3" to the 3'6". I don't even know what it is in centimetres, but 3'3" to 3'6" is a huge difference. And Lightfoot and Taylor Willis, who had that huge breakthrough here in Brisbane, on Saturday night to run a personal best. They've removed any question marks that they can be a force, both of them, at the senior level. They'll still take a couple of years. 19, they'll take a couple of years still to progress. You've got to be a little bit patient. And of course, remember that guy from Western Australia, Sasha Zoya, who we don't really like to talk about him too much because
he's so good. No, he's so fabulous.
He's turned his back on us and gone to France, but we do still like him, and we'll get excited next year when we watch him in Paris because he's going to make that transition quicker than most.
Yeah, and you also want athletes like Sasha to still come back and compete on our domestic circuit, so because he will help these youngsters coming through. So the better.
It's a good point. We do like him, don't we, Sasha?
Yeah.
If you're watching the Zoyas over in Perth, we like you, and we'd love to see you competing on the circuit. It's going to be tough in the lead up to Paris because he's a huge name.
Yeah, he struggled in Eugene. He had some issues like he's 2 years ago he was top of the tree, the world junior champion, breaking all the records. Last year was that transition period for Sasha. I first saw him in Adelaide at the Bay Sheffield when he won both the juniors and seniors at 16 years of age, and you just knew that you were
good mover.
Yeah, you just knew you were watching someone that was a bit different.
Yeah,
a big loss for us, and but we've got some depth. And just thinking about Lightfoot there, what I loved about him, and you mentioned it, Tamsin, in the race, was his competitiveness. I mean, that gets hard in hurdles to fight hard like he did and hold your form. He did it well. Yeah, it's a big tick for him today. Women, no Liz Clay still. How far away is she, guys? Do we know with Liz Clay?
She ran the 100.
She ran the 100.
Yeah. Did she? I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, which was good to see her out there. She was good to 60. She wasn't lightning fast, but she got her body through it, which is the main thing. So
that's good.
She just lacked race hardness through the back end of that race, but she was back out there. So she's obviously running again, which is a start, because the last time we saw her, it was not great news when she fell at the track at Eugene, Oregon. But we do have an incredible lineup here, even without Liz Clay. We've lost Sally Pearson, who's retired, the great Olympic champion, who walked past before, so she's got a keen eye on this because her athlete Hannah Jones goes from lane 6, and Hannah's come back from a tough 2022 campaign where she was injured. And she's been dipping under that 13-second barrier, but it's hard to go past Michelle Jenica, who even in her heat, she stamped that her authority on the event, went another sub-13-second run.
No doubt, it's a great field, and those three that have broken 13. Bruce, I know you like the history. I've been enjoying this throughout the championships in the 100th edition. This event was first run in 1930 at the SCG. Decima Norman is one of the winners. Shirley Strickland, Pam Ryan won 9 in a row. 9 of these in a row. Maureen Caird, of course, the 68 Olympic champion, won one. Sally Pearson has won 9. So they're the most wins for Pam Ryan and Sally McClellan. Glenys Nunn won 5 in a row, and of course Shelley here's been a multiple medalist, but only won 1 title in 2016. So that's her challenge today.
Decima Norman was the big star of the 1938 Commonwealth Games in Sydney at the old funny old track, apparently not circular, a different one. But Jenica's been superb. I reckon her comeback in the last 12 months has been one of the most impressive things in Australian athletics we've seen. She's fit. She's become a fantastic competitor. Moochie's got just such talent and such high speed. How does she control it, Tams? And that's the key. She's 3 from the left and Jenica's 3 from the right.
We can see, just looking at this shot, she's so much taller, and because she is taller, these hurdles come really quickly. So sometimes our top 100 hurdlers are short. She has to cut her stride length, and that's where she's run into trouble before. But if she can use her leg speed, her natural leg speed, and get it right, she's going to push Michelle Jenica all the way.
So the two favourites are fair way apart. Jenica 3 from the right, Moochie 3 from the left. Jones inside of Moochie. Clean start. Jenica didn't get the best of start. She gathers now. Moochie got away well. Jones is up with him at halfway. Jenica leads from Moochie. She's got a stride up on a stride and a half. Jones having a good run. Jenica's going to win from Moochie and Jones. So the favourites are 1, 2 and 3. Not the fastest start I've seen from her. She wasn't the first out of the blocks, but she was able to get a little lead over Moochie at halfway and basically hold it, if not increase it, for the second half of the race.
No, she really sat in those blocks. You're right, Bruce. She dwelt, and Emily Britton on her outside got away with a flyer. And what I love the most about Jenica is she didn't panic. Let's look at this. Jenica, third from the right. See how far behind she was? She just sat, just dwelled in the blocks. Britton was out quickly, and Moochie got an absolute flyer, which they've swapped roles for today. But what I loved was Jenica stayed so relaxed. Look how good her lead leg snap is. The ability that she has to really snap that lead leg down and drive off that hurdle is why she is a world-class hurdler. Now, she'll be glad to get this one done. She's had that was her 7th time under 13 seconds, if you can believe that, this year. She is in some sort of form, and that was brilliant. She's happy with that win.
So 12:77 is the time that came up. Let's see how it rounds out. So she's just been so consistent. And as we said, and you said, she was not the best out, so she composed herself. Really, at halfway, I was thinking Moochie was a chance because of what we've seen from Moochie in the past, but Michelle has gone to another level in a way. So 77, Moochie 92 and 99. And we've talked a bit, I know Tarby's been sending these stats out, 3 under 13. Is this the 3rd time or something this season? I think that's happened. So this is the depth that we're loving, isn't it?
Yeah, it's most impressive. And you mentioned add Liz Clay, and we could have 4. So they're 12.99 not that long ago. In fact, I think it was here at the National Championships that Sally broke 13 seconds for the first time, and we all got so super excited about that. It's gone to a new level.
After the nervous start, I think that race was, something happened. There was controversy around that one, but it was a fabulous run, and the rest was history with Sally Pearson. But, you know, you've even got Abby Tadeo, who's had a tough season, but she's a 13.02 runner, and she'll be back to her best hopefully by next year, because she wants to have a great year once she gets her body right. So you could lead into an Olympic season with, you know, 4 or 5 girls under 13 seconds. It's a quality event. Look out, USA Nationals, Jamaican Nationals. Here comes Australia.
Has Mitch got Michelle?
Yes. You throw to him.
Thank you very much.
So
I do have
on,
Michelle
Mitch,
down here. Hey, Michelle, congratulations. I've let you catch your breath down here. How are you feeling national champion again?
Oh, look, it's really exciting. That's only my 2nd national title. I think it was under the world standard again, which is, yeah, it's really exciting.
How exciting is it, the depth that we're seeing at the moment in women's hurdling? Obviously, Celeste not too far behind you there. You guys have been chasing each other all summer. How great is it to be in this era of a new generation of hurdling?
Oh, the depth is absolutely incredible. I think we had 3 girls under 13 again. So, yeah, it's just really awesome to be racing alongside those girls.
Has there been any tweaks in your system? Your summer has been absolutely sensational. You seem to be going from strength to strength to strength. Any adjustment or just body of work over time?
Yeah, thanks so much, firstly. I had a really good end to last season, and we just have built off that. Body's been holding together, and it's producing some fast times.
Well, you're amazing on the international circuit last year. You're now a national champion again. Massive congratulations to you, Michelle. Yes.
I just want to say one more thing. This race right here, this is for my grandpa. He unfortunately lost his battle with lung cancer last week. It's been a bit of a tough month for the family, but I'm just really happy to be able to hold myself together, come out here, be national champion again. I know he'd be super proud of me.
I'm sure your entire family, everybody around you is incredibly proud of you, Michelle. Congratulations, and you did great for his honour.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, well done, well said. R.I.P. Grandpa. We're going to take a short break, plenty more to come. It's Long Jump Sunday here. It's the day that everyone gets excited about, because there's not just a women's long jump, Bruce, there's a men's long jump as well. And that's
how much fun can you have on a Sunday afternoon in Brisbane?
It's not possible to have any more fun. There's a lot more to come. Men's and women's 400 hurdles not too far away, along with the men's and women's 200-metre finals. Stay with us.
We know it's important to stay hydrated, and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Welcome back. Bruce, if I had known we were going to be on camera, I would have worn my suit. I had lunch with Paddy Welsh during the week. You should know this because we rang you 3 or 4 times as the lunch got longer and longer. You remember, Paddy, when we wwent to the World Championships, he wanted to wear a suit to interview Mary Jo Perec. But if I had known that we were going to be doing that, I would have got dressed up. Tamsin in shorts and singlet, and you've just come straight from the airport. I'm going to turn your microphone on. There you go.
Sharp,
Have you done this before?
First time.
Dave,
yes,
do you reckon
Tamsin,
you could lean across to the printer and get me the start list?
It's a pity you can't see this because we've got a printer here, and look at this, the miracle of television.
Thank you.
Dave?
Yes.
Should we go down to Mitchwood Brook?
We should.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am here with Brooke. We were trying to work out what number national title this is. We're not too sure, but how does it feel to win another one?
Yeah, it feels really good. It's been a bit of an up and down season, so to be able to come out here today, get the win, come away with a 668 into a pretty decent headwind, I really can't complain, and yeah, it's a good way to top off the domestic season.
Talk about the depth here as well. In that 3rd and 4th round, we started to see them get 640, 645 to come behind you there. They're starting to creep up a little closer to you now, aren't they?
They definitely are, and I think that's exactly what I need. You know, you can't just come out here and think you're going to win every competition. It's good to have that competition, and the girls sort of seeing some good improvements this season, so it definitely keeps me on my toes, and it's pushing me to be better every competition as well.
Brooke, you're one of the people's favourites. Another national title to you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So there's the heptathlon points at this. That's the finals at Dave. So Craze over West. So gee, that's tight.
Yeah, it's been a good competition so far. Just 7 points. So
what have we got? The 800 to go.
The 800. They're on the track, and I don't have a start list at the moment, and neither does Tamsin. So we're going to put the start list up. We're going to take a screenshot of it. There's the as we go over the page. What I do have though is the points before we started today.
So who's the better 800-metre runner out of the two with the 7 points between them? Do we know, West or Craze?
I think they're pretty close. So if we can put the start list up, that'd be handy for us. Here we go.
On your marks. On your marks.
So I've just been asked to stand up. So I can tell you as they take off here in the women's 800-metre heptathlon, Marenko, Victoria on the outside from McBrien and Lang, Cranston, Cara, Costa, Barry, Surich and Ryan. So this is the first of the 800 metres heptathlon heats, currently leading the competition as they come into this final event. It's Tennille Crace, 5,087. Tori West just 7 points behind. Tiana Soli. Search is in 4th spot with Wilson, Stevenson, Lavelle, Gahan and Tate. They're the top 9.
And in this race, we have Cranston, the New South Wales athlete who's gone to the front. She is running her own race like many of these heptathletes do in the 800 metres. She'll be after those top points that she can get. And Christina Ryan, the New Zealander, is in 2nd position. And it looks like it's Ella Costa, the New South Wales athlete, about to hit the bell in the 3rd position. So Cranston from the New Zealander. Ryan, who is got her sights now on Cranston. She's moving up down that back straight stylishly. They've got 6 events in their legs. They'll be certainly very fatigued at this point, but it's all about holding your form and holding it well, which Cranston, the New South Wales athlete, is doing very well as she heads towards the 600-metre mark, but she hasn't managed to drop the New Zealander Ryan just yet. Ryan is coming up to the shoulder of Louise Cranston.
Keep going, Tamsin. You're doing a great job. So Ryan it is who leads. Ahead of Cranston. Points, of course, the most important thing here. And it will be the New Zealander, Christina Ryan, who comes into the straight ahead of Cranston in a bit of a gap. So it'll be Christina Ryan, first of the heptathlon 800-metre heats. And we've got a start list, Tamsin, so we can celebrate that like Christina Ryan does over Cranston. And then Costa. Coming down now is Amy Bowery of New South Wales. So that's the first four in that first heat of the women's 800-metre heptathlon. I need to be an octopus here, I have to say. I need. Bruce is going to hold my microphone while I sort my papers.
Great job by McBrien. The Victorian just finished. It's, as you can see, the athletes are incredibly exhausted after the 7 events. And the South Australian, Salic, crosses that line, that welcome finish line of that 7-event program that they've undertaken over the last 2 days.
So this is the start list for the next heat. Lavelle, Stevenson, I should say, Solly Craze, who's leading the competition, Wilson, Gay and West, who's 7 points behind Taylor and Tate. So they're both on about just over the 5,000 points. Tanielle and Tori. Rather cool now, just plenty of cloud, so good conditions, I think, for the heptathletes at this stage. Maybe not for the 200 metres, not quite so good, and we saw the long jump with a bit of wind about, but at this stage of a heptathlon, I think you'd be pretty happy with this.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but I know the heptathletes will be a lot happier when this 800 metre is completed. It is one of the most grueling events on the 7-event program. Now, Tanielle Crace is definitely the one to watch, the Glenys Nunn Olympic gold medalist, coached athlete. She was a fabulous 100 hurdler as a junior, had terrible injuries though, gave the sport away, and after 4 operations lost trust in her body, and Glenys was the one who rekindled her love of the sport, and we're really glad that Glenys did, because last year at the Commonwealth Games she was fabulous in that heptathlon where she finished in 5th position and collected 5 PBs along the way. That's certainly a way to do it at a major championships. Tori West, the 27-year-old Queenslander, with the fabulous javelin. She is incredible at the javelin. Multi-sports as a kid, basketball, boxing, tennis. Another athlete who got back into the sport after doing little athletics, lost her love of it but came back into it after seeing those, the Commonwealth Games were on in her home state. She decided she was going to try and make those. Unfortunately missed that team, but has been there or thereabouts for quite a while. Yeah, she was a bronze medalist in the open javelin in, I think, around 2012?
Way back
that sounds a long time
that's
ago.
11 years ago, yeah. So she would have been 16.
Yeah. Yep, so I might check that, Bruce, because that seems like a really long time ago for someone so young.
Send me an email if you can't find out in the next 10 minutes. You guys know so well, but you think about, we watch the end product, don't we? But the training, the effort that goes into getting to this stage. Juggling the 7, of course, the men juggle 10. Some of them are a bit, I guess you can mix them up a bit because a lot of them rely on speed, don't they? How much do you work on your middle distance running when you're a heptathlete?
Well, I tell you an athlete you'll like to watch, Amelia Sert. She's a fabulous athlete. She was 4th in the long jump at the World Under-20. She wanted to go the heptathlon for World Juniors, but she came into the season with a virus last year, a couple of viruses, and so went in the hurdles and the long jump, and she's an incredible talent. She goes from station number 10.
She had a good performance yesterday, Simon, didn't she?
Yeah, she's coached by Glennis Nunn as well. She's an incredible athlete to watch.
So she's on the outside lane. So
oh no, there's a break. Not what you want when you start that 7th event of a heptathlon. They're having a bit of a giggle.
good view of Tori West there, and Amelia Search on the right, so green card comes up. So there we go. So we are away now. So Craze is 4 from the left and West 4 from the right. So they've gone out.
So 6/100ths of a second is a point. So if there's 7 points to difference, so let's say 205.63. That's 1,030 points. So 7 points. The difference is about 4.5. So half, not much, is the short answer to that question, Bruce, that you asked me 5 minutes or so ago.
Right,
What's the difference between the two? So those 7 points, there's really not that much difference.
So what's that, about 4 or 5 metres, do you think?
Maybe not even that. So less than a second. So, yeah, we're virtually together.
So West leading Craze, but it was Craze at 7 points in front, correct? So if you stop it now, Dave, in Thames, it'll be a dead heat just about, because the margin's about 4 metres as we speak.
Well, this is probably the worst way that you want to come into a heptathlon 800 metres when it's so close between those points. So you really have to work this 800 as hard as you can, and that is what Tori West is doing. She is pushing the pace down that back straight, but she hasn't managed to drop Craze. Craze is right there, only a couple of metres behind her, and trying to work back onto the shoulder of West.
So what a fantastic scenario we have here at the end of the 7 events. So we reckon about a 3 or 4 metre margin would give Tori West the gold medal over Tennille Craze, and at the moment she leads by about 2 metres. So Craze is about to come up onto her shoulder, I feel.
They're both running such a super 800 metres. There's nothing either of them could have done any differently to this moment, but Craze is really pumping those arms so well, and she's managed to get past Tori West here, and she's on her run for home.
And on her way to the Australian Championship in the 100th year, the centenary. So a job so well done, and Tori really battling away in second place now. Just can't wait for that line, but Tennille Craze over the line now, and then Tori West, and I think it's Maddie Wilson coming home, the New Zealander, in third place in the 800, and then behind her would have been Maud Laville.
Well, that was incredible, wasn't it? You know, both athletes, they showed exactly what that national championship gold medal meant to them. I don't think Tori West could have done anything differently. She pushed the pace in that first lap to try and run some sting out of Tennille Craze's legs, but Tennille was just too strong in that back end of the 800, but both women did such a great job.
What was the time, Tamsin, approximately? I didn't write it down.
2:16.39 approximately.
So I'll give you the exact number of points. 2:16.
Yep, for Tennille, 2:16.39, and Tori West was 2:19.58.
874 points.
So she's going to be
and
around
what was
about
in second?
2:19.58.
So 874 versus 2:19.78.
58, sorry.
58
is 830. So 830 points.
So we're talking around about 5,900?
Something like that.
Yeah, about 5'9" and about 5'8.5", something like that. Mitch, how's the high jump going?
Well, there's plenty happening down here, Bruce. There's only 6 women remaining. We're at 178 on the bar. Nicola Oslager's waiting till 186 to enter the competition, and also she was 4th in the World Juniors last year. New South Wales Erin Shaw is over, so we're just waiting on the rest to join them at the moment. There's a few on a second attempt, but 178 is on the bar. Well, the Slager's over there sitting comfortably, and Shaw well clear.
Saves me a headache tonight, Tams, and I'm happy.
So next up's the under-20 heptathlon 800. And hopefully we've got a point score here as well. These events have been going throughout the day, and I look to the printer. It might be on the printer. Stand by.
Well, Mia Scary is definitely the one to watch, the Victorian athlete who narrowly missed that team to Cali for the World Under-20. She turned 18 this week, so she has the chance to go to those World Juniors next year, which I'm certain she will be on that plane. She's the national Under-18 record holder in the heptathlon, and she also just missed the long jump qualifier for those World Under-20s last year as well. She's an incredible athlete, high jumper and long jumper are her strongest. 800 metres, she does a few at the Vic Milers, so she probably won't be as scared of this event as a few of the others, but great athlete. So look for Mia Scary, who goes from lane number 4.
So she's 4 from the left and going out pretty quickly here. Mia Scary, the young woman that Tamsin was talking about with all the versatility and promise.
So from the outside, it's Seramet of Queensland, then Chapman, Victoria. This is going from the outside in. Tilt, New South Wales, Newbury of Queensland, Zarafa of Victoria, McMillan, New South Wales, Skerry of Victoria, Neeson of Queensland, Mangian of Victoria, and Malone of ACT. So there's a big field, 10 in this final event, the women's under-20.
Well, it's Scary who's taken out the pace, trying to make sure that she gets a good point score at the end. She'll be grateful to have Neeson, the Queenslander, going around so that she can use her to try and feed off. It's a much easier run when you've got some company out there in the 800 metres. The Queenslander, Neeson's running a really strong first lap. She looks like she wants to run a good 800 metres here.
So Neeson it is who leads from Skerry. Confirmation of the points with the Women's Open. Tennille Crace, the gold medalist, 5,960 ahead of Tori West, 5,909. And Tiana Solly of Queensland, 5,448. So they were the top 3.
Well, it's Neeson still from Scary, and I think behind her you have the New South Wales athlete Lily Tilt having a great run there from Carlingford, coached by Graham Garrett. She is good over the sprints as well, and Queenslander Kayla Newbury is in 4th position. But as I say, that Mia Scary has gone past Neeson to take the lead. 600 metre mark, she's really starting to open up and make her run for home.
So the two heptathlons, the under-20 and the open, been running side by side throughout the last 2 days. Men's decathlon in its final day as well, but it's Scary who's going to come into the straight here. It's been a well-measured run ahead of Neeson. I'll give you their points updates as soon as we have them. But this has been a strong finish from this young athlete who's so talented across so many events. And it will be Scary who comes down to the line to get the win. Head of Neeson, and then it's Tilt of New South Wales. Newbury, Kayla Newbury of Queensland, and then the rest fighting their way to the line. Sophie Zarafa, and competing in a few other events as well as the heptathlon. So it's been a busy 4 days for a lot of these young competitors. And the printer's just delivered me the update, Bruce. So I can not only tell you that Mia Scary won the 800, but Mia Scary will have won the title as well. So she led coming into that last event.
So 4,744. And what was the time, Tamsin? Do you know what time they ran for the 800?
Yeah, she did 2:22.28. Now, she had a great heptathlon in December here in Queensland where she scored 5,419 points.
So
2:22.28.
What's that give you?
That will add 2:22.28. Will add 793 points.
So we're looking at 5-5. So is that a personal best?
That will be a personal best if she...
Unofficial, of course, as I look at my...
Let's just look.
No, that's...
Here's a good question. When on the points table, when you're... So 2:22, what was the time? 2:22... 28. So when it's 2:22.22 gets 794 points, 2:22.30 gets 793. Do you go up or down? I'd suggest you go up to the...
I'd hope so.
But I'm not 100% certain, to be honest. I'm going to work that out next time.
So,
it's one of the few rules I'm not 100% across.
So on Mia Scary's personal best, she's got 2 different ones because she competed, I'm pretty sure, in the Oceania Champs last year where it's got an asterisk next to it because it's a windy personal best in a heptathlon, which means you had extreme winds.
And how many points did she have there?
5.480. But her personal best that stands as her actual personal best is 5.419, which was from December last year.
I think she's gone over 5.5.
Well, she'll be incredibly happy with that, the Sandringham athlete.
I've got an eagle eye on the. Here's the results.
So there you go.
5.537.
Oh, that is incredible by the young.
What did we say it was going to be? Is that what you said?
Good job, Bruce. Okay.
Well, I tell you what, our capacity to make this up as we go along is astounding me.
Now that's a terrific result, though. I mean, 5.5 for a young woman of that age. I mean, that's real potential, isn't it?
It's also a great result for Kayla Newbury, the under-18 heptathlon champion from last year's nationals as well.
So if you look at her individual results, which I think gives us a good gauge, Bruce, 14.61.
Yep.
In the hurdles, 171 in the high jumps, good high jump.
Good. Yeah, that's really good.
13.08's a strong shot put.
That's a good shot.
And you look at the other, she's 3 metres better than the field in the shot put. 25.56 is good speed.
That's decent.
5.92 is pretty good.
It's good.
2 metre tailwind there. 35 metre javelins, pretty strong. And then she's just run a good 800. So
she hasn't really got a weakness, has she?
It's pretty strong, and young athlete.
And you'd say to yourself, and here's the senior result. So Craze and West, they've both been over 6,000, just over 6,000 as a personal best. PBs are similar, but that's right up there with the best that they've done, basically. I mean, within 100 points.
And Tennille's going to go overseas after this, and after Gotza, she's going to go and train with the German national team, because the person who finished second to Glennis, I think, at the Olympics is the national coach for the heptathlon squad over there. So she's
Jackie Joyner-Kersey.
No, not second, sorry, on the Jackie Joyner-Kersey. Like third, let's check the podium. But somebody who Glennis competed against is one of the head coaches.
Sabine Braun or Sabine Braun.
I love that you know this, Bruce.
Do you know, while you're looking that up, do you know that we know that Bruce has got a couple of bucket list items still to go. He wants to go to the Jamaican Nationals. But you know what he wants to... You're not, but anyway, that's a separate topic. Do you know that Bruce wants to go and sit on the hill at Gotsis and watch the multi-events for 2 days?
Who wouldn't?
With a big stein of lager, and he'll sit there for 2 days and watch the multi-event.
What about this? Sabine Evans, is that who you said?
Braun or Evans. It had to be one or the other. Yeah. Sorry.
You are ridiculous.
I'm old.
No, you're ridiculous. You got that just off the cuff.
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Hang on, I knew it wasn't the Olympic champ. Jackie Joyner-Kersey.
I meant on the podium. I'm sorry. You got me with the technicality, but she's going to go over there, and that'll be a fabulous experience for Tennille.
So what's coming up in the next half an hour? So I'm sitting at home, and I don't want to listen to... I want to don't listen to me having a stein at the at Gotsis. I want to hear what's happening in the high jump. Mitch, what's going on?
Well, I was enjoying it down here. I just want it to be known, as a young fan listening on. But anyway, down at the high jump, look, there's 4 women jumping here at the moment. Olslager's still yet to enter the competition. It's 182 on it. We've only got 1 clear. It is going to be Emily Whelan. Plenty of juniors jumping down here. One of them, Zoe Peacock, only 17 years of age. She's missed twice, but on the runway at the moment, as I mentioned, World Junior 4th place last year, Erin Shaw is about to have a crack at 182. She's missed the first attempt. She's on her way now, Shaw. Oh, so easy over it there. So second attempt there for Erin Shaw. And it could be a 1-2 battle here as Olslager's now just starts to get ready to jump. She's coming into the next height. So it is Whelan, Shaw over it. Olslager's waiting. A few yet to have a crack at their 3rd attempt. So it's Zoe Peacock now. This will be her 3rd attempt. As I mentioned, 17-year-old Queenslander. She's just gone over her PB, so this will be to set a new one. So Peacock now on the runway. Plenty of supporters behind her. Up, over! Zoe Peacock loves her. Can't believe it. 182. She stays alive on the 3rd attempt.
It's good stuff, Mitch. I just Googled because I couldn't remember who came 3rd in the Olympic heptathlon in Sabine Evans.
Yeah, he was right. Bruce was right. What a legend.
No, sorry. We were talking about Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I got confused. Bruce was there, calling. So we're at school. You're in primary school, Tamsin.
So Carly the favourite here. What a comeback from Carly, eh? It's had a terrific season. The Guthries.
Yep. Twin
omnipresent, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. You know, coached by Andrew McIntyre, who coaches Mackenzie Little in the javelin. So interesting squad, great squad that they've got there. Now, interesting, Paul, we saw Austin Little fall over in that hurdles, and Jasmine Guthrie, her twin sister, didn't finish that 400 metres yesterday. So we're not sure exactly what happened, but that was hard to watch. But Isabella Guthrie is definitely a talent of the future. Daniela Roman's one to watch in this race. Brodie Mate, she was on the podium last year, and she trains alongside the favourite athlete, who is Sarah Carley, who is one of the most resilient athletes to come back from that horrific injury that she had leading into the Olympics. Talented junior, gave it away and followed her career path. She got a Bachelor of Commerce, and she is back out here competing. She was 6th at those Commonwealth Games last year.
No, she's fantastic. 55.09 to the personal best. She's run 55.5 this season, so not sure it's the right day for super quick. There's a bit of swirling breeze. The sun's sort of gone away. What do you think, Dave?
Bit of tailwind down the back straight, which might help.
That helps,
Of course, you've still got to get your stride length spot on. So, but of course, then you have the headwind in the front straight when you're getting tired. So 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Set.
So from the inside out, it's Chapman, Villay, Guthrie, Roman, Mate, Carly the favourite, free from the right, gets a good start, Pye and then Wilkinson. So Sarah quickly up there as they go down the back straight. Dave just saying a bit of a tailwind down the back. How effectively can they use it? Carly getting up towards halfway now. Roman having a good battle there with Mate in 2nd and 3rd place. So Sarah has been in sparkling form all year. Gets past that halfway. Roman probably in 2nd place with the red vest. Having a good run, Villay of France. And then Mate outside of her. And Guthrie also having a pretty good run. So Carly's got 3 to get over. And she leads by a cricket pitch into the straight. It's a big, long gap in front of Roman. 2 to get over. 55.5, the fastest in Australia so far this season. Roman strong late. Carly about 6, 7, 8 metres in front of Roman, and behind her Villay and then Guthrie. But Sarah's going to win, and how quick is it? It's a good run in the conditions. Roman 2nd, Villay was in 3rd place, and then I reckon it was probably Mate and Guthrie.
Well, that was an incredible run there by Sarah Carley. She really attacked that first half of the race. Her start to that first hurdle was just so quick. That would have hurt her a little bit because she went out so super fast, and it's really difficult for Sarah Carley. We saw it for so many years with Lauren Bowden coming into that front straight on your own. Just need that little bit of company at the back end to, as you're getting tired, to push you along to get a faster time. But Sarah Carley is really the dominant 400-metre hurdler in this country, and that was just a great run by Sarah. Beautiful hurdling technique, and she should be happy with that race to take overseas with that form.
Yeah, an amazing story, Tamsin. It was a huge story going into Tokyo, wasn't it? Here she is. And this is, I mean, it's hurting. Of course it's hurting. I mean, she's worked so hard. As you said, there's no one really to give her the fright of pushing her at this stage.
No, she's well up. I mean, that story you talk about where she had a dissected carotid artery, in which she happened in the gym when she was stepping up onto the platform. She's probably sick of hearing about it because it was just so horrible. We're not talking about an injury that you get for athletics where you get a time limit to get over. This was life-threatening, so we're just grateful that Sarah was okay from that. But she's come back and she is competing at a world-class level, and she just needs some competition because her hurdling technique and her heart is the size of a lion, the way she attacks races. That was brilliant. 56.56 for the winner, Sarah Carley, followed home by Daniela Roman, who ran in that 100-metre hurdle finals just a short time ago. She was 58.00.
So 1.5 seconds basically then Villay. So most of the 4 leading Australians there were just outside their best times this year. So I think that's got a lot to do with the conditions, and probably after a pretty long season, Sarah's going to, I think, probably take a breath now and feel like I've done so well. Ollie Schlager's on the runway. She started quite spectacularly. Was it 198?
Yeah, 198
right
in Canberra.
Yep.
And then wasn't quite at that level in Melbourne. She won with 193. So coming in here at 186. Ooh. And a clearance. And of course, Eleanor, was that a miss?
It was a miss.
Oh, sorry, I missed the...
Yeah, it was a miss, yeah.
Okay, so of course, Eleanor Patterson on the recovery trail after the toe operation that's just before Melbourne, and of course had that trip to Europe. You know, Townsend tails, Bruce, has become a thing, as you know, and I played golf with Mike Barber, Kelsey Lee's husband, and I asked Kelsey, she's got a new hobby which is spreading like wildfire amongst the Australian team.
And that
because
is?
Eleanor is the knitter, as we know. She loves her knitting, and now Kelsey Lee and Lyndon Hall have both taken up the knitting. They're not anywhere near the quality of Eleanor, who is a world-class knitter as well as a world champion high jumper, but that's spreading throughout the Australian team to pass the time.
One of many. Here's Sarah with Mitch.
Thanks very much. We'll cross from the knitting references up there. Sarah, you're in a position right now that everybody know the lactic monster's got you. Talk us through that race. Congratulations, and how did it feel?
Started that pretty well, but it was a little bit messy on the back end, which that happened, and I adapted quite quickly, so changed down a little earlier than normal, but that's fine. Sometimes with hurdles it's just about getting around, and I did that. So you
were talking to me earlier about your stride patterns. How quickly do you adjust for that? How often do you sort of work on that in training? And obviously once you're through that, then is it just push to the line?
In training I don't often get my stride pattern because I guess we're doing like high reps, kind of higher volume. Yeah, it's uncommon for me to be able to nail my stride pattern at training, so we do work on it, but a lot of the time I have to just come prepared to a race and be able to adapt, which is what I did.
Hey, to be back-to-back champion, how special is that for you? And you were mentioning in tough conditions out here, it must be even more super.
Yeah, I think I missed a couple of the Australian Championships last year, the year before that, because of injury, so I'm just so happy to be here, and I love racing and I love coming to these events, so every time I step onto a track I just remind myself how lucky I am to be here, and I did that today, and yeah, it means a lot to be able to come out here and perform too, back to back.
Well, we love seeing you race, Sarah. Congratulations on going back to back. Sarah Carley, we'll let you go recover.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Sarah. Well done.
Thank you. They put their blocks before the line because they don't have that adrenaline. Yeah, so it does change things.
So I don't think Simons is starting in the 400 hurdles final. Was it Connor Fry?
Hang on, let's have a look here. No, so lane 7, Connor Fry is still there. We do not have Fraser Simons. Yeah, you're right, Bruce. Fraser Simons. There's a lane spare between Josh Hook, the Western Australian, and Chris Douglas, who I think you'd have to say is the favourite for the way he has made it through the rounds.
And the Singaporean, how do I pronounce his name? Is it Cook?
I think this is the start list that you need. Here you go, because that was not the right start list. All those athletes are there, but you've got it. Perfect. Queck, who's been running a lot this weekend at these championships, but all eyes on Connor Fry and Christopher Douglas. And I tell you what, throw a blanket over this field. It's going to be a fabulous one.
So no Simons on the inside. So it's Hook, and then we go out to Douglas, Queck, Bennett, Fry, Crow and Collins. So Douglas probably the favourite. Fry's had a really good season though. He's had the seasonal fastest so far, but Douglas out well. So he's in the blue strip near the 2 from the right. As we get up towards halfway, and Connor Fry is 2 from the left and about to go past Collins. Crow out there as well. Queck's having a pretty good run, so Douglas probably in front. They're over halfway. Let's have a look now. No, Fry right there with Douglas, so there's not much between the big two as they enter the straight. Fry leads. Douglas got some work to do. Fry's still about 1.5 meters up. Douglas starting to close. Fry got one to get over. Douglas closing. Fry made a bit of a mess of the last, and Douglas comes away now and wins from Fry, and it looks to be pretty quick. Queck there, and also Bennett 3rd and 4th.
Well, I certainly think Connor Fry made the running there. The Rising Track Club athlete who's had a fabulous year. The physiotherapist, Steve Fabrice, coached athlete, just couldn't quite get over the 10th cleanly, but managed to stay on his feet to get that silver medal. But Chris Douglas left himself with a bit of work to do there down the front straight. He does have the heats and the semi-final runs in his leg where he did look super smooth. So here, let's have a look at the replay. You can see Connor Fry has clearly come into that front straight up, runs into this 9th hurdle beautifully, just has a few time steps into this 10th, clips it with his lead leg, which is really hard to recover from when you do hit it, but he's obviously got a strong core, recovers. In contrast, Christopher Douglas was coming home so strongly. You could just tell that he'd left a little bit in the tank and ran off that 10th hurdle beautifully to take that national championship title.
So the fastest, I didn't see the semis and don't know the results, but Fry was the fastest at 50.38. So Douglas ran 50.71 in the semis. So
yep.
This will be the fastest in Australia this season. So it's around about the 50.1 mark, 50.15. So not under the 50 seconds. So yeah, 50.15. That's the fastest in Australia this season. Fry quick. So Bennett will get the bronze medal in third place at 51.38. So that could be a personal best for Bennett or close to it. It's certainly a seasonal best anyway.
Yeah, the 19-year-old Kyle Bennett has a personal best of 51.52 from memory. So yes, he has done a personal best. He ran 51.52 to come second at the Queensland State Champs and 51.54 to come fifth at the Brisbane Track Classics, and then 51.70 to qualify for the final. So he's there and thereabouts running those 51 second times. You feel like that 19-year-old Bennett is going to have a breakthrough as well next year.
So Douglas, am I right in saying he's the 60-metre hurdler that we see so often? I mean, he's
world indoor finalist.
Yeah, been in the States. So it's quite a range when you think about it, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's only recently came out to Australia. He went to New Zealand first to have a competition, and so he's just raced himself into form here to win this national championships. But he does have great range. At college, he did do both. He was probably more of a 110-metre hurdler and dropped down to that 60-metre hurdles that you're mentioning, Bruce, and made the world indoor final, which is just incredible effort from Christopher Douglas. He was born in Melbourne, raised in the States, and then is now representing Australia. So let's go down to Mitch, who has Christopher Douglas with him.
I do indeed. I have Chris here right next to me. We'll move across, come here next to me, Chris. I promise I won't bite. Congratulations, mate. Second national title. How does that feel?
It feels good. This is my return year to the 400 hurdles last year. I went to the sprint hurdles, so didn't really do this event much. So it's nice to come back and run a few opening races and come back and get the national title back.
How's that adjustment been, coming back to the longer hurdling? Is it as hard as you remember? Has it been a little bit easier to come back? What's that been like for you?
It's about what I expected. I think it's taken me a little bit longer to get back into my form this year. Back in 21, I was running a little bit faster at this point in the year, but I had a lot more training going into that, so I'm just taking it one day at a time, but it's good to be back.
You started it really well, and in that middle phase there, it was Connor Fry who started to push away last year's champion. Coming into the home straight, he's just edging ahead of you. What are you thinking over those final two flights?
Just hit my strides. I still felt strong. I didn't feel like I was moving as quickly as I wanted to, but I could tell my legs still had a good amount of energy in them, so I was just focusing on hitting my stride pattern, making sure I wasn't going to chop before the hurdles or have to reach. And when I came off number 10, obviously he unfortunately clipped number 10, but I felt like I had plenty of energy. If I needed to take him on those last 40 meters, it would have been a good one.
We love it when you take it on there. Congratulations, Chris. You're national champion. I'll let you go off and recover, mate.
Thank you very much.
So we get to the women's 200 metres, one of the highlights of the day. Saw some great running in the earlier rounds. Ella Connolly and Tori Lewis, two of the favourites from Australia, but Pereira, so impressive last night. I wasn't here for it, but I got a bit of a shock when I saw the result.
Well, she broke her national record in the first round and then ran pretty well in the semi-final and then smashed it in the final. It was a great race, and Tori Lewis was really good on the outside, just ahead of Bree Masters, and of course Connolly and Day keeping their powder dry for this. Carla Bull's the defending stall gift, women's gift champion, so she'll go down to Central Park, defend that title starting on Saturday. It's great to see Day back, of course. She's won 2 national titles here, and Lewis, well, she's not going to be the youngest ever that's won this title, Bruce, if she does it, because Catherine Freeman won the 200 at 16 years of age, and we've had a few that have done it at 18 years of age as well. In fact, 41 times the 1-2 doubles been done. Most recent was Connolly in 2022. Day did it in 2018 as an 18-year-old. Glynis Beasley did it as an 18-year-old. Betty Cuthbert won the 220 yards in 1956 as an 18-year-old, but she never won 100.
Gee, so Raylene was, what, 17 in 1968 when she won the silver medal?
But didn't win the national title.
Oh, that's fascinating, isn't it? So
that year, anyway.
Yeah.
Won the 100, I think, that year. Debbie Wells was the youngest to win the 100.
Was she 15 or something?
She was 17.
17, Debbie.
So Tori was one of a couple of 18-year-olds to become the Australian champion, which she did yesterday after
and it's
Pereira
great company,
winning.
Dave. You're talking about household names
It's
and the
amazing.
that way up
That's the history of this sport. 100, as Glenys Nunn walks past and gives us a big wave. There's royalty everywhere. So it's one of the things about the national championships that we love, Bruce. The series meets are great, but they're running in the footsteps of the history of the sport here.
Absolutely.
They're running for a title that Betty Cuthbert and Catherine Freeman have won.
Absolutely. Marjorie Jackson still going strong. I talk to her every couple of weeks. She's 92 years of age, you know, the gold medalist from both the Commonwealth Games in 50 and 54 and the Olympic champion and, of course, multiple world record holder in 1952, Marge. So don't know if Marge can get 7+. I don't know if she could work it out, but I know she'll hear about everything tomorrow.
She's sharp, Marjorie Jackson. I bet you she's got it all sorted.
If you Marge and Borley, if you're watching.
Well, Raylene won 6 of these titles. Denise Boyd Robertson won 6. Melinda Gainsford-Taylor 5. Freeman 5. Hewitt 5. Marge won 3. They're good names, aren't they?
So Ollie Schlager's, let's have a look. So we're at 192.
So first attempt.
So does she go before the 200? Looks like she probably will, won't she?
They might hold it just fractionally.
Her clearance before that we saw was fabulous. She's in good shape, Ollie Schlagers. She knows that she's got that 198 form that she's bringing into this competition that she did earlier in the year from Canberra. Doesn't she make you want to get out there and high jump?
So in she comes. First attempt at 192 and she goes clear. So that's the sort of jump that will put her opposition under pressure if she may well be the only athlete left in the competition there.
I can't
that's
see,
a good clearance.
Sorry, Dave. I can't see Pereira out there, Tamsin. Can you?
Nope.
So Pereira not starting here by the look of it.
No, she's had a lot of running in her legs. She even ran the 4x100 relay leg for Singapore at the start of the program too, Bruce. So she might be feeling it in her legs, but she can't win this national championship. So it's about these athletes out there.
It's a fantastic field here. Away, so those middle lanes, Connolly and Lewis outside of her and Day inside of her. So Edwards on the extreme left. Connolly's had the best first 100 metres, leads into the straight from Lewis and Day. So Connolly's about a half a metre up on Lewis and Day with about 80 to go. Lewis comes up to Connolly. Edwards out wide. Lewis takes the lead. She's going to get a golden double here at 18 years of age over Connolly and then Day and Edwards. So strong late. Ella definitely led, had a fantastic bend, Ella, but Tori over the top. So what a weekend she's had.
That was a fantastic run. Look at the lead that Ella Connolly brought into that front straight. She really worked very hard. And Christy Edwards on the outside also had a fabulous bend. Just at this latter stages, for someone who's so young, you forget, 18 years of age, Tori Lewis just stayed relaxed, stayed calm and composed. And I think that 400 that she ran earlier this year to run a personal best 53.3 has kept her in good stead at the back end of that. She has fabulous strength at the end of the 200 metres. She used those legs superbly, held her form, had good knee lift, used the arm drive. Happy, happy athlete. 18 years of age, you are a double national champion.
23.02 the time, so that's her fastest. 23.06 was her season's best from Brisbane early in the season. So 23.02 is a personal best. The third 18-year-old to win the double, joining Riley Day and Glenys Beasley. So that's a good weekend of running from Tori Lewis.
It was a very close finish for the bronze medal as well. Riley Day, that 23.24 to Christy Edwards, 23.27. So fantastic piece of running by those top four athletes. Let's go down to Mitch because I think he's with a very happy 18-year-old.
I am here with a very happy 18-year-old. Just calling over our friends here to make sure they're watching the interview. Tori, 1-2 double. Could you have dreamed it?
No, honestly, literally no.
So what's going through your head there? You've got Ella Connolly on your outside. You've got 50 metres to go. You start to get right up on the shoulder. What are you telling yourself?
Well, I was so tired today that I was just happy with my 100 last night. So I was just running this super relaxed, and whatever happens, happens. I was happy either way. So I guess that.
Does that maybe a message to self? Just stay relaxed and good things can happen?
Yeah.
You're obviously in front of this home crowd. How special is that?
Super special. Like as it was last night, it was great, and just doing the doubles even better. Yeah.
Look, I'll let you recover because I know you want to go over and sit down. Congratulations, Tori. Well done.
Thank you.
Can't ask for more than that, can you? Like a personal best, a double Australian champion. Just the competitiveness is what we admire about her too. She's such a great competitor. So the men's 200 not far away. We just saw Nicola miss her first attempt at 195.
95, yeah.
Good height, didn't you think, Dave? Just he clipped it with those calves on the way over.
So 2 more attempts to come. Bruce, I've just got the record books out, and that 1968 national title, Di Burge, was the winner ahead of Joyce Bennett and Jenny Lammy. So Raylene won her first national 200-metre title in 1970.
So Di, South Australian, her granddaughter's running very well on the pro circuit. Yeah, she does. So, and Di, of course, cleaned up in 1966 at the Kingston, Jamaica Commonwealth Games, won the 100, 200.
It's great names. As you, I get goosebumps actually when I read through these names and have a look at Jackson, Cuthbert, Matthews, Cuthbert. They were 4 years in a row. In fact, you go back at Marge won in 1950, 52, 54. Anyway, I could go on about that forever. We'll have a long lunch and go through those results one by one, Bruce.
Well, what did Alan Jean say? Laddie, you don't get to where you're going unless you know where you've come from. So here we have Rodriguez-Chico. He's got the inside draw, which is probably not going to suit him, I think. O'Neill next to him, Kiryu, who was so impressive in the semi-final draw. And Murphy, I like that draw, Tamsin, in 6. I think that's good for him, Ouse, Diffie and Rowe. So what did Murphy have left in the tank, do you reckon?
Well, do you know what I'm hoping that Aiden does? Is he does something similar to what Tori Lewis did and just relaxes, listens to that interview and just thinks, I've got all the ability here to compete with these athletes and win it. I've done it before. I'm the one that they should be watching. To stay relaxed because this title will be mine again if I do that. But, I think it's going to be interesting to watch Kiryu, how he runs, the Japanese athlete who's got such star power, Olympic medalist. I think he will come through pretty hard around that bend.
So Rodriguez-Chico from the inside, O'Neill, Kiryu, Doran, Wonderwatch, Murphy, Ayus, Diffie and Rowe. The men's 200-metre final. Oh, so some unsteadiness there. Not sure whether the gun just didn't explode correctly.
Yeah, no, I think they'll be fine with that one. I mean, you see Jake Doran do a run out from the blocks, but I think they just held them just that little bit too long, which suggests that we may have another technical issue over there at the start. So the athletes will go back and reset and take a deep breath.
So Nicola on the runway here at 195, second attempt.
Just a little ticker with the heels, so one more attempt for Ollerschlagers as we reset for the men's 200 final.
Rodriguez-Chico on the inside, O'Neill next to him, and then Kiryu, Doran, Murphy, Ayus, Diffie, Rowe. Good start that time. Murphy not the best away. Oh, he's got away well. And Doran quickly gets up and passes Murphy. Kiryu going well, O'Neill, and then Chico Rodriguez into the straight. Doran and Rowe are the two leaders. Murphy's got a lot to do. Doran in front from O'Neill. Murphy closing very, very late. Doran leads at the moment. Going up to him, Kiryu, Doran. Oh, he celebrated early, but it was worth it. He just hung on from Kiryu. And Murphy very, very late.
Was it an early celebration or was it the dive across the line?
Let's see.
The arm was out, trying to get the shoulder forward.
Well, one way or the other, he's going to be the Australian champion because it was Kiryu coming at him hard.
Well, I thought Jake Doran deserved to win that because he was the one who put it all on the line around that bend. He was super relaxed and he went through Aidan Murphy on his outside so early. But you can see there the dip of Kiryu is fantastic, so it's going to be a tight one. But Jake Doran takes that win with 20.81 for a national title. He would have been upset that he didn't defend the 100-metre title, but like we said earlier, we think this event really suits Jake Doran, the Townsville athlete. Coached by Paul DeBella, will be pretty up and about for that victory.
So there's your winner. Jake Doran gets the 200 to go with the 100 title he got last year. Chris, you summed it up. Aidan Murphy had a lot of work to do into the straight. And Christopher Ayuso in the all-white of the Sydney University Club. He ran a great race. Been more a 100-metre man, and his little legs got him to the line.
He'll get the bronze. So with Murphy just missing.
Well, Christopher Ayuso will get the silver in the national title because of Kiryu, and then Mitch O'Neill, who had such a fabulous heat run, he will get that bronze medal.
So Ollie Schlager's on the runway here. Third attempt at 195. Of course, her meet record was the first time an Australian female had jumped over 2 metres back in Sydney in 2021. It's a familiar routine. Arms are up. Eyes are closed as she imagines what can happen. Little slap on the hips and in she comes. And over she goes at 195.
Awesome.
So good jumping. .197's the World Championship qualifier. She's already got that. And of course, Eleanor Patterson, the defending champion. So she's got the leave pass straight to the World Championships. Results from the 200.
Doran by 1/100th of a second over Kiryu. Ayuso not far off, and then O'Neill and Murphy. You can see how tight it is. Rodriguez Chico, that inside draw, never going to be an advantage to him, was it?
No, it was pretty tough, and he was pretty fatigued from that run yesterday, but still dipped under that 21 seconds, and I think he's going to take a lot of confidence moving forward from this championships that he has had, because I think the 200 metres does suit him more, but he was probably a bit fatigued from doing so well at the 100, but wasn't it great to see Jake Doran come out and get that victory after running so well last year?
And Tori Lewis in a personal best of 23.02, the fastest Australian this season. Ella Connolly, she ran well. She had a great bend. Riley Day's coming back strongly. Chrissy Edwards has had a terrific season, and that's a fine run. So the top four did single themselves out there. Murphy's interesting, isn't he? I mean, you can see that door and that celebration with Kiryu giving it all he's got. So Fitz and Murphy, it's been an in-between year for Aidan, and a year that he can learn a lot from, I think. Let's go down to Mitch.
Hey, thanks very much, guys. I've got Jake Doran here. I've just picked him up off the deck. Jake, should be so proud of yourself, mate. How does it feel to be the national 200-metre champion?
Well, right now, pretty average. I had to scrape myself off the ground there, but no, it's one of those ones where I definitely didn't expect it. This isn't what I compete for, you know. I'm a 100 athlete, so whatever comes of the two is, I just love this sport. 100 metres of performance career-wise, 200s love the sport. So, you know, this one's special. I've got silver the 2 times I've competed at this event, and to get gold out here today was really fun.
So sort of what was the process? You could have thrown a blanket over you guys with 10 metres to go. You've done well enough to dip there. They were coming late. Was it just hold on? You had time to celebrate, so you must have been thinking about the win.
It's funny though, like, you never know what an athlete's going to do when they're out there. I'm not thinking when I'm running. I'm just saying over and over in my head, what did my coach tell me to do? And, you know, all season I've got out well around the bend, and, you know, for us to have a restart at the blocks is not really great for me. There was a bit of a heady on the bend, so I'm thinking to myself, damn, I've got my work cut out for me, but I was really frustrated last night. So, you know, to come out here, it's a bit of a consolation prize for me. Really phenomenal comp out there today. Obviously, Kiryu all the way from Japan. Aidan went to World Champs last year, and Dhruv got a PB last night, so I was kind of cacking it going in, but that's sport.
That is sport, mate. Congratulations. You're the national 200-metre champion. We're all very proud of you.
Cheers,
well done.
Appreciate it.
Well done, Mitch. Well done, Jake. And well done to you, Bruce. Thanks for coming along. I know you just love it. And you've flown up here. You're a busy man. And you love your field and track that much that you wanted to come up, and we're thrilled that you got behind the microphone. Tamsin, it's always a pleasure. You've told us so many stories over the last 2 days. We've got more to come, but Bruce and Tamsin have to go. Thank you. Your impressions, Bruce, on the season?
It's been good. Terrific. Middle distance depth, phenomenal, isn't it? Love it. And I thought Browning last night was an absolute highlight at 10:02. So I'm very buoyed by what we're seeing. And, of course, the field events have been, I mean, the long jumps really got some depth. And Nicola going great guns. We're in a good spot, Dave.
Looking forward to hearing more from you. Tamsin, for you, the championships, what was your highlight?
There's too many. There was way too many. But I think with Bruce, Rowan Browning, that turnaround from Brisbane Track Classic was just fantastic. You know, having the women in the javelin, Mackenzie Little and Kelsey Lee Barber, the world champion, back out there competing domestically for us. I loved Maddie Denny being in the discus throw. He's always entertaining to watch. Katrina Bissett just in that 800 metres. I have to go back to that. That was fabulous. Front running, I just loved it. Do you want me to keep going? Because I loved the women's 1500. Jess Hull was awesome.
Honest,
Callum Davies in the 1500 was
like
awesome.
Rob Sitch doing Bruce impersonations. I could go on, and I will. And on that note, we're going to take a break. Farewell, Bruce and Tamsin. Back with more right after this.
We know it's important to stay hydrated, and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Yeah. So thanks for joining us back here. Just a sensational, just near on hour there of racing. And a massive thank you to Tamsin Manu and Bruce, who are, I think, departing the commentary box now. What an honour it is to have two legends like that in the commentary box here at the Open Nationals 100th edition, thanks to Chemist Warehouse. As Nicola Ollis-Lagers, she was first attempt pretty close there at 198. The second one, let's hope, goes a little bit better. She'll be obviously famously riding in her book there. We saw that come out at the Olympic Games where she claimed a silver, and it was pretty much the infatuation of the Australian athletic community there for a while. And she writes a lot of positive affirmations. She rates her jumps. She rates the process on her way through, and just has a lot of personal notes in there to just help her lift herself. If she does well, if she doesn't do well, it doesn't matter. She's still writing in that journal there. So Ollis-Lagers now just heads out onto the bend, and we'll get ready for her second attempt at 198. Some of the faster juniors come past me here, and we'll see how they go. So Ollis-Lagers on the bend here, the sun beaming down, the crowd behind her. You'll hear the famous "come on soon." Leighton Hewitt did it on the tennis court. Nicola Ollis-Lagers will be doing it on the athletics track. So just wait for the Olympic silver medalists. We're underway here. Here comes the clap. It's So even if you're at home, feel free to clap. Neighbours could think you're weird. Athletic community would get right around you. Slag is on it. Away into the stride now. Slag is up. Just clips. So it might have been that lead shoulder that just clipped the high jump pole there. 198 still on it. So an over 2 metre jumper. We know that. 202. As field and track enthusiast, long jump day owner and creator Dave Culbert walks past me here. And so we'll get a swap on the track here. Dave will take over. As we said, it's long jump day, so he has to be down here. And I did actually see the office Dave was talking about earlier. He had a setup of a desk, some food, get it all going on. I've been walking around here starving for the last 20 minutes. So Dave Culbert, he's got it well underway. Henry Frayne not far away from jumping. In front of me here, Henry Frayne, just been a stalwart of Australian long jumping for a while, Henry Frayne. Men's 4x4 on the track as well. So I can't see what you say. I hope I'm covering it. Slagers, we'll just have to wait probably now to the start of this. We've got our men's javelin throw in the middle as well. The men's pole vault going on over the other side of the track. Curtis Marshall, we'll find out what he's going to be entering at. Obviously the Commonwealth Games gold medalist last year. Jumped a PB of 585. Right here in Brisbane. Did Curtis Marshall. And hey, it's been an absolute cracker of 4 days here in Brisbane. As I mentioned, I'll be swapping over with Dave Culbert. Henry Frayne slaps the chest. He'll be ready to go as I throw up to none other than Dean Gleeson. I'll be up there in a moment, Dino, but it's looking nice and cool up there for you.
It is cool. It's cool. It's slightly colder than yesterday, but conditions are still favourable for athletes. And haven't we seen an amazing day of track and field thus far? And still Nicola with the final attempt of 198. Men's shot put underway, the pole vault and long jump all going at the moment. So plenty on. With finals of the men's 5,000 and women's 5,000 metres to come. Decathlon 1,500 metres. And the 4x4 just about to get underway here for the under 20 athletes. And as I speak, there's the start list. New South Wales in 2. Benjamin Jones, Aidan Love, Benjamin Iverson, Timothy Sankey, who's the under 20 champ. In 3, the Queenslanders, Jet Grundy, Dylan Devine, Cooper Miller, and Josh Fabiani running the anchor there. 4, Western Australia, Jaden Moss, Hugh Raymond, Thuto Nolotta Lang, and Declan Morrison running 4th. And in 5, Victoria, Thomas Byrne, Mitchell Langhorn, Wolfgang Kocher Namisi, and Hugo Hannock. So about to get underway here. Ends under 20, 4x4. Queen start in the under 20 4x4 from the inside. New South Wales, Queensland, West Australia, and the Victorians out wide. The stagger looks unchanged at this stage. Maybe the Victorian Thomas Byrne leading now, pushing up on his inside. The West Australian Jaden Moss with the Queenslander Jet Grundy still there, and the New South Wales athlete Benjamin Jones probably in 4th at this stage. So it's the Victorians out wide leading this field. Now the Queenslanders push through, looking for the support of the big crowd here. So Victoria maybe in 2nd, the Queenslander pushing through into the lead. So Queensland, big leg from Jet Grundy, will pass over in the lead here to Dylan Devine. It's a clean change in the lead to the Queenslanders. So Queensland lead, Victoria, West Australia, New South Wales. And the Queenslander is Dylan Devine, making his way down the back straight now. The Victorians
Hunting up in second position with New South Wales pushing through in third. West Australia fourth. So the Queenslander leads. Dylan Devine in front of his home crowd, trying to put on a display here for his home state. So Queensland in front. The Victorian Mitchell Langhorne moving in the second there, running a good leg, a New South Wales athlete. Aidan Love also running a cracker. But Queensland still in front. And the change will be to Cooper Miller. So Miller takes the baton, sets sail. The Victorians in second, New South Wales third. And the West Australians in fourth. So the New South Wales athlete is Benjamin Iverson, and he goes straight past the Victorian and sets out after the Queenslander Cooper Miller. So Miller in front for Queensland. Iverson running a mighty first 200 metres for New South Wales, and the Victorians in third. So Miller still leads from Queensland, 150 to go. He's going to pass to Josh Fabiani. And for New South Wales, Timothy Sankey will get the baton. And Sankey, of course, is the under-20 national 400-metre champion. So we're set up for a big race here. Queensland versus New South Wales, state versus state. And there's nothing more that a Queensland likes to do than beat someone from New South Wales. So here we go. So Fabiani leads. Sankey, the national champ, chases. Fabiani goes down the back straight, looks strong. Sankey controlled. The Victorians in third, West Australian fourth. But the battle's up front. The Queenslander moves through the 200 metres with Sankey taking a little bit of ground out of him. But the Queenslander, Fabiani, now trying to extend. Sankey trying to lift. Has the Queenslander done enough? Let's get behind him, ladies and gentlemen. The big Queenslander, he has done enough. Queensland are going to take the 4x4 under-20s, and they're going to do it in stylish fashion. 3 minutes 13 on the dot. Sankey for New South Wales in second. The Victorian, Hugo Hannock, takes the bronze for Victoria, and West Australia third. An exciting men's under-20 4x400 metres, but Queensland are the champions at home.
And Roper now on the runway. Looks to be a fair jump. White flags up. Not sure if I'm going to be able to see the board from here. And you look at the screen now. And Queensland led start to finish in that 4x4 under-20 race. Great to be able to turn it on in front of their home fans and family and friends. Special occasion for those young men and something they'll remember forever and a day. And we'll throw now down to David Colbert at the long jump or the high jump. I can't quite see him, but over to you, Dave.
Yeah, at the long jump here, and we're in round 5. Business end of round 5, because this is a good competition. Liam Adcock from Queensland jumped 8:02 in his second attempt. This was after Jalen Rucker jumped 8 metres and it was legal, plus 1.8 in round 1, then extended to 8:02 in the second round, which was also legal. So we've got 2 tied on 8:02. Rucker leading on the count back. Here comes Adcock. Foul. So this is round 5, and the jumpers that have been going well this season, of course, Matreski won in Melbourne with 8:16. He's down at 7:81 at the moment. Difficult conditions with the breeze, a few strong tailwinds and a couple of strong headwinds as well. But Rucker opened with the 2 8-metre leaps. First time he's gone over 8 metres, and he does it in the national title to take the lead.
And at the moment, it's that count back second jump of 8 metres that's got him in front. So he'll be next on the runway to round out round 5. Nice little tailwind at the moment, actually, so he'll be keen for them to finish their raking and get on with it. So you can see that he's now starting to get the crowd involved, Queensland crowd. Coached by Gary Bourne, who's just behind me here, former pole vaulter. In he comes. Oh, it's pretty close. It's a foul. Only just. I tell you what, only just. Only just. I'm going to go and have a look how close that was. Very close. Good jump. One to come. Rucker leads.
So we're about to get underway here in this women's under 20 4x4. I'll announce the field.
So away cleanly from the inside Victoria, West Australia, New South Wales, Queensland and New Zealand out in lane 6. And it'll be New Zealand who currently lead here. Maddie Kelso-Heap moving through the New South Wales team. So the stagger hasn't changed too much. Maybe New South Wales just in front now with New Zealand out wide, pushing along the New South Wales athlete Gemma Pollard. Just moving up on Jessica Hall on her outside. So New South Wales in front on the stagger now. The Victorians also moving through on the inside with Ella Tobin. So New South Wales hit the front. New Zealand just going past the New Zealand athletes now. Queensland pushing up with Jessica Hall. So the New South Wales athlete Gemma Pollard has run a mighty leg for her state, and she'll pass to Paris Bamford. So New South Wales in front. The Victorians may have finished quickly there. Ella Tobin passed to Emily Holler, and they will move into second position with Queensland just pushing around on the outside there. So New South Wales lead, second leg, the athlete Paris Bamford, and the Queensland athlete now, Marichali Warnicki, moving into second. So Queensland, they won the men's junior race at home, trying to do the double here. So New South Wales lead, Queensland on the shoulder, Victoria third, West Australia fourth, and now New Zealand also there. But the New South Wales athlete now starts to extend away. Paris Bamford has run a well-timed race. She's going to pass here to Ada Rand. We've seen her in multiple events this weekend. And Rand is away with the Queenslander, Charlize Siver, in hot pursuit. So the New South Wales athlete Rand has run a quick first 100. The Queenslander moving up as well now, just sliding up onto her shoulder. And the Queenslander will go to the front. So it looks again like a race in two between Queensland and New South Wales. And the Queensland athlete Charlize Siver goes to the front. So Queensland looking to post a lead here before this final leg, where Rose Ackland will take over and Paige Campbell will take the baton for New South Wales. But as they come into the straight, the Queenslander will look for your support, ladies and gentlemen. Hometown hero, run a mighty leg for her state here in third, and she'll pass to Rose Ackland. Ackland gets the baton. Paige Campbell from New South Wales in pursuit. So the Queenslander moving around the bend. Campbell from New South Wales, well-credentialed athlete, just trying to bridge that gap, but it's tight here in this under-20 women's 4x4 as Campbell now just starts to push up onto the shoulder, just retreats a bit and decides to sit in for the bend. So the Queenslander leads on the bend. New South Wales looking to strike. Tight here. Queensland in front, fighting the New South Wales athlete off, and Queensland will lead into the straight. Ackland trying to fight off Campbell. What a race this has been, ladies and gentlemen. The Queenslander lifts again, but Paige Campbell from New South Wales goes past and takes the win and the victory for New South Wales. Queensland second, New Zealand get third, and the West Australian athlete Sky Boughton will come in fourth, take the bronze medal, and the Victorians in fifth place. But New South Wales take the women's 4x4, and New South Wales won, Queensland won on the relay tally this afternoon.
So at the long jump, so we're in the final round here. I can tell you that Oscar Myers has finished in 8th place with 7:44. He had 5 fouls after an opening 7:44. Then Will Freyer from Sydney Uni's had good form this year. He'll be a little bit disappointed with his 7th 7:52. We've just watched Shea Veach, the New Zealander, who had a great competition at the competition over there in Auckland, where he put on a real display along with Liam Adcock, close to 8 metres, so 7:75. That'll have him in 6th spot. And now we go to Henry Frayne, Commonwealth Games medalist, Olympic finalist, the Frayne train. 7:81, and then a series of fouls before a 6:89. So you can see how tricky these wind conditions are here. This wind causing havoc. So final jump for Henry Frayne. Pretty good on the board. I think we're going to get the white flag. I've given it the white flag. So has the officials. So 8:34 lifetime best, 7:81 this season. World Indoor silver medalist. So we wait for the distance here. Is that better, Henry, or worse? He's predicting 90 something, so 7:81 his best so far. 7:80, so just behind his 7:81. So Chris Matreski, what can he do here as we move into the final few jumpers in this competition? So he's looking to defend his national title here, but he needs to get busy on this final jump. 7:81. So he's got Frayne on account. Well, he had Frayne on account back, but in fact, he's got a pair of 7:81s. And Frayne had 7:81 and 7:80. He's got you by 1 centimetre on account back.
I've got 81 as well.
Well, he's got 2:81s.
Oh, does he?
He's got 280. I'm sorry, I'm having a conversation here with Henry. We're on actually TV here, but anyway. 7:81 and 7:81. Jalen Rucker, who's leading the competition with 2 8-metre jumps. I'm not allowed to talk to him, that'd be illegal. But he's busily watching on and is currently leading on a countback with 1 jump to come.
Could you inspire a couple of tailwinds for these guys?
Oh, seriously, mate, the conditions are, I feel for you. I can feel your pain. Poor old Oscar Myers had 1 legal jump and 5 fouls. In comes Matreski, the defending champion, hits the board, runs through. So we're going to get these 5,000s underway, but we'll come back and show you the final couple of jumps here in this men's long jump competition.
Well, thanks for that, Dave. Good to hear 2 long jumping minds going at it there, Henry Frayne and Dave Cole, but that's almost a unique little insight down there. So headwind wreaking all kind of havoc. So see the results for our women's 4x400 metre relay. And Dino could not have called that any better. I was actually downstairs getting food for the first time today. I just about told him to keep the credit card. I need to get back up here and see all the action. So plenty happening. The men's B 5,000 metre open final is on here. So these guys won't, I believe, contest for a medal, even on times. I don't believe they're going to be qualifying. So this is just a big influx of competitors wanted to get involved. So they've put on 2 races. It's Luca De Conza, Reese Langdon, Tom Bowers, Daniel Dreyer, Tony Lang. We're about to get underway, so I'll introduce the rest of the competitors I'm about to go out over the entire PA system. So we're away in the men's B 5,000 metre race here in Brisbane. And I'll read them out to you now as we go. Luca De Conza out of hip number 1. Reece Langdon number 2. Tom Bowers number 3. Daniel Dreyer number 4. Tony Lang number 5. Isaac Holberton number 6. Connor Latouf number 7. Marco Elves lane number 8, or hip number 8 I should say. Bailey Mizaraki Hintz number 9. Caden Murray number 10. Ben Tacey number 11. Flynn Hopkins number 12. Hamish Longworth number 13. Adam Goddard from South Australia, he's in number 14. Luke Nicholson, number 15. Sebastian Brassington in number 16. Jackson Patterson Wright, number 17. Archie Reid, number 18. And rounding it out in number 19 is Roby Siaturi. So leading it out here, it's going to be Archie Reid, the Victorian. Sitting on his shoulder comfortably, he's going to be Reece Langdon, so 2 Victorians. Adam Goddard, who I inflected there, sitting there nicely. So too is going to be Merzeki Hintz. And we're down to Dave here for more long jump action on long jump day.
Final 2 competitors in the competition. They've both jumped 8:02, but this man, Liam Adcock, the Queenslander, is currently in 2nd place on that countback. The breeze is not favourable as we speak. In fact, it's blowing up a little stronger. The windsock just in front of me here is fluttering directly into the face of the 26-year-old. Both these athletes coached by Gary Bourne. In he comes. 8:02 or more, and he's in the lead with Rucker still to come. Final jump, pretty good on the board. Crowd likes it here. Crowd likes it. Rucker applauds. So 8:02 is what is needed. We wait for the distance. The 2 of them right next to each other. Here it comes. Here it comes. 8:06. 8:06. If it's legal, it'll be a PB. I'm going to go and check that as well. And now Rucker goes up the top of the runway to have another crack. He was in the lead. Let me have a look at the wind. Minus 1.1. That is a good jump into a minus 1.1. So a personal best. Minus 1.1, Liam. That's a PB. 1 jump to come. All happening at the long jump. So Rucker has been in front for most of the day. Now he's got 1 jump to come. Pushing into the headwind. He's already jumped 2 PBs. Can he do 3 in the same competition? In he comes. Charges in. Good on the board. Don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think it's going to be enough. What a competition these 2 training partners have put on. And go across and stand right next to the measure up. So 7:84. So Adcock in the final round gets there, gets the win ahead of Jalen Rucker. I might have a try and chat to both of them. Fantastic effort. I'm down here live, so you just tell me whether I can talk to both of them from where we are, because I'll chat to both of them together. Hey, Liam and Jalen, come in here. Jalen, Liam, come in here. Both of you. Tremendous effort. I'll start with you, Jalen. 2 PBs. You opened the competition. Just turn around because our camera's down there. Open the competition with a PB. Extend it with a PB. See your training partner beat you on your last round. You've had a great season.
Yeah, look, I can't complain. Every comp since, my season opener, I've progressed. PB, 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 PB now. And if there's anybody to overtake me in the last round, I'd rather Liam than anyone else because, we're quite close. But it sucks. It still sucks. It is what it is. But silver, can't complain with that.
PB and Silver, you're very nice because I would have been spewing. Hey, Liam, you've had a great season as well. That awesome jumping in New Zealand with the windy jump and the 805 and then 806 minus 1.1. That's serious jumping.
Yeah, I was trying to wait for it, but just couldn't. And then, oh, here we go. There's a big gust now.
Big tailwind now. Look at this.
We had a few big tailies in the first few rounds, but I couldn't capitalise. It kind of came through. My first jump was a 3.9, and I just pushed me way over. I felt like I had a lot in there, but just couldn't. Kept kind of pushed through as the wind changed around, but really happy to pull one out in the last round there. Jalen pushed me, obviously, with those 2 8-metre plus jumps for the first time. He's done a great job. So, again, similar. Got to catch up, and just had to get in front there. So.
I'm going to ask you both the same question because your coach Gary Bourne's over here. He's had a tough time of it. We know about the issues that he's had. He had a significant operation the day after the Melbourne meet. He's taken you from the pole vault, a 4-metre 90 pole vaulter to an 8-metre long, 4-metre 60 pole vaulter to a 8-metre long jumper. Amazing.
Yeah, I know. I mean, thanks to Gary. He's amazing. And, you know, I got to give credit to our whole team, everybody involved, the squad, everyone, you know, have helped me tremendously. And I couldn't really have done it with any of them, you know. Same with my family and Tatiana as well, my old pole vault coach. You know, I don't think I would be in a position I am today if I didn't, you know, have the 3 years with her. So, yeah, I'm very happy though. 8 metres, baby, yes.
Awesome story. I'm not sure Tatiana's watching in Russia, but Liam, what about for you with Gary and what he's done, the master coach?
Yeah, he's done a really great job, and it's been great. Like, I came to him like 3 years ago, and after jumping 790 a long time ago, and I finally got over that mark again in Auckland, like I said. But Gary's just done a great job, and we finally seem to put it together. And it's like, obviously it's been really sad, but everybody in the squad, like Jalen said, just been holding each other together and helping each other out, which has been great. And I mean, yeah, full credit to Gaz, like, he's manages really well. So he's just a great bloke. Yeah.
Well, on behalf of all long jumpers, you two, you've made us very excited today. Welcome to the 8-metre club, Jalen. Welcome to the National Championship Club, Liam. Congratulations, both of you. Well done. Good one. Well done.
And back to the 5,000 metres B race here, and they've just gone through 2,000 metres, and 5:43 was the split there. So they've gone 2:49 the first kilometre, 2:54 the second, and they've been sharing the lead amongst them. Archie Reid just moving wide there so that Adam Goddard, the South Australian, can push up on his inside. Luca de Conza on the rail, and the Tasmanian Bailey Mazecki Hintz just on the shoulder there, with Tom Bowers also on the rail. So sharing it amongst them. Great opportunity here to run at the National Championships in the B race for these athletes. And a move, maybe the first of the moves in any sort of definitive fashion from the ACT athlete, Daniel Dreyer, who has gone to the front and looks like he's just kicked it up a little bit there, Mitch.
Certainly has. He got sick of waiting in the pack there, Dreyer, so he went, all right, I'll have a crack here. And you might as well. I mean, you're running for times at the moment, so Dreyer's going to lead through. Adams behind him, the South Australian. De Conza, the Victorian, the Rising Track Club. We saw Connor Fry come home with a brave silver medal from that Rising Track Club. They've been everywhere. Coach Fabs will be stoked with the progress of young De Conza. So he sits on the back of the pack, and Dreyer, who you mentioned, just had enough of it. Just split this field up into now what can be called 5 probably different groups, as they'll come down to the 3 kilometre mark here, so we'll get a really good understanding of whereabouts they're at. It's a 8:44, we'll call it, for this lead pack with the Conza on the back of it. Bowers leading out here from Victoria, the secondary. They're 8:50, so they've dropped it out to a 3:01 kilometre, so this certainly won't be fast unless Dreyer can really put on the nos and try and drag them up this back straight, but it may be a little bit early for that. 12.5 laps of running, keep in mind. I know it's not 25 like our race walkers have done 2 nights previous to this, but these young men will, nonetheless, you mentioned, Dino, a really good opportunity to get up here and compete at the Nationals, and obviously just shows how desperate distance runners are to get up and run at a national track and field. They have to put 2 events on.
Well, I think that's a testament to these athletes and to this event for putting on this event, but they've got just over 4 laps to go, and Dreyer in that ACT vest still on the front. Goddard, the South Australian there, moving in behind him, single file. So these 5 athletes have moved well clear now, and they just pick up the pace a little bit. Bailey Mazurki hints the Tasmanian there in the lead. And they move past that athlete on the inside of the rail there. So these 5 athletes have quickened, and the move, the move from the ACT athlete has been significant with just under 4 laps to go.
So at the back straight, Dreyer, who we mentioned, wanted to make the move to Conza. Well, I've sung the praises of that rising track club, rising up the ranks in this men's B5000 at the moment. So Coach Fabs will be somewhere, will be the loudest man on an athletics track. I can guarantee that, maybe outside of Dino and myself and possibly Bruce if he's back on the microphone. How amazing was that to have Bruce McAvaney up here? It's pretty good. Calling athletics, just a really special moment at the Australian Nationals, and trying to make their own moment is Dreyer to Conza. Behind him, the Tasmanian. It's Mazeki Hintz. So if you're watching down there in the island, the young Tasmanian putting up a hell of a fight here in the men's B5000. They're going to come down 11 minutes, just a touch over that on the clock. And this is where some of the tactics of distance running can start to take shape. So lap counter watches them go by. They'll have 1,200 metres remaining. DeConza doesn't want to spot even an inch of room at the moment. Dreyer out in front, obviously made that aggressive move to get there. They start to split it up. Adam's going to be tasked with the job to just sit off the back of them there. It is still Mazeki Hintz right there. So this trio, Dino, is working really well together. Out in front, though, you can hardly put a piece of A4 between them, as Mazeki Hintz now says, well, while I'm here, I may as well join the party.
Yeah, and those 3, they've moved clear. And Dreyer, he looks comfortable, the young man from the ACT. He's got a pretty easy arm carriage there. DeConza also looks pretty comfortable. He looks like he's ready to strike at any time. And the Tasmanian looks just to be working a little bit harder, but he's fought his way onto the back of that pack. And these 3 athletes will move down to 2 laps to go. And it starts to get interesting here, Mitch.
It certainly does. So DeConza's had his time in the middle of the sandwich. He says, no, I just follow the leader, boys. I'm going to try and take you to the promised land. It's 12:18 here, 800 metres to go. He was better over the shorter distances, DeConza, as a younger man. He's still only 20 years of age and trying to step up in distance now and trying to step up in pace on the athletics track. So it's going to be the Tasmanian behind him. Mazeki Hintz, 14:18 to his name. DeConza, a 14:41 this season. He's probably run slightly faster than that, the young Victorian, as now it's Dreyer, the early race leader. They left him to do a lot of the work. 14:47 is his personal best, so he's around that marker, Dreyer. He's probably right on the edge of what his capabilities are, but the young man has been brave. So it's DeConza leading it out. Behind him, the Tasmanian still Mazeki Hintz. Doesn't want to spot him too much. DeConza, if he's feeling fresh, has a devastating kick, and he's certainly not going to be afraid to use it here in the men's B5000 metres, but 500 metres to go now, and DeConza, well, he snapped the invisible elastic band back to Dreyer. Hasn't quite done it there for Mazeki Hintz.
Yeah, and DeConza just lifted a notch here, going into a lap to go. The Tasmanian, dogged, trying to hang on, raise another effort, just bridges that gap again. And there's the bell, and DeConza leads. He's just about to pass a lap runner. The Tasmanian sees his opportunity and goes past. And the Tasmanian hits the front, tries to stretch away, and he does so. And it looks like he may have done enough to break the will of DeConza from Victoria. And the Tasmanian moved when he needed to, saw his opportunity, and moves clear here with 200 metres to go.
So it was a case of the lights are on, but nobody was home for Luca DeConza. He took a quick, swift look around his right-hand shoulder and said, oh boy, I might be in trouble. It's Mazeki Hintz, though. He's bided his time. He sat towards the back. He went in the middle. And when he was called upon with 350 metres to go, he made the race his own. So Mazeki Hintz coming down this home straight, the Tasmanian. He's been brave. He's a 14:18 5,000 metre runner. He's going to be outside of that, but it doesn't matter. He'll take down the B5,000 metres, the Tasmanian. Impressive. 14:26. DeConza now struggling to get to the line here from the Rising Track Club. Dreyer might even scalp him. No, just off. So DeConza Dreyer. There'll be a PB, I believe, for the young man from the nation's capital. You can see him collapse on the blue track now. He's given it absolutely everything. It's Reece Langdon of Victoria now who will greet it. He'll have to wait and see if he's under that 15-minute marker. He'll be pretty close to it, I think. It's hard to tell when the clock stops, but he'll be right around that. And it's Patterson Wright who gets there now. So impressive. Our winner from Tasmania there in the B, 5,000 metres. And we'll go to some slightly bigger build athletes. And Dave Culbert's down there at the shot put.
So we're in the final round here of the men's shot put, and here comes the Hulk himself, the Paralympic champion, Todd Hodgetts. Saw him in the officials' room just putting his own lunch in the microwave earlier. He had a nice beef curry just to fuel up. And Toddy, remember, of course, he gave a shout out to the Prime Minister of Tokyo and gave him a call afterwards. So 15.23 his best throw in round 5. So we get into the final round here. So Liam Chok-Wolf of New Zealand, 15.02 in round 3, but then he's had 2 good throws the last 2 attempts. So 15.88. Aaron Harvey, the defending champions, leading 17.92 here in this men's shot put final. So falls out of the circle. It was a good throw too, and all of his fellow competitors knew that that one was sailing out there. 16-pound orb. Jason Paramazidis, saw him in the discus, 15.22 in the opening round. His best throw. Not much of him. Flat throw there. Didn't quite get the elevation that he wanted, I don't think. So the New South Wales athlete Paramazidis. 15.04. So heading towards the final few throwers here. Etienne Rousseau, we saw in the discus, was just off the back of the podium there. So 15.71, his best throw so far. Final attempt, old-fashioned glider. Fast arm, not a bad effort. I feel like I'm at the golf here. I have to whisper because I'm that close to the circle that when they're in it, I don't want to talk too loudly to put them off. So 15.88, so that improves his position. A lot of changes since the top 3. What's in third position at the moment? That might be, is it the 15.88 that's got up into third? I think it might be. This is the man in second spot, or was in third, now shuffled back, I think, the New South Wales champion, Alex Sharla. Can he stay in? No, he can't. There was some gymnastics there, but that's a foul. So he'll have to settle with his 15.30. So I think at the moment, the 15.88, in fact, we've got 2 on 15.88, so we have to go back to the 15.75 for the Chok-Wolf. So it will be the New Zealander in third, but Rousseau will be the third Australian. This man's in second place. That much is confirmed. Daniel Green, the Queensland champion. Second place so far. 16.28 his best, and that's a foul. They're really going for it in this final round. Too far away from the men's 5,000 final, but the timing here is perfect because Aidan Harvey's coming into the circle and he's going to have his final throw. He's going to defend his title. 17.92 his best so far. So a pretty good throw. 17.92 his best so far. Not sure he's going to beat that here. Just wait for the distance for the national champion. 17.51. So he'll win the title at 17.92 ahead of Green. Now Chok-Wolf of New Zealand will be third And the third Australian will be Etienne Rousseau in the men's shot put. So that rounds out that competition. This championship, the 100th edition of the Australian titles, presented by Chemist Warehouse, wouldn't happen without the great support of our season sponsor, Chemist Warehouse. They've been with us since the start in Adelaide of the Chemist Warehouse Summer Series, and their support of our Australian athletes, providing hydrolyte products for all the athletes, has been superb. So we thank them for their support throughout the summer season. Men's 5,000 on the start line.
So they're away now here in the men's 5,000 metre championship of Australia. A star-studded field here of 20. They'll make their way around this bend. They've been introduced to you here, the crowd. Andre Waring on the outside there. Cal Davies, he's going to come back from that 1,500 metre championship yesterday. The Queenslander. As Isaac Heen, the South Australian, now just starts to move on the outside. So Matty Clark tucked in on the rail there as well. He was a silver medalist in the 3,000 metre steeplechase. So plenty doubling up here for this 5,000 metre championship of Australia. But still some fresh bodies out there. Leading it out will be Adrian Potter. So the South Australians will work together. Andre Waring qualifying for his first Australian team in Bathurst this year. And he will sit there in that third position. So it's going to start out pretty fast here. We'll get the split through the first lap. It's about 65 seconds on the clock. So certainly no messing around here to kick things off in the men's 5,000.
Yeah, so 65 first lap. They just got out reasonably quickly, moved through. That's around about 8-minute pace through 3K. So if they continue with that, this will be a real tough battle over 5,000 metres here for this national championship. But Potter still leads. Hayne, the South Australian, he's outside now. Jared Clifford, the world record holder. So many para events. Just moves around onto the front in the hat there and decides to just lift it another notch. So the changes are coming early. And Clifford will lead. Potter in second. Hayne third, Andre Waring in fourth, and James Hansen, the Tasmanian, just being passed on the outside there by Seth O'Donnell from Victoria. So they're moving around up front here. The pace still looks pretty good. They've slowed a little on that lap, so they just wound it back up the straight and bunched up a little bit, but Clifford still leads.
Hard way to run a 5,000. Just drop out 5 seconds to the second lap there. So that was a 70. Jared Clifford will try and possibly look to lower his time of 14.04, creep under that magical marker for the first time. Seth O'Donnell, we mentioned, national cross-country champion last year. The Victorian Isaac Heen on the outside shoulder. Looking very comfortable. Andre Waring making a move a bit wider than that is Mark Edwards of Victoria. So Waring puts the arms out, tries to get a little bit of space. Jimmy Hansen tucked in there as well. Clark on the outside. Archie Noakes was your under 23,000 metre champion only a matter of days ago. He's 17th at the World Junior Cross Country this year in Bathurst. He was in Cali last year, did the 3,000 metre steeplechase and the 5,000, so no stranger to these sort of events. Lockie Hurd, 1,500 and 5,000 metre state champion of Victoria, and tucked in dangerously on his inside there is your national 1,500 metre champion, Callum Davies. So they'll move around here, and it's only a matter of 15 metres separating them at the moment. Most of them have the ability to run on the rail, not having to work too hard or move too wide. Maybe the furthest of them is Jack Bruce, the Queenslander. So they come back in here now. It's Heen on the outside shoulder of Jared Clifford. No stranger to being at the front of these sort of races. Clifford has no qualms in making the race his own, as now it's Seth O'Donnell who goes around. He doesn't just go around, he says, okay, now it's a national championship. So what was 1 metre behind has quickly become 20 metres in front, and the pack is happy to spot him this distance. So O'Donnell going to make a definitive move. He puts the foot down. One of them will be tasked with the job to get him back, and it's going to be Isaac Heen of South Australia.
And don't we love this sort of move from O'Donnell? Gets to the front, takes off, says, catch me if you can. And he's got just under 9 laps to go. Said enough of this pace, and he said, let's
Let's get this big train moving, and away O'Donnell goes. The Victorian 13.54 is his personal best. So he's moving swiftly off the front here, and he's turned that 20-metre move into 30, maybe 40 metres now. So O'Donnell, with 8 to go, clear. The chase is coming from Waring. Hansen on the outside there. Not too fussed at this stage about this move from O'Donnell, the Victorian. But he is still moving clear of this field.
So it's Andre Waring now who gets to the front. Seth O'Donnell, well, it's not just a move. He's going to try and win the championships from here. So they'll come around to that 2-kilometre marker. We'll get a really good understanding of just about where they're at. It's Andre Waring now. Jimmy Hansen, the Tasmanian. He's been good on the roads this year, Hansen. He's going to try and replicate that here in the 5,000 metres. It's still Waring leading it out. Callum Davies has moved through nicely along the rail. They've spotted him plenty of distance to get into the position he wants to be. And maybe one of the best to sit there is the under-20 athlete in Archie Noakes. He'll head off to Wisconsin in a few months. Will the Victorian. But wouldn't it be nice to go home with an under-20 championship as well as an open? So it's Seth O'Donnell going to the arms. This group has worked like clockwork to try and get back this distance. It was 40 a lap ago. We'll call it 20 now. Waring at the front of it. Hansen behind him. Heen, Noakes. Look at Callum Davies. And just lurching up on the shoulder there is Jack Bruce. Clark does well to get off the rail now to move around the outside. Jared Clifford starting to drift towards the back of this pack. But it's Andre Waring. He got given the task and he's going to execute it here to drag it back to Seth O'Donnell, who's been brave out in front to really get some of these star caliber athletes into this race. So watch for a split in the middle of the pack potentially. It's Lockie Hurd on the inside there. Clark on his outside shoulder might be the one to separate it. And they're right back on the shoulder just about here of Seth O'Donnell. It's Andre Waring and moving up now, Archie Noakes.
Yeah, and hasn't it got interesting? O'Donnell pushed the pace and he looks to just about get reeled in here by Waring, who's fought back, got this pack back onto his shoulder. Noakes there, impressive at the Junior World Cross Country Championships. Wasn't that brutal conditions that we saw up there? Hansen on the inside, Marks on his shoulder. The 17 is Isaac Heen, and Callum Davies just moves himself off the rail and onto the back there into a slightly more prominent position. So Waring driving the train. O'Donnell pushed the pace and got him moving along, and we're thankful for that. But we're back together as a single pack with Waring doing the business up front.
So Waring leading it out. It's Archie Noakes, the junior now, just sitting right up on the shoulder. Jimmy Hansen, he's covered every single move. He just wants to stay towards the front of that pack. And moving up really nicely there is Marks. Haven't spoken about the young man from Glen Huntly enough, but he's just moving like a professional here at the moment. Covered every move, 14.01 his season's best, so he'd love to get under that 14-minute marker if he can. It's going to be hard from here, but at the moment now it's just transitioning to championship racing. There's a few bodies you don't want to leave here in this race if it comes down to a kick. One of those, Callum Davies. We'll see how freshly he's pulled up from yesterday's 1500. Got over the top of teenage sensation Cameron Myers as well as Matt Ramsden. And Jack Bruce, certainly one to watch. He's the looming figure in the black one piece there, the Queenslander. He's won 3,000 metre championships before, and now he'll try and go step up and get to the 5,000. So the brave effort there from Seth O'Donnell. He's now off the back of this pack. Be hard for him to climb it back. Jared Clifford behind him too. So it comes down to, we'll call it about a race of 10 as they come up the back straight here. Andre Waring leading it out. Don't be surprised if Archie Noakes, the junior, maybe makes a move within the next 600 metres. So too Bruce. Davies just tucked in nicely. Heen as well. Clark doing well to hang on to the back of this pack. But they're just going to slowly but surely lift the pace until one great big bang occurs, and it's who can hold on from there.
Well, there's plenty still in the mix here. And Waring doing most of the work, but Noakes looks good on his outside. Hansen, plenty of closing speed as well. Edward Marks also moving well now, pushing up on the inside. Isaac Heen. A little bit of argy-bargy there as they move down to 4 laps to go. On the outside in the one-piece, Jack Bruce, the Queenslander. Don't see a lot of that at 5,000 metres. But he's rocking that outfit with some style today. The big Queenslander on the outside, but still wearing. He leads. Noakes, Hayne there as well. Hanson, Marks, Bruce, and the 1,500-metre champ, Callum Davies, just tucked away on the inside, on the rail there, just lurking with tons of closing speed up his sleeve.
So he will want to have to make a move before he needs to. Callum Davies just preserved those legs. He did it so well on the 1,500 metres yesterday there, opening the door wide open for him to potentially do it again here. He did well to get off that rail position and now just sits on the shoulder of Waring, who's more than happy to just slowly but surely crank up the pressure and see who can hold on. So we've lost Lockie Hurd there, the Victorian 5,000 metre champion. He was in that 1,500 metres yesterday, so we hope he's okay. Coached by Gavin Burren. As Andre Waring, they've let him go at the front of this pack. It's Marks, who's ultra impressive there on the shoulder. As we mentioned, the young man in the Glenn Huntley colours, that's the baby blue for those not from Victoria. He's just right up there with James Hanson in front of him. So it's Hayne behind Waring. A few names rising up the distance ranks here in Australia. It's Marks on the shoulder of Hanson. And the two Queenslanders now, they're just biding their time. So they would have done lap after lap, rep after rep here in Brisbane. And when they show their hand, they seem to show it well. So a separation forming here in the middle of the pack. It's Clark on the back of it. And it's going to be Potter who wants to try and bridge that gap. So you don't want that elastic band to snap. And Potter doing the best to bring a couple with him along the way. So it's Clark now on the back of it. Potter only 2 metres behind him. Waring still at the front of it. Hayne right on his shoulder. Marks one out from there. So too Bruce. Davies, we've spoken about a lot on the inside rail. Clark starting to go to the arms. Potter behind him there. And they're stretching away ever so slightly. Budian, the Queenslander, now just trying to get along the back of Spiesberger Parker from the nation's capital. So Waring with 800 metres to go, 11.52, and they're going to ramp it up here now.
And 9 men in the mix here for this national title still. We've lost a few. Waring still on the front, trying to hold on. He's been determined up there. But Hayne now pushes up on his shoulder. Hanson pushes it along as well. Now Bruce in the one piece just moves into 4th, and Davies is there as well. So the pace quickens. 600 metres, just over that to go. And it's the South Australian. Hayne leads. Hanson, the Tasmanian, in there, ready to strike any time. Bruce looks comfortable. The big tall figure on the outside just moving on to Hanson's shoulders. And look at Callum Davies, the 1,500 metre champ. Presents when required and moves to the outside of his fellow Queenslander. So Hayne pushes up again on the inside. Bruce on his shoulder. Davies there and Hanson. 4 athletes remain. 3 medals, 1 national title up for grabs.
So Callum Davies might have gone a little bit earlier than he wanted to. Bruce the quickest to cover it, and James Hanson, the Tasmanian, he's just going to stalk them from behind there. So Heen going to the arms. He drops off 5 metres now and up this back straight. These 3 are going to be in a ding-dong battle for the men's 5,000 metre championship of Australia. So Callum Davies will try and do the 15-5 double. Bruce going for the singular title, and Jimmy Hanson, well, they missed his flight from Tasmania for the 1,500 and he wants redemption. So it's Hanson on the outside now. He makes light work of Bruce. The next one in target is Davies. He wants the 15-5 double. He puts his head down. He calls on his legs. He says, let's get it moving. Jimmy Hanson, the Tasmanian, wants his first nationals. Bruce now on the outside. He starts to go. Davies, Bruce, Davies on the inside. It's the double.
Oh.
It doesn't get any tougher than that. Callum Davies, 13.52 unofficially. And they've left it all on the athletics track there. But Callum Davies, 1,500 metres, 5,000, they belong to you. Archie Noakes now crosses the line. Alistair Christie too here now, but wow. You couldn't have got a better finish to a 5,000 if you tried. Jared Clifford about to come down and greet it as well. And we go from one excitement to another as Clifford crosses now. Curtis Marshall on the runway for the pole vault.
570 is the height of the bar here. He's already had a clearance at 550 first attempt in the competition. I'll give you an update after he jumps here, runs through, bigger pole, just getting a little sighter. So currently the situation in this men's pole vault, James Stein of New Zealand, 540, had 3 misses at 550, which would have equalled his personal best. So he's in second spot. Nick Southgate has got the third highest jump at 5 metres 30. From the Australian perspective, Dalton DiMedio, who won the under-20 title a couple of nights ago, 5 metres 20. So he's got the silver medal from an Australian perspective, and Lachlan Burns, the Victorian, third at 495. So Curtis will have 2 more attempts here. Just having a chat to Paul Burgess. Bit tricky, the breeze here. They made the decision to put this on the back straight. It's in the sunshine, so the conditions are nice in terms of sunshine, but there was a crosswind coming across the fan where the pole vault was the last couple of days, so they made the decision to go down the back straight. And as we saw in that long jump, where the wind going back down the straight, so tailwind, headwind, and it's probably more headwind than tailwind. Not ideal when you've got a piece of carbon fibre and you're trying to launch yourself 5 metres 75 in the air. Men's javelin's continuing. They're in the third round. I'll try and get across there for an update before we finish. Women's 5,000 not too far away. Decathlon 1,500 and a couple of relays. So Curtis has got a couple more minutes before he has to have his attempt here. So he'll be a few minutes away. So let's go back upstairs for the women's 5,000 metres. Don't think, is Jess Hull there? Think she is. No one's ever won the 1,500, 3,000 and 5,000 metre title. She'd be the first if she can do it here.
Certainly is a chance to do it, isn't she, Dave? The 3, 15 and 5 potentially, so she'll toe the line. Jess, obviously those 3,000 metre national championships were held at the Sydney Track Classic. So if you're wondering, geez, we didn't see that out here this evening or across the last 4 days, that'd be the reason why. We see some of our results here for the men's 5,000. We're just getting over it here in the box. So many brave efforts in that 5,000 metre event. Highlight of Isaac Heen. Certainly caught the eye of us up here in the box. One in particular, Bruce McAveen. He loved the work of the young South Australian, and geez, if that's anything to go by, we're in for an absolute showstopper here in the women's 5,000. There is talent everywhere across the board. Everywhere you look, there's either an Australian representative, a state champion, a national champion. Whatever you want, we've got it here in the women's 5,000. Caitlin Adams, South Australia. Hip number 1, Alice Oakley-Kerr, been good this season. Olga Fursova of Queensland as well, a great junior. Lauren Ryan come from America. Eloise Doherty, Rose Davies, Katie Porra, Georgia Hansen, national cross-country champion. Rachel McCormick, Jen Gregson out on the track, home track here for Genevieve Gregson. Layla Likiados, Leanne Pompiani, who is probably the breakout athlete of distance running this year. Morty Skyring, Brielle Ebaisha, Cara Fenian Ryan, the 3,000 metre steeplechase champion. Bronwyn Hager and Adeka Oliva Niabau, the invitational athlete. It is star-studded here. We see Jess Hull lined up. It's not often you see them double up. We've seen it across the 100, 200. Some of them haven't done it. As Curtis Marshall up and over. Oh, could it get any easier than that for Curtis Marshall? Dave will be down there beside himself. We'll get to him either during or after this women's 5,000 metres. But if you love the men's, I have a feeling this will be even better. So we're away. The women's 5,000 metre championship of Australia. And if the men's race is any sort of indication, we're in for a show-stopping performance here for the women. It is star-studded across the board. And our woman out in front should look familiar. This is our 1,500 metre champion, Jessica Hull. So Hull, if she can win this one, would be the 1500, 3000 metre and 5000 metre champion of Australia all in 1 year. First to do it if she can get across the line here, and she's not going to waste any time. Caitlin Adams behind her there, Rose Davies picking that up, and Leanne Pompiani. So quite possibly 4 of the favourites. Mazzodowney on the inside, Lauren Ryan recently signed the contract with Under Armour over there in Baltimore. Georgia Hansen behind them there, the Australian cross-country champion, and Genevieve Gregson, one of the greats, tucked in nicely behind there. So Jessica Hull is going to space them out and waste no time. 69 seconds through the first 400 metres. So Jessica Hull going into territory she's never been before, but that won't stop her from moving along here in the women's 5,000.
So Hull impressive off the front early. First lap only underway, but making her intentions clear. She did this in Sydney at the national 3,000 metres, straight to the front, ran a national record. And maybe that's what her intentions here today. She said she had a change of tactics in the 1,500 metres, where she ran more of a sit and kick sort of race, but back to the front here was magnificent at the World Cross Country Championships in that 4x2,000 metre relay, where she ran a spectacular leg for Australia, brought the crowd to their feet in Bathurst. Such a pleasure to have been there and seen that unfold. But Hull on the front here, well clear, chasing something special.
So Jessica Hull up this back straight, coached by Pete Julian over there in the States. Got one of the best distance stables around. Does this Liberty Track Club. Charlie Hunter a part of that as well. So Jessica Hull just wasting no. It's rare you see this, to be quite honest with you. Someone of this calibre and this level of world-class elite performer has just said, okay, you had an idea of a championship race. Well, I'm the champion. Come and get it. So Hull has stretched it out to 40 to 50 metres now. Caitlin Adams just sitting at the lead pack, and the women behind her, as I mentioned, are all class. It's Leanne Pompiani, Rose Davies behind there. So too Lauren Ryan, Amelia Mazzodowney, Georgia Hansen, and Jen Gregson tucked in. And how's this leading the next pack? Jenny Blundell leading it out there from our 3,000 metre steeplechase champion, Carafine Ryan. Ebasha on the back of that as well, a medalist in that event. So 50 metres, it was 20. It quickly became 50. It's quickly becoming 60. It might even become 70 by the time we get around here through 3 laps. And it would have been under that 3-minute K pace for sure through that first kilometre. For Jessica Hull, just storming away here in the first 3 laps.
So Hull putting something together here which is truly world class. And the athletes in that chase pack behind her, a plethora of Australian representative, national champions, athletes that have been to Olympic, World Championships and Commonwealth Games. But Hull in her own space now, writing her own history as she goes to the front. And she's nearly half the length of the straight clear here. So Hull really putting the foot down and chasing after a time here which is looking quite incredible to behold. So Hull is away, 80 metres clear. Adams in behind there, Pompiani's there, Davies also there. So the athletes in that chase pack, and now it just breaks up a little as the chase pack decides to just ratchet that speed up a little, and the pace increases as they move down the back straight in pursuit of Jessica Hull.
So it's Jessica Hull when she comes around to that 200 metre marker for the next time. That'll be your 2K point. Leading out this chase pack is current 10,000 metre national champion Leanne Pompiani. The woman behind her, well, she was the 2-time champion before that. It's Rose Davies. So these two are not strangers to one another. And it might have been somewhat of a conversation to say, we can't give Jess too much room, and maybe 60, 70 metres was enough. So you're seeing something very special here, ladies and gentlemen. Make as much noise as you can down this home straight as Dave Colbert down there in the field.
Height of the bar in the men's pole vaults, 580. Curtis Marshall at the top of the runway, about to have his first attempt. In he comes. Nice little tailwind too, so he's made the most of that. Oh, he was so close, as we saw in his first attempt, just complaining about the wind. The wind was actually pretty good, so it might have pushed him a little closer. There was a little tailwind. And he's saying to his coach, Paul Burgess, that the wind was variable and was coming back into him. So they're just having a conversation here about what they do with the stands. They can move those uprights forward or back, but the breeze all of a sudden picked up and had a nice little tailwind there. So he'll have 2 more attempts at this 5 metres 80.
And it's still Jessica Hull here on the front of this women's 5,000 metres. And what a mighty race she's running. Just under 7 laps remains. And she's some way clear. Leanne Pompiani and Rose Davies also there in that chase pack. But Hull just moving clear, looking for a time sub 15 minutes here. Only 3 Australian women have done it. Benita Willis, very famous name in Australian athletics and world distance running. Eloise Wellings, another. And Hull, the national record holder, the other incredibly well-credentialed athlete who has done that. But Hull is putting on a clinic here. And let's hope she can keep pushing towards the line and chasing that sub 15-minute time. And something close to her own national record of 14:43 here today.
So Jessica Hull down this home straight. It's 80 metres ahead of Leanne Pompiani and Rose Davies. Tasked with the job to try and chase down the medals is Amelia Mazzodowney, Georgia Hansen, and looking really comfortable as well as Genevieve Gregson here, the Queenslander. But out in front, it is all Jessica Hull, still under that 15-minute marker. And what a special performance we're seeing here from Jess. I mentioned at the start of the race, if she can win this one, she'll become the first ever to win the 15, 3,000 and 5,000 in 1 year. So on the verge of history here is Jess Hull. She makes her way up on the shoulder of some of our other competitors here. Pompiani still leading out. Rose Davies. Behind there, a Mazzodowney, Hansen, Gregson, Adams. But at the front of the race, it's Jessica Hull. So she's out here by herself, ladies and gentlemen. There's no harder way to run a distance event. So any support, any cheering, anything you can give her will be very, very welcome for Jessica Hull. So we've lost Jenny Blundell down here. Unfortunately for her, we hope she's okay. But Jessica Hull, she'll come down here. So 8:59 strikes the clock there. And that's through 3,000 metres. So she is just under that 15-minute pace. So we see the next 2 come through here. It's Pompiani leading out Rose Davies. That's 9:14 on the clock. So still moving there. Hansen gets on the shoulder now of Mazzodowney. We turn our attention back to the pole vault quickly as Curtis Marshall goes again.
Second attempt at 580. Paul Burgess right behind me. Wind flaccid, not doing much. Now starting to maybe edge behind. Swirling is the motion from the coach. So just waiting for this breeze. What a run from Jessica Hull. She continues around. So if you can get that tail breeze and manage the run up, then you've got a chance. But it's just circulating, fluttering back into the face slightly. Contemplating taking the pole up off the ground. Everyone here's looking at the flag. Now it's starting to just a fraction go behind him, and his fellow competitors say off you go, so he does. Second attempt, 580. Not bad, up. Pretty good attempt, and he knows it was close. So he'll have one more
Breeze tricky. Almost got it right. So there'll be one more attempt to come at this height of 580.
So Jessica Hull, good jumping there from Curtis Marshall, but Jessica Hull up this back straight. Well, she was 8:59 through 3,000. You might have started to question if she's getting tired. It was a 71.72 following lap, so she's still right on that 15-minute pace. It'll be interesting to see where she's at when she comes down to the start-finish line this time around. So Jess Hull, she's been in sensational form. Obviously, she won the 1,500 metres here yesterday. She was 8:41 3,000 in Sydney last month. And Jessica Hull is not wasting any time to try and get after her third national title of the year. So Jess Hull will start to enter the pain cave here with 3 laps to go. 11:26 on the clock. 100 metres ahead of Leanne Pompiani and Rose Davies in second and third. Leading it out in fourth now is Genevieve Gregson, who's starting to gap away from Georgia Hansen. So it's a really classy run here from Jen Gregson. As Pompiani still leading out Davies, but it's all Jess Hull up the back straight. So she's making her way around a few of our other competitors out there. Jessica Hull, around that 15-minute mark would be something special to go with the third national title of this calendar year. So Jessica Hull leading it out 100 metres ahead of Pompiani. Rose Davies still in third, and Gregson starting to move away in fourth.
And it's another 3-minute K for Hull there, just outside 3:01. So well and truly on target here to break that 15-metre barrier. And if you want some perspective on how well she's going, as she passes those athletes that she's lapping here, you'll get a better perspective of just exactly the sort of splits that Jess Hull is putting down here in front of us. And she is on fire here. So 2 laps to go. Hull, she's had an amazing season, her international career, with that bronze medal at the World Cross Country Championships in the 4x2,000 metres, Olympic Games, World Championship finals. She's done plenty in the sport, but I feel like she's on the edge of doing something truly great this season and beyond as Hull moves up into the stellar ranks of world-class athletics here. And this performance here with 600 metres to go, arguably one of the best of the meet so far. So Hull continues to stretch away in this women's 5,000 metres.
So to put it in statistics, Jessica Hull came down with needing about 2 70-second laps to get under that 15-minute marker. So as she rounds the bend for the second last time, if you're sitting down, I encourage you to at least stand up for the final 400, because Jessica Hull is on the verge of something truly elite. So Jessica Hull here, watch the clock. It'll give you a great indication what she needs here. Going to the arms now, it'll require a 66-second last lap. So something truly remarkable here from the woman from New South Wales. It's Rose Davies starting to go over the top now for the silver medal. Pompiani behind there. Gregson settling in fourth. But all eyes are at the front of the track here, because it's Jessica Hull up the back straight for the last time. So Jessica Hull, what an amazing season she's had so far. 1,500 metre national champion, 3,000 metre national champion, about to become the 5,000 metre national champion. And what she'll require is a blistering 30-second last 200 to get there. So it'll be tough. But nonetheless, you've seen something truly remarkable here at the athletics track this afternoon. To round out the 100th edition of the Australian Nationals, Jessica Hull comes into the home straight. Stand and deliver, the champion of Australia. It'll be her third one of this year. She's done just about everything, and it's another one to tick off the list. So Jessica Hull, she'll go over the 15-metre or the minute marker. Who else was it going to be but Jessica Hull? She takes it out. 15:05 solo. A truly remarkable performance. 3-time national champion this year. First to ever do it. Jessica Hull, as Rose Davies comes down for a silver medal here. Amazing work from Rose. And it's Leanne Pompiani in that third position, the bronze medal from the nation's capital. Remarkable as Curtis Marshall has another attempt here on the runway.
Well, what a 5,000 that was. Final attempt at this height of 580 for Curtis Marshall, almost ready to go, and then the wind not helpful again. So we'll just wait here. Probably got the best part of 50 seconds left on the clock. 5 minutes in between jumps when you're the only athlete in the field. So he's just trying to catch that little zephyr that he had before, the tailwind. Coach Paul Burgess telling him, bring it in 5 if you need to. Absolutely crucial to get the run up spot on so you get maximum impact once you take off. Wind completely still. Might be as good as he gets. Clock ticking down. Flag about to go up. He's got 15 seconds left. So he knows he's going to have to go here. He's going to have to be committed to this. In he comes. Strong, pretty good takeoff. Gets it. He goes over at 580, and that's a big effort in some tricky conditions. Well, that was a masterclass. Waited for the breeze, knew he had to go. Did he bring it in a fraction, Budgie? He may have made just that last second decision just to bring it in 5 centimetres. Not much really, but that's the difference. So that's a good jump. Well, he's got his national title once again, and now he'll decide what he's going to do from here. But 585 on Saturday night at the Brisbane Track Classic. So there's some excellent jumping.
Yeah, 5 minutes 90, please.
Stand. 55. Yeah. 590.
So he's going to go to 590, and that confirmation. We'll try and have a chat to Jessica Hull. We need to wait till after the medal ceremony when I get back over there that side. So I'll stay here at the pole vault for now. I know that we've got the Catholic 1500s coming up, but hopefully we can have a chat to Jess before we get off air. But Curtis has got 5 minutes until his next jump. The clock is about to start once they've set the bar.
Will it not? So we've asked Dave that question at the wrong time. That's okay. I believe he's... Well, you know what? I'll tell you exactly, because Bruce McAvaney has just left the building. And he's told me 591 indoors for Curtis Marshall. He's done a 583. Obviously, his 585 outdoors is his personal best. He set that in Brisbane. And now he'll take a crack at the 590 marker, which would be truly special for the Western Australian. As I mentioned, everything he touches turns to gold. He had a tough time out in Eugene last year, and he'll try and bounce back here. So we'll take a quick ad break here at the 100th edition of the Australian Nationals, the final stop of the Chemist Warehouse Summer Series. Don't go anywhere. Our final events coming right up.
We know it's important to stay hydrated, and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So we're back here. Curtis Marshall just having a chat with his coach. We're just talking up here off air just about the man that is Bruce McAvaney, and almost just leaves you starstruck. Just a great man, and we're truly privileged to have arguably, or I say hands down, the best caller in the world in our presence. So here's the women's 5,000 metre results. 15:05 for Jessica Hull. So unconfirmed, I can't say this 100%, but believe that is the second fastest 5,000 we've ever seen on Australian soil by an Australian woman. So truly remarkable. And you have to think, that was solo. What could happen if we had some women around her? So that is just, I'm flat. I didn't get to go down there and talk to Jess. As we see on your screen right now, she's got no business talking to me when Bruce McAvaney's down there having a chat. So he absolutely loved it, did Bruce.
Oh, Hull's amazing. So, you know, she's the best we've ever seen, but she well and truly is on the cusp of greatness here.
Incredible. Incredible.
There's something really big about to unfold.
So just amazing from Jessica Hull. We're in awe as Curtis Marshall is on the runway. And Dave, what do you think? Has he got it in him?
Oh, no doubt he's got it in him, particularly if the tailwind can pop up. Had a coach to chat to Coach Paul Burgess. They'd thought about going up to 5.96, which is the meet record height. The meet record is held by Brad Walker back in 2007 of 5.95. They're liking the breeze here, so everyone's up and about, issuing the instructions, and he's about to come in. This will be an outdoor personal best, 5.90, serious height. Oh! He's okay. Smashes his pole to smithereens and had the momentum to be able to get through onto the pit, but has just hurt the thigh a fraction as the exploding pole is launched into his thigh. That can do a lot of damage. Boy, oh boy. To see and hear and feel that. So to see that up close, that is severe. So I think that'll be it for Curtis. Let's have a chat to him now that the competition's over.
Yeah, just like I think it went, it rejoined in my thigh, and then recorded there.
Hey Curtis, now you're out, I can have a chat to you.
Oh.
Tell you what, heart's pumping.
Yeah, I don't even know what's going on right now. I just remember running down and now I'm here. Yeah, just kind of like snapped. Must have been broken or something. I've jumped on that pole maybe once. 10.9, biggest pole ever. Ready to scream over 90 and then just bang. Yeah, just rattled me a fair bit. I think we'll call it there, but.
Looked like it exploded and banged into your quad. Is that okay?
Yeah, well, I haven't taken the tights off yet, but I'll send you a photo later if you want. But yeah, it definitely got me in the arm as well a little bit, so like the recoil. Happened to Liam in the qualifying around as well, so it's a pretty dangerous sport. He needs surgery. Hopefully I don't, but hopefully we're straight from here.
It's an occupational hazard. Has it ever happened to you before in a competition?
Never in a comp, only snapped one in training once. So that was, yeah, pretty crazy.
Wow. Well, the jumping before that, let's talk about that, because the 580 clearance was really good. The conditions so difficult with that wind.
Yeah, the conditions sucked. Really wanted to jump on the D today, but they obviously couldn't put it together. So shout out to AA for that. But
yeah, maybe next time they can put us with the tailwind, and that would ensure a few higher jumps.
I'm not sure if there is a tailwind here today. The long jumpers are into the headwind and tailwind. It's all over the place. You've had a really good summer season, indoors, outdoors, our summer.
Yeah.
You're well placed ahead of the World Championships.
I am, yeah. Our body's feeling good apart from that. But, yeah, maybe they should have Nationals in Perth next time and we'll get a screaming tailwind. But, nah, definitely looking forward to going overseas, jumping against some big dogs, and hopefully going over there in some good shape. So,
well, mate, you've given us a little bit of heart palpitation there. Hopefully you're all okay. Congratulations on another national title.
Thanks, I appreciate it, mate. Thank you.
Well, good to hear that Curtis is okay. Very scary, given you think about how long Curtis's career is. That's amazing. That's the first time that that's happened to him. So we hope he doesn't go down the similar path of his training partner and requires surgery, but does look like he's walking around a little bit as he takes a seat back down there now. So impressive jumping from Curtis Marshall nonetheless before this injury, as our men's decathlon 1500 metres hits the track. The final event for these men. 10 events across 2 days. Decathlon, 10. And probably not too many harder than the 1500 metres. You've got to think about the lactic, not just in your legs from jumping and your arms from throwing. It's everywhere for these men. So they call themselves the fittest men in the world. Certainly, you could argue the fittest man on the athletics track. And similar for our women, fittest women in the world, fittest women on the athletics track. According to them, that is. So they make their way around here now. So it's our men's under 20. It's Robbie Cullen sitting out there in first position. And it's going to be Logie Taligi of South Australia in that second spot. Working through and around here. And behind him is the Western Australian, who's Jonathan Cleode. Says, no, I don't want to be in third. I want to be in second. And you know what? You might even just say, I'm done with second. I'll just go to first. So Cleode now goes right on around the New South Welshman. It's Taligi starting to lag off the back just a little bit there, the South Australian. But at the front of it, Johan Clote.
Klurt, I would go with.
Klurt? Okay.
Johan Klurt.
Okay, Johan Klurt leading it out. He was similar to what we saw. He was 10 metres behind. He's 20 metres in front now.
So, yeah, Klurt's made a move here and got away from this field in this under-20 decath, 1,500 metres. The West Australian working well off the front. Tough event this, 10 events for the decathletes. Faced with a 1,500 at the end. As tough as it could be, as Logo Taligi moves back into second. Liver, the New Zealand athlete, been very impressive thus far, moving into third as Taligi just turns on the afterburner and takes off after Johan Klurt from West Australia. So Klurt still leads, fighting to the line, grimacing. Working as hard as he possibly can, trying to improve his position here in the decath. 2 grueling days. It's heavily taped on that left arm as Klurt grits the teeth, goes around the bend, comes into the straight, and the young West Australian deserves your support, ladies and gentlemen. Please get behind him. As Johan Klurt moves down to the finish, just manages to inject a little bit of speed, still a spring in his step, and he'll hit the line. He'll win the decath men's 1,500 metres. Taligi second, and a very fast finish here from Lachlan Rudd from South Australia, with Liver diving at the line, and Robbie Cullen just across there in front of Solomon Takiri, the Queenslander Connor Duggan, And Patrick Watson-Howe also there from the ACT. And this will be Connor Brown from New Zealand, with one more athlete to finish this event for the decathletes. So the win there to Clert from West Australia, who has been... And we'll throw now to David Colbert with Jessica Hull.
Hey Jess, you've been fantastic throughout the summer, and another championship here, 1,500, 3,000, 5,000, and you've done it in such style. Tremendous, well done.
Thank you, thanks. It's been a fun summer. It's been really energising to get amongst the Australian athletics community, and it's cool to see it come into life and be part of it firsthand.
We've really enjoyed watching all of the middle distance runs. It's a bit like the men's and women's sprints where you're just going at it week in, week out. Your battles with Abby over 1,500 have been superb. And what was your goal this summer? What did you want to achieve?
I wanted to win the national title in the 1,500, but I think coming into the season in about September, when you start building that base back, I thought there was a certain way that I had to go about winning it. And I think as the summer went and I got confidence running in many different ways, I started to realise, like, I don't have to run from the front and run strong. Like, I think I've got another weapon this year, which is really cool to have seen come together.
And of course the World Cross Country Championships, which we didn't talk about, which was probably the highlight of the whole season. So how do you think that'll play out for the rest of the season? Because it's so hard to be so good at this point and then still be good in August at the World Championships.
Yeah, I think what I'm sort of looking at against my global competitors is that they're all very good at this time of year as well. And if I want to be in competition with them in the summer, then I have to be good right now as well. So I think if you look at the Ethiopian women, Gudaf Sagai, she nearly broke the world record in the mile and the 3K indoors, and Laura Muir is just always stunning every time she races. So I think for us having such a strong domestic season and competition with each other, it's going to set us up well. And when we go over and race our Northern Hemisphere competitors, we're going to be ready this year, which is really exciting.
All right, one more thing. Next Monday, Easter Monday, you're going to Central Park at Stawell. It's a new experience, I can tell you. It's the first time you've been there, running 1,000 metres against everybody. I think you'll be off scratch. What are you looking forward to there?
Oh, I'm so excited. I just wanted to keep the energy of this Australian summer going, and I know that last year I had the opportunity to head down, but it didn't quite line up, and sort of seeing the crowd and watching it on TV and Channel 7. I mean, I've grown up kind of watching the 120 metre gift race every year, and now that we've got a chance to be part of it, I'm pumped, and I think it'll be a super exciting race that throws in the difference with the scratch markings and the handicaps. So yeah, it'll be really exciting, and I think you're going to see a blanket finish.
You're going to have a ball, no doubt about that. That'll be on the screens of 7 Easter Monday. Don't miss it. Congratulations, Jeff. You've been fantastic.
Thanks heaps.
So super work there from Jessica Hull. And here's your leaders. Alec Diamond, so 7,032. Maxie Atwell, 6,845. Christian Painter on 6,752. So nobody's going to catch the medalists because it's 700 points separating Wecker from Painter. But these three up the front could possibly change, but highly unlikely. But stranger things have happened. So watch out for Painter and Maxie to maybe go out and have a crack and really test Alec Diamond. He's had a great day today. So it should be interesting, this, the men's open decathlon, 1,500 metres. The final event of 10 here for our open men. Alec Diamond leading the competition. Behind him there is Max Atwell and Christian Painter from Victoria in third. So I can see Christian Painter there in that third position. Hard to miss. So we'll get a look at the rest of our competitors as they make their way through. Get a better understanding of who might be where. So Maxie Atwell, by the looks of things, is going to lead it out. It could be Wecker there in the second position. Finding our list for us now. And Christian Painter sitting there in third. He's just going to bide his time behind the group ahead. And technically second in that Australian Championship, making Maddie Wecker third place at the moment. And Clark Martin of Queensland would be sitting in that fourth position. So he's got number 5 on his hip, so watch out for that. But leaving nothing to chance at the moment is Matt Wecker behind Max Atwell.
So Atwell leads, chased by Gardner of the ACT. In second there, fair gap from those two athletes up front. And it's Atwell working hard off the front, 2 laps to go. Probably 30 metres back to the next group of athletes. With Christian Painter there. Matthew Wecker. Will Jarman. And Caro Eager also there. But Atwell still off the front. Gardner in second. Painter in that second pack. Now competition is strong here in the men's decaf, and Atwell really pushing hard with just over 600 metres to go.
So Maxi Atwell leading it out. Wecker behind him. These two have well and truly gapped the rest of this 1,500 metre field here in the decathlon. Painter just starting to feel the lactic a little bit there. It's been tough all day as the Victorian, but the New Zealander is leading us out. He's been really strong here. So it's Max Atwell. He's leading out George Gardner. So it's actually Gardner there in that first position from the ACT. So George Gardner leading it out there. Max Atwell now in the second position. Starting to creep through is Martin Clark. And now Will Jarman as well. So Christian Painter coming through to get the bell. Caro Eager not too far away either, but at the front of it, it's all George Gardner of the ACT. So Gardner being good, sitting in 11th here in the championship on total points. Going to leave nothing to chance out here in the final event. So Gardner with 200 metres to go. Behind him there will be Atwell. Now starting to push up this back straight is the cluster of competitors just desperately trying to get tired bodies to the conclusion of this men's decathlon. So 9 events are done. They're trying to bring it home for the 10th. A round of applause here for our men's open decathletes. 10 events, 2 days, not easy. George Gardner, he's going to come down and he'll take it out here in the final. Watch the time, 4:21. Amazing there. And it is going to be Max Atwell of New Zealand to come down and get it. He does. It's great racing. Martin Clark of Queensland. Watch the points there. It's Will Jarman. So Martin Clark sitting in 4th position here in the decathlon for Australia. So maybe he'll move up. Christian Painter, he crosses the line. Watch out for Gardner. He gets out over the top. As Riley Higgins comes out over Matty Wecker, who we'd mentioned through the call. Alec Diamond, the competition leader, crosses it now as well. So we'll have to wait for the adjustment of points. Tom Galvin comes down to get the line and round it out. That is your men's open decathlon. Congratulations, and we'll wait on the points to see who comes home with the medal.
So outstanding performance there by our men's open decathletes who move off the track with not much left in the tank. Phenomenal group of athletes, warriors if you like. Hands and knees, 48 hours of
absolutely pushing their body to the limit. And there's the results of the 1,500 metres. George Gardner 4:21.18, Atwell 4:30.21, 8:04 to 7:43 points, 7:06 to Martin Clark. Hayner 4:47 and Alec Diamond 5:10. So 503 points there for Alec Diamond. Not sure if it's possible to get that graphic back up again. And here's the total points, which we're waiting for. And Atwell gets the win, 7:5.88. Runs a magnificent 1,500 metre and pushes himself to the top of the leaderboard, climbs the mountain, puts the New Zealand flag on top and says, I'm the man.
Well, Maxie Atwell, well done. He's going to have bragging rights for a while there. And Marty Clark puts himself into the 3rd spot for Australia in their medal as well, or in our medals, I should say. We're in Australia. So Clark, with that 1,500 metre effort, goes from 4th to 3rd. And the bodies down there at the finish line of the decathlon are something else, aren't they? They are just absolutely cooked.
Oh, totally. And Alec Diamond will get the national title. But all credit to the New Zealander, Maxie Atwell. And here's the under-20 decath results about to come up. Angus Liver, 7,013, takes the win. Patrick Watson-Howe from the ACT will get the national title. 6,183. Connor Duggan, the silver. Robbie Cullen will get the bronze. But Liver will get the win from New Zealand. He won the 100 and continued to show his class throughout that event. And I'm certain that big things are in store from that young man from across the ditch.
He was special, wasn't he? He was just strong all day, and he was obviously has his highlighted events, but just the depth of ability there was enough to take home the gold. Obviously doesn't count in terms of Australian national medals, but he still goes home with a gold medal nonetheless. So one of the best, I suppose, moments of the decathlon. I haven't got it on screen here. They all just get around one another. It's, well, you suffered, I suffered. Let's love each other. And we love that mentality. So they're all down there having a debrief, a bit of a yarn. I guarantee you, if there's one event group to enjoy a meal and a beer after an event, it'll probably be our women's heptathlons and men's decathlons, as we turn our attention now to the track and into our final events. Can you believe it, Dino? Of these 100th edition Chemist Warehouse National Championships. It's the women's 4x400 metre relays open. WA, Annie Pfeiffer, Emmy Felipe, Kiara Speechley, Brittany Scott will call the rest as they get underway. So we're off. The women's open 4x400 metre relay. It's WA out of lane number 2, Victoria lane number 3, New South Wales lane number 4, and South Australia in lane number 5. The best to jump will be New South Wales. It's Genevieve Cowie just going up this back straight and trying to get rid of Victoria's Ashley Palmer. But it'll be a struggle to do just that. So Palmer on the inside of Cowie. Cowie leading it out, though, for New South Wales. Palmer of Victoria doing her best to get around her on this bend. And on the inside, it's WA's Annie Pfeiffer. So outside, South Australia's Chelsea Friedrich. Got a little bit of work to do around this bend to try and catch the race leader in Genevieve Cowie of New South Wales. So New South Wales going to come down and potentially change this one first. But coming hard is Ashley Palmer of Victoria.
And New South Wales leads here. Cowie's run a mighty leg. She'll pass to Helen Pretorius. Tight for second. Looks like West Australia have got the jump there with Emma Philippe, finalists in the 800 metres, pushing up. But Pretorius will lead for New South Wales. Just stretches a little around the bend. She'll cross over. She'll have a metre or two on Philippe. And the Victorian will be third. Tess Kersop-Cole. So New South Wales lead with Pretorius, Philippe in second, for West Australia, and the Victorian pulling up into third here, and this is tight. This is 4x4 running like we love to see it at the end of a national championship as Philippe moves onto the shoulder of Pretorius. It's very tight here.
So it is going to be New South Wales who might change it there first along the rail. It's Dunn who gets it for them. Western Australia at it now is Speechley. And here comes Paige Elvey for Victoria. So the Victorians, a little bit of work to do there. Just 5 metres off the back of the Western Australians in Speechley. And leading it out there is Tierney Dunn. So here we go now. New South Wales leading up the back straight. Doing well to get on the back of it is Elvey. She's just trying to latch a hold of Speechley here. A great leg from Kersop Cole to get them into contention. Elvey now with the task to come around them. Speechley doing everything she can to keep her from doing just that. And Tierney Dunn wants to keep the lead and will coming into this home straight. So New South Wales has led from the gun. They're about to come to the final changeover. It's New South Wales, Western Australia, Victoria. The hands are up. Western Australia on the shoulder. And we're going into the final leg.
So the West Australians will lead here. One runner remains for West Australia. It's Brittany Scott takes the baton. The New South Wales athlete, Rowena Craker, moves up on her shoulder. Is she going to go past on the bend early? No, just settles back as the West Australian athlete holds her out. So Scott now passed by Craker from New South Wales. So Craker moves down the back straight, trying to get the double for New South Wales. The Victorian smoking home there. Daniela Roman trying to bridge this gap. So it's Craker in front. The West Australian not going away. New South Wales trying to hold on for a win in this women's 5x4. What a race has it been. Craker stretches away. The West Australian Scott comes again. Roman trying, but Craker will get it for New South Wales. A famous victory and a great championships. And New South Wales get the win. West Australia second, Victoria third. And the women's 4x4, a great race as always. And New South Wales get the win.
Thank you. West Australia.
And please put your hand together for our South Australian team coming up the straight here now. Okay, Pat. So South Australia crossed the line, but New South Wales get the win. West Australia second. Victoria third.
There's a battle of pride out there. A lot of these women, in fact, all of them competed individually. So we see the changeovers here in New South Wales, Western Australia. Well, they were battling away through this final leg. It didn't take long for Rowena Craker up the back straight to just get there before the turn. You don't want to be going any wider than you have to, and manage to hold out. A tough Brittany Scott. New South Wales takes it out for the open women. And next up, it's the open men, including the New Zealanders. So we'll call their names as they go around. I think that worked pretty well, Dano, rather than trying to introduce them all. I think that was good. So have a look here. New South Wales takes it home. A bit over a second in the end, so did really well to get rid of the Western Australians.
Strong finish from Craker, and you know, went past on the bend, changed her mind, went again down the back and finished with plenty in the tank, powerfully down that last 50 metres. So 3:41 for New South Wales, and this men's race is looking like it's going to be a very good affair as well. New South Wales in 2,
yeah.
The New Zealanders in 3, Queensland 4, South Australia in 5, West Australia in 6, and the Victorians in 7. So a big field here in this men's race.
Well, I can only say, because I know the Victorians, Daniel Minns on leg number 4 will be dangerous. Lockie Ash been good this weekend, so too Ravel Lewis. So there's a couple of names in here where you go, oh boy, Liam Webb, Jack Doney, of South Australia, Luke Major. So plenty of talent here. They're not leaving anything out. It's pride more than anything in these open 4x4s. It's my state's better than yours, and leave nothing for debate. So New South Wales, it belongs to them in the women's. We'll see whether or not they can repeat as our teams are up here. It'll be New South Wales out of lane number 2 to start it off. New Zealand lane number 3. Queensland lane number 4. South Australia lane number 5. Western Australia number 6. Victoria number 7 and Singapore number 8. So, I mean, I know we're infighting almost of states, but it's 3 different countries going at it here. Singapore, the states of Australia, and New Zealand. So you're introing them here at the track, so bear with us. See our medalists down there for the pole vault. Good to see some Box Hill colours down there. Mark Stewart, one of the high performance pole vault coaches for Athletics Australia, coaches a body of the young men and women from Box Hill. And anybody who hears me call down in Victoria, you'll know that that is the home of PBs. So no matter where you're listening in Australia or around the world, if you want to run fast, go to Box Hill. Don't take my word for it. Plenty of athletes have lived that truth. And I promise you, you're nearly done with myself and Dean Gleeson. We've just got one more race and a goodbye to go, and then you'll be rid of us to end off your weekend. Men's Open 4x400. Here we go.
So men's 4x4 action underway. The women's race was a cracker. Let's hope the men can do the same. Out wide, the West Australians and the Victorians moving well. With the South Australian Jack Doney also there, and the West Australian Cop also doing well. Now the New Zealander, Liam Webb, he makes up the stagger. So New Zealand will probably just be in front here with maybe South Australia. The West Australians also there on their outside. So, and the Queenslanders also doing well. So they move down to the line here. It's been a tight first leg. We'll look at the change. And tight, but maybe the West Australians.
So Shervington's going to pick it up for Western Australia. Tristan Robinson for Victoria, and the Singaporeans on the outside now. We're going to try and whip off the bend. Trying to get there first will be Tristan Robinson. He's got a bit of work to do though, because Queensland just comes a pumping through the middle of the track. So Luke McClellan, he said, I didn't like third, I might take first instead. So 200 metres to go remaining for his leg. It's McClellan, the New Zealanders tucked in behind there, and Ford as well. And WA's done well to hang into third. It's Maxie Shervington. So they come into this straight for the last time. It's Queensland's Luke McClellan. Coming around the outside of the shoulder now, though, is Jimmy Ford. So New Zealanders are going to change first. Queenslanders going backwards. WA in the box seat.
So New Zealand changes third, Victoria second. Queensland pushing up into second position now. So this is super tight, this men's 4x4. Big move from the West Australian, moving around the outside of the high-vis vest there. So the New Zealander leads. Queensland moves into now into first position with Tage Hooper. So Queensland, get behind your local man as he comes into the straight. Queensland leading New Zealand. Victoria in third. Tight battle here, men's 4x4. National title up for grabs. And Queensland leads into the straight. Coming up on the outside, the New Zealander. So Queensland takes on the might of New Zealand. One leg to go.
So Ollie Marsh says, give me the baton and let me run it home. Trying to come around the straight now will be the New Zealanders. It's Ravel Lewis. He's going to try and gap the Queenslander. Oliver Marr just stalking him up the back straight. Just creeps up on his shoulder. He opens the door. Does he want to slam it shut before the 200? So he's right up on the shoulder there of Ravel Lewis. He keeps the inside
inside rail. He's going to make the Queenslander work for it. Oliver Marr, though, he's got the home crowd behind him. 100 metres to go. Ravel Lewis, Oliver Marr, Ravel Lewis and Marr. I think it might be New Zealand. Queensland not done yet. Oh, show us that maroon spirit. He's got it in spades. Oliver Marr it is. Queensland take the open 4x400 championship. And Oliver Marr took it personally. He says it's staying home. New Zealand in second there. Couldn't tell you third or fourth. Too much happening at the front. We'll wait for the results. But what a performance that was from Oliver Marr and the men of Queensland.
Well, the big Queenslander, he wasn't laying down in the straight as his local crowd roared him home. And he sailed to victory in that last 30 metres and brought the crowd to their feet. Great result from Queensland.
Just ultra impressive, wasn't it? Dave Calbert, I can see you walking around down there before we sign off from up here. We'll wait for Dave until he maybe has some other athletes with him. So I believe Dave is down on the track. Dave Calbert, what can you tell us from down there?
Well, what a championship it's been. When you look at all the results, Rowan Browning has been superb with that 10.02. Jess Hull winning 2 titles. Tori Lewis, the 18-year-old, a 100-200 double. Katrina Bissett ran one of the fastest times we've seen on Australian soil. In fact, the fastest time we've ever seen on Australian soil. So plenty of highlights there on the track. In the field, Brooke Bushkuhl won her 5th national title in the long jump. Matt Denny, 6th in the discus. Unbelievable long jump today. We had the drama of Curtis Marshall. So I hope you've enjoyed those 4 days of coverage. I can tell you that Rowan Browning has been awarded the Betty Cuthbert Medal for the performance of the championship. It's the best single performance voted by a panel of experts, and they came up with Rowan Browning. Pretty tough when you consider what Jess Hull had done, and Katrina Bissett as well. So Rowan Browning gets the Betty Cuthbert Medal. I want to thank Mitch Dyer and Dean Gleeson, along with Matt Lynch in commentary. Of course, we had Bruce and Tamsin throughout the championships, and Bruce today was absolutely superb. We have a very, very hard-working crew. The man behind this camera has been the busiest man during the championships, Alistair, I can tell you. And our crew across the 4 days, the guys back in Melbourne and girls as well. It's been a lot of fun. It really has. Hope you've enjoyed every second of it. The Chemist Warehouse Australian Track and Field Championships is done, and we might go and have a refreshment. See you next time.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.